Well, here we are once again. Floating subroutine Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Now, we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see you Space Fams here on this Saturn day. Hell of a lot to talk about first. Some shoutouts. Fishbone, HBX, Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Cthulhu, a close fourth. Pig I9, also here. Joe 47771. Young Chris, Evan, Schmegley, Morbius. Did I say Jet? Jet's up in here. Columbia Rican. Earth Homies. Mozart. Edward Thornton. Green New Deal. And Rogue Gerb, lowercase, over on the Twitch chat. Beautiful to see all of you people here on this Saturn day evening. As I mentioned, hell of a lot to talk about. This is really the week-ending report part 2, I'm afraid. Still behind on things. We've had so much news lately to cover. Every week it feels like we're doing a 2-part week-ending report. That is our lives right now. But, c'est la vie. So it's mostly going to be Iran and the chaos that has been going on in the Middle East this week. And the impending economic turmoil as a result that seems to be very near. A lot of other things to talk about, though. Data centers repressing everyone in the United States. Seemingly people not big fans of it, as it turns out. And much, much more. But first, the United States. Where we're going to start off the show tonight with the numbers. With the very, very best. Everybody's saying it. The great Harry Hemden.
Hey friends, I did a lot of segments this week, so if you missed any of them, I compiled them all in So if you missed any, I compiled them all in one place, right here. Enjoy.
Tuesday,
Yeah.
especially in Indiana, showed that the president still has juice, still has a lot of influence, at least in Indiana.
Yeah.
So,
As Indiana goes, so goes the nation when it comes to Republican voters and Donald John Trump. He absolutely still has the juice, and when you're a Republican
Oh
and
my
you
God.
go against
You know what
Trump,
I've forgotten? This is incredibly rude. Twitch is going to revolt. I'm sorry, Twitch. I was very sorry. Hold on. Sunglasses and hat. There we go. Now we're prepared. Now I'm protected. My eyes are protected. My brain is protected. Now we're prepared for the stream. Good God.
This is ridiculous!
voted off the island. I always love Survivor, and in this particular case, what we saw in Indiana was you go, adios amigos, goodbye, see you later. And to me, that is emblematic of what we see nationwide with Republicans. I think there's this myth that's going on right now that, oh, Trump is really losing support among Republicans. But compared to other midterm cycles,
exactly.
he's just
Everything
as
is right
popular
with the world now.
as he has ever been.
You're so right.
Midterm cycles. Right now, nationally, we're talking about an approval rating on average of 84%. In 2022, his popularity rating was 76%, actually lower, right, when he wasn't in the presidency. In 2018, the last time he was president, 85%. That 85 looks a whole heck of a lot like this 84% right here. The bottom line is this: Donald Trump still absolutely has juice with Republican voters. You saw it in Indiana, and I think that you'll see it down the line.
You know what's incredible to me about this, infographic, is that somehow during the midterms in his last presidency. Oh wait, no, I'm taking it back. Wait, no. This was during Biden. My God, my brain just broke. No, but it's still a downtrend, but it's not nearly as much. But this is the last midterm.
I'm staying in the race.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But like there's like a down, there's like somehow he's gone up in popularity since the last midterms, but it hasn't shifted at all since the previous midterms when he was president. Like, how has he not gotten less popular? How is it that the point still stands? The same point I was going to make still stands. How is this man not less popular now in these midterms in his second presidency than he was in his first term? I just don't understand it. Sure, like, don't get me wrong, his first term was fucking egregious. But what we've seen in the first year and a half of this one is just unprecedented. And yet, crickets over there.
Of any Republicans try and go against the President of the United States, who is still very much beloved by Republican voters nationwide.
Harry, you were also looking at turnout. What are you seeing in turnout? Why is this significant to this conversation?
Okay, why is it significant? Because we know that within the Republican Party, Trump has that extra strong core, that MAGA base, right? We're talking about approval ratings, depending on which poll you look at, 95, 97, 100% with MAGA Republicans. And here's the thing. They are incredibly juiced up compared to other Republicans. Because let's take a look here. Republicans who say it's more important to vote in 2026 than the usual midterm election. Look at this. 60% of MAGA identifying Republicans say that, compared to just 36% of non-MAGA. So what's going on in these primaries, right? It's not just that you have this core Republican base that really loves Donald Trump. The people who really love him, they're the ones who are absolutely juiced up to go out and vote.
But you know what this means? Well, I'm trying to unpack this, right? But what I think this means essentially is what you're going to get is going to get a bunch of very, very Trump loyal right-wing primary candidates that make it to the general, and then those candidates are going to turn off the rest of the base. Because those are the people that are going to get voted into office during the primaries right now, so long as those MAGAs make it to them. But it would seem that they're the ones who are most likely to make it to the polls during this primary season. So once we get to the general, I think that actually spells good news. It doesn't sound good inherently, but I think that spells good news. Right? Which is why we have to focus in so much on the primaries, like I've been saying over and over and over again. Like, it's got to be one of our number one focuses, right? There's got to be like the number one focus right now. Can't have more than one number one focus.
Not gonna do it.
Can't do it. But like, this means like it's gonna be, in my opinion, I think it's gonna be very easy for Democrats. By the time, the fall rolls around here and this gets more serious, all the primaries have ended, and it's just a one-on-one, it's going to be very easy for Democrats to just roll through if it's just a bunch of Trump loyalists when Trump has been, like, decimating the economy, waging a war against America, and just alienating all of our allies. I mean, there's 10,000 things that Democrats can bring up at that point, right? Like, if you're just up against a bunch of Trump loyalists, which is why right now we have to make the case for the best fucking candidates. We just breeze on through a bunch of progressive candidates, because that's what it almost, I think, we'll be seeing potentially in Ohio and especially in Indiana. We saw more than 50% of the vote go in the direction of the galactic recommendations. I mean, and hopefully Nebraska and West Virginia go in the same direction here on Tuesday. We'll talk more about the primaries on Sunday. Today I'm taking a break. I'm just too stressed out.
They would go over hot coals to vote in those primaries, and you saw that in Indiana with a clear majority of those representatives who went against Trump on redistricting.
Good caps here.
Well, they're no longer going to have a job come the next.
Okay, what is this? What is this new tack that you're taking here? Obama 2028? Really, Cap? Yeah, you believe that? You trying to get me to support an Obama like third term so that you you can get behind the Trump third term? Is that what you're trying to do? Because no, I'm not interested in a third term Obama. That's not no, thank you. Would it be preferable to a Trump third term, like in some sort of weird unconstitutional hypothetical? We could play that game, but that's not what we're here for today.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Democrats here. Who are the people dragging down the president's approval ratings?
Who are the people who are dragging down President Trump's approval rating? We are talking about a very important block for the President of the United States that is Republican-leaning in.
You know, Cap, people in chat are saying that they've already blocked you. I don't know if you know that. It makes me sad for you. You know, it feels like you're not making a lot of friends.
Independents. That is what's going on. Take a look here. This is the difference. Trump's approval rating at this point in terms. Independents who lean Republican versus those who are just Republicans only. Look at this among independents who lean Republican. Back in term number 1, he was at 73% at this point in term. Down he goes, an absolute collapse.
Absolutely, Jaeger Larson. No, totally. And I think you listen to the stream enough to know that I've said exactly that multiple times, right? That it is a self-selecting group, right? If you still identify as MAGA, then you're still a Trump supporter, and you're still like vehemently about what Republicans have been doing. Meanwhile, the rest of the base is like a little less enthused, it would seem, which I'm thrilled about, you know? I'm thrilled that Republicans might just decide to stay on the couch this year. You know, just there's no reason for you guys to get involved. You're already in power, right? And that's clearly not going well for the country. You might as well let some other people take the helm.
Just 53% of independents who lean Republican now approve of the President of the United States. That's very different from Republicans only. It was 83 at this point in term number 1. It's 83% now, but that's a 20-point decline in his approval rating, nearly at the 50% mark, with a group that traditionally has very much been in the president's camp.
This isn't just indies. This is independents who lean Republican, people who in theory should be predisposed to like the president there. Talk more about the shift we've seen actually now this time from just a couple years ago.
Just a couple years ago. Take a look at this shift. Oh my, GOP leaning independents on Trump. In the 2024 election versus Kamala Harris, he got 91% of that vote, nearly 100, near uniformity on that one. But down
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Now at 53% on the job approval rating. John, I'm not that good at math, but I believe that is a 38-point drop.
Yeah. Shut up, Harry. You know you're perfectly capable of doing math. 38% drop in a little over a year. Not great. All right, let's keep going through the numbers with Harry Emden over here.
We've talked about African-American voters. We've talked about white men. What about Asian-American voters?
The Asian-American bloc is such an interesting one because Donald Trump put in a historically strong performance with them back in 2024. He got 40% of the Asian vote. That was the best GOP showing in 20 years among that bloc. But look at what's happened now. Down he goes into the deep blue sea. His job...
What's going on YouTube? You want to check it out, but you're scared. YouTube's not scary. Don't worry, Gerb. But it's Cap. It's Cap for life. I mean, he's our resident, at least one of the resident chat trolls who gets timed out pretty much on a daily basis around here. Just now stumping for Obama. Which is honestly, that's a new strategy from you, Cap. I'm loving this vibe. I'm glad you're an Obama bro now. feel like it's a huge shift for you.
And get this, is averaging just 25%. That is nearly a drop in half in the support that Donald Trump is getting from this key growing part of the electorate. This is part of a larger trend that we've seen for Donald Trump with non-white voters. We've seen it with Hispanics. It is holding true with Asian voters as well. And we have seen it in a number of special elections as well, where we've seen that Asian communities have generally shifted away from the Republican Party into the Democratic camp. We saw in the Virginia gubernatorial election, and we see it right here as well, where Donald Trump's support is absolutely plummeting in the Asian American community.
Okay, you're seeing it in Trump drop before then. You said you've seen it in some of the special elections. When are we seeing it in the polling about the upcoming midterms?
Yeah, okay, so you see this right here with Donald Trump. You go, okay, does this actually carry over in the race for Congress? I would say, yes, it does, because just take a look here. The margin for the U.S. House Asian voters. In the 2024 election, Democrats won that vote. They won it by 22 points. That lead is up like a rocket. You could see it right here. Look at that, expanding by 14 points. This is a huge shift with a growing part of the electorate. So what's happening with Donald Trump at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is absolutely finding its way down ballot, at least when Asian American voters are saying who they're going to vote for Congress.
You're saying a growing part of the population. What do you mean?
Yeah, what do I mean? I mean, just take a look here. The share that the Asian share of the U.S. population in 1990, it was 3%. It has more than doubled. It has more than doubled in the past 35 years or so. It's up to 7% of the population, and it is one of the fastest growing block, if not the fastest growing block of the electorate, depending on how you exactly measure that.
Okay. Interesting look into the U.S. demographics. Asian voters abandoning Trump in droves. Double digits. Switching to Democrats. All right, let's keep examining the numbers. Let's see how Trump's ballroom's doing. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like we around here we talk. You know, we talk about Harry's general coverage. I mean, he's a real goof, entertaining. Maybe not the best politics, but honestly, I love these weekly. These weekly Harry compilations, if you will.
Packed as well.
How popular is the ballroom?
You know, I never thought I'd be discussing ballrooms with John Berman, but here we go. It's the ballroom heard around the world, and I recall the shot heard around the world. Bobby Thompson, 51. That was popular. This is most certainly not popular. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, privately paid. This is a privately paid, and now, of course, we're talking about potential public funds going to it for the security. Privately paid new White House ballroom. Look at this. In October of 2025, 56%.
Yeah, did everybody hear this? Harry just sort of glazed over that detail. But has everybody heard this now? That Donald Trump, of course, as we've all been told now for months, in the wake of him demolishing the White House, said that he was going to have billionaires, like billionaire donors, pay for the White House, just like his buddies or whatever, right? Like, we're just giving him millions of dollars supposedly to pay for this ballroom. And now Republican legislators are trying to introduce a bill that would fund this ballroom to the tune of $1 billion, 3 times as much as Donald Trump originally quoted, I would point out, and no longer to be paid for by billionaires, but instead by you and me and everybody else in this fucking country.
This is ridiculous!
Just 28% supported. Now, after all of the press that the president and Republicans have been trying to make in terms of making this ballroom popular.
You love Emden? What do you mean? No, this is, don't get me wrong. I know you're new to this stream. I haven't seen you before today. So, to be clear, we love Emden around here. He's got big theater energy, and he keeps the numbers fun. But I have 2 different issues with Emden. He's like I don't know if you know this about him, but he is like apolitical. Like, he doesn't he like has no politics of his own. Like he's like the undecided voter of America. I can't remember when we found this out. I was kind of like blown away, but also seemingly like simultaneously unsurprised. But like, so that part's a little disappointing. He doesn't have politics. That's disappointing for me, a guy with political opinions. But also, I'm endlessly frustrated by his decision to use Kalshi prediction markets for the numbers. Like that one's always annoying the shit out of me, and we almost always skip the Kalshi prediction tracker shit.
How much it's moved in terms of popular opinion? It hasn't moved at all. It's just as unpopular now as it was in October. It is 56% opposed, just 28% support. And I will note, Mr. Berman, that I have my little nugget down here. Just 18% of independents support it. This ballroom is simply put unpopular.
Twice as many people oppose it as support it. That's the other way to put this right now. Twice as many Americans think this is a stupid idea as they think it's a good idea. But what's great about that is that he already unilaterally decided to do it without asking anybody. And now the White House has a gaping hole out of the East Wing. Like, rather than the historical building, we have a gaping hole and a giant pit, right? Like that. Even though most people that think this is a stupid idea, too late. Goodbye, Jackie Kennedy Rose Garden.
I think Ron DeSantis will run if there's a lane, but right now there really isn't a lane.
I love this one. We're not going to spend much time on it. But putting fingers over here, he's not going to be president, and he's certainly not going to be. He has no fucking chance of being the GOP nominee for president. He might run, 4% chance. Not good. Kalshi prediction market. Thanks, Harry. Very, very, very appreciated. All right, I figured we just started off with little Harry Emden here. On the numbers, which are bad. And or good, depending on who you are. All right, let's move on from the numbers to the journalisms. From Harry to Amy. Everybody knows what Amy I'm talking about. The great, great Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Talk about her documentary. And a documentary whose title I have somewhat embraced.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a real honor to welcome back to the program. I know, like at least in some of the iterations of this show, journalist, host of Democracy Now!, subject of the new documentary, Steal This Story, Please, Amy Goodman. Amy, such an honor to have you here.
It's great to be with you, Sam and Emma. I'm so honored myself.
Let's just start. Now, I know, obviously, you were the subject of the documentary. You did not make the documentary. The documentary was made by Oscar-nominated filmmakers Carl Deal and Tia Lesson. But the title of the documentary is both a reference to an Abby Hoffman book, I believe, but also sort of like the the central thesis of like your work in many respects. Will you just talk about that?
Has anyone seen it yet? I unfortunately did not see it. I was going to see it. I had a ticket. I paid US dollars for a ticket. I was ready to go. And then I was so upset about everything that was going on with the channel getting demonetized on YouTube that I totally forgot about it and didn't make it to the fucking screening. I'm still really upset about it.
You know, we'll talk more a little bit about the documentary as well, but speak to that.
Well, it's really our motto, right? I think an exclusive is a failure. If we're the only ones telling the story, what counts is that it's shared in the world. Steal this story, please. And whether we're talking about the standoff at Standing Rock in North Dakota, I thought when we went to cover this epic struggle that we'd be elbowing our way to the front with all the media there, because this was a big moment when Trump was running against Hillary Clinton. But the network reporters were not even asking them about climate change in the debates. And we were the only ones there. So when the indigenous people took on the Dakota Access Pipeline, we videoed the dogs that were unleashed on the water protectors, their nose and mouth covered in blood. And we posted it online, and suddenly the media did pick it up, and it was broadcast around the world. Or most recently in Minneapolis, Alya Rahman. She is a young woman who was driving her car to the doctor, which she did all the time. And she's disabled, she's autistic. And she was stopped by immigration agents. They ripped her out of the car as she was shouting, I'm disabled, has a cane. And they said, too effing late. But they used the full word like the president of the United States does. And they ripped her out. They really hurt her shoulders, her tendons. They sent her off to the Whipple Detention Center. When she got out, we had her on. Because, you know, our motto is to go to where the silence is. And it's often not silent. It's raucous, it's rowdy. It just doesn't hit the corporate media radar screen. We had her on the show. And she talked about what happened. And then Ilhan Omar, the Somali refugee congresswoman, the only one in the U.S. Congress who Trump calls garbage. I mean, he calls the whole Somali community garbage. Somalia. She invited Alya to the State of the Union. And Alya was still ailing, but this was so important, she felt, to go. So she goes to the State of the Union. When I heard that, I said, okay, we have to have you on again the day after. And she was in the galley next to, you know, all the congressmen invite people. So she was between a mayor, a guest of someone, and a police chief. And as all the Republicans were standing up, sitting down, cheering, standing up, sitting down, cheering, the longest speech ever, right, that President Trump gave. And if it was a Democrat, it would have been the same, just the other party. When he started denigrating the people of Minneapolis, she stood up in silent witness. And she was dragged out again. And she was arrested and she went to jail. And we'd already invited her on, not knowing that stuff.
Right away.
She came on the show the next day. She said, I'm wearing the same clothes I wore to the State of the Union because I was just released from jail. And she told her story for the second time, not only in Minneapolis, but in the U.S. Congress, what happened to her. And then the New York Times, Washington Post, the networks all picked it up because she is telling her own story. You know, Sam and Emma, I'm so sick of the pundits on all the networks who know so little about so much, explaining the world to us and getting it so wrong that when you have an authentic voice, people care. And so everyone picked it up. This is so important to understand what is actually happening to real people that might be your cousin, your aunt, your uncle. You know, that's what we do. And we say, steal this story, please.
Well, when you say
yes, and that is, to some degree, the spirit in which I do this channel. Like, do this stream every night, 5 nights a week, right? 8 hours a stream. Is that I know that these things exist in other places. But would everyone have found them? Would everybody have watched them necessarily? Would some people have ever been exposed? Depending on certain, you know, who you are, maybe. But like, I try to present it in a way that is whatever, different, slightly interesting, perhaps. And in a format that's hopefully, people are able to digest, not necessarily in totality in one go. Some people do it, but, I like to think of myself as kind of a combination of this and the original. Like, I didn't really realize it until recently, because of the death of Ted Turner, but like the original like idea of CNN being like a 24-hour news station, right, that covered the news all the time, right? Something that we all essentially just take for granted now. But like, I felt like to some degree we, at least at the time when I first started this 2.5 years ago, we didn't really have any, and as a late night, like a night owl, we didn't really have any good live streams that I was aware of that were going all night long, that people could, like pop in and out of, and like have a place they know is, going to be talking about things, hopefully, that they're at least semi-interested in, with a group of people that they hopefully find enjoyable, or at least tolerable.
Might be your cousin, might be your uncle. I mean, what democracy now is so essential in doing is elevating voices who are often demonized or stereotyped, and often as a way, in particular, to manufacture consent for continued war. From the issue of Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people, to your current coverage of that, to really more the beginning of your career, where you went to East Timor, which is covered in the documentary. That's a consistent theme here, and I'd love if you could talk about your experience there in 1991 when you were covering the Indonesian occupation of East Timor, where over a 25-year period, a third of the population was slaughtered. You just describe in the documentary seeing a little boy explode behind you from gunfire. You and your colleague were beaten at the time, and you had to bury the videotapes from the recordings that you got of this massacre in a mass grave and had to retrieve them later. I mean, just talk about that experience.
Well, this was 1991. Indonesia invaded East Timor in 1975 and commenced one of the great genocides of the late 20th century. December 7th, 1975, Richard Nixon and Secretary of State Kissinger. Gerald Ford.
Yes, Ford and Kissinger.
Went to Indonesia, met with the long-reigning dictator Suharto. They gave the go-ahead for the invasion. They flew out to meet with Marcos. And Indonesia invaded by land, by air, and by sea, East Timor. And over the next 17 years, there was not a mention of East Timor on NBC, ABC, CBS. Now there's more media in the world, but those were the big TV gatekeepers at the time. So this really mattered. Until November 12th, 1991. So we went there. I went with my colleague, Ellen Nairn, an award-winning journalist who is doing a piece for the New Yorker magazine. And a UN delegation was going to come to East Timor to investigate the human rights situation, a true hell on earth. But we later learned at the behest of the U.S., the delegation didn't come. And so November 12th, people were just desperate. They had dropped out of workplaces, their homes. They'd gone into the Catholic churches of the country so they could speak to the delegation. Now they had no protection. When we had first arrived 2 weeks before, a young man named Sebastião Gomez had been killed on the steps of the church. And so this is the 2-week commemoration. On this day, they first went to Mass in Dili, the capital of East Timor. There were so many thousands of people, the priests had to hold them communion outside. And then they marched to the cemetery where so many young and old were buried. And we followed them. We were talking to them saying, why are you risking your life? I was only doing radio at the time, interviewing them. And when we got to the cemetery, the Indonesian soldiers marched up 10 to 12 abreast, holding their US M16s at the ready position. Alan and I decided to walk to the front of the crowd. We always hid our equipment. I put my tape recorder in my bag, and because people would be arrested or disappeared or killed if they were caught talking to journalists. Now I slung my tape recorder over my shoulder. I held up my microphone like a flag. Alan put the camera above his head. We walked to the front of the crowd. We knew they had committed other massacres, but we thought maybe they wouldn't do it in front of Western journalists. They marched up. They swept around the corner past us, and without warning, hesitation, or provocation, they opened fire on the crowd, gunning people down from right to left.
Amy is crazy in the very best way. I mean, she has put herself in harm's way time and time again. She is a true legend, a true warrior of journalism. Honestly, she's like one of my heroes, if I'm being real. She's got to be one of my journalistic heroes. Like, she just refuses to give up. She's been doing it for decades. She created an entire, well, not media empire, but like she's created a journalistic outfit that has made serious, what do you call it? Been, I think, a catalyst to the change in independent journalism to some degree, and almost created the ecosystem that we all now almost take for granted. I'm still sad I didn't get to see that fucking documentary. I mean, there'll be another chance, I'm sure, but God. And she supposedly made an appearance at the event, so I missed a chance to meet Amy Goodman. Believe me, it's basically a you see why I'm having such a rough month? I missed my chance to meet Amy Goodman because I was depressed about the YouTube getting demonetized. We got all these other big things going on right now. It's frustrating. It's a frustrating time. And I'm just trying to pretend like everything's fine.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 1,000 bits. If you love Amy so much, why don't you marry her?
You know?
How rude.
Wow. Wow, Omega. If I love Amy so much, why don't I marry her? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Don't tempt me. Thank you for the bits. Incredibly generous of you. Incredibly generous. 1,000 sweet, sweet bits. Galactic content goal. We're going to just engage it now. Say we're 20% of the way in as a result of that sweet donation. 25%. Yeah. Nabarathri, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Okay, we're going to watch the end of this clip. We can't watch the whole thing. First off, it's a super long interview. And also, it incentivizes you to go over to the Majority Report. Subscribe over there, which you should clearly already be subscribed to if you're watching this channel. We can get the whole thing.
I'll be with Juan Gonzalez, who's been co-host for 30 years, and then to Milwaukee to the Oriental Theater on Sunday, and people can check the website at stealthestory.org where all the theaters are, where we'll be. But we were in Baltimore at the Charles Theater on Saturday night, and we came up to the theater, and there was The Devil Wears Prada 2 and Steal the Story, and the place was packed. It's a beautiful theater. I went, oh my God, like everyone's going to be in the Devil Wears Prada and Steal the Story is going to be empty. And I walk in and everyone's saying, oh, we love Democracy Now! I said, really? And you're going to see the Devil Wears Prada? That's so amazing. I said, what do you mean the Devil Wears Prada? We're going to see Steal the Story. So the lines were for Steal the Story. And I looked up and it said Steal the Story sold out, but you could still get tickets for the Devil.
I really never thought, actually, I'd hear you talk about the Devil Wears Prada, Amy, but those words coming out of your mouth.
I mean, this is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Anne Hathaway.
Yes, it's fun. It's fun. But we don't have too much time with you, so I just wanted to make sure I asked about your experience with the Dakota Access Pipeline here, because as I mentioned to you before we brought you on air, this was really like, the first thing I did in this field was I went there 4 or 5 times covering the Standing Rock protests, and I just remember some of these tactics. I mean, watching that part of the documentary, the water cannons that were on protesters in frozen temperatures. I mean, the pipeline would buy up every room at the casino that was the only place you could stay nearby. And we would have to scramble to find rooms because they were buying up all the rooms so journalists could not stay there. And I specifically remember how enormous that story was that you covered of the dogs that were stuck on the protesters and attacked them. And these were dogs that were hired by private security that the pipeline had hired. And it was that footage that Democracy Now! Got that broke through. And then there was a warrant out for your arrest. So I guess if you could just reflect on that period and the attempt to criminalize your journalism during that time.
The fact that these protests were happening, we went there Labor Day weekend. We were covering a protest on sacred burial ground of the Standing Rock Sioux. Girls, women, men, boys are in front of the bulldozers trying to stop them. They weren't supposed to be excavating that holiday weekend. A judge was going to rule in a few days. And because they stood there, the bulldozers pulled back, these huge earth-crushing machines. And that's when they pulled out the dogs. They brought out the dogs. But even though they were bitten, they were gassed, they were the whole thing, they kept moving forward. And finally, all the bulldozers, the security guards with their dogs were all left. And we had the video, we showed it. There were, in 24 hours, 14 million views on the website. And that's what everyone took. A few days later, the judge was going to rule on Friday. On Thursday, I didn't know it, but I did know that the governor called out the National Guard in preparation for the judge's decision on what he would do with the Standing Rock Sioux. I didn't know they issued an arrest warrant for me. So Friday we did Democracy Now! And then me and Nermeen Sheikh, co-host Democracy Now!, we raced to Toronto for the Toronto International Film Festival. They were showing a film about I.F. Stone, the great muckraking journalist. He taught students, if you can remember 2 words, remember governments lie. If you can remember 3 words, remember all governments lie. And they were talking about, news organizations in the tradition of I.F. Stone in the film. So they asked us to do the Q&A. The next day, I'm in Toronto and I'm speaking at University of Toronto, and on my phone, it says you're under arrest. That's when I learned. And I went, what is this? Some student must have hacked my phone. But I saw it was a North Dakota number. And I was very nervous. I mean, I didn't think I would be arrested right there. But since I had to go over the border back to the United States, if you deal with FBI or the Border Patrol or police, that's when I could get arrested. I needed to beat the arrest warrant going over the border. So I just looked up without saying anything in my speech and said, could someone call me a cab? And so I raced.
Honestly, I have loved the last month of Amy going around on podcasts and other shows to talk about. She even went on Spectrum News. She's spoken to a lot of different people now, and each one you get different Amy life stories that you don't get necessarily from just watching the show. She's such a badass. She's I had to get over the border. I had to get over the border. They were coming after me. The government. They wanted to arrest me. I wasn't
Not
gonna
gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Right to jail, right away.
Arrested, jail for journalism. He's such a badass.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Airport. I did make it back to New York, and I found out, in fact, this was true. And I didn't take it personally. I really thought the North Dakota authorities were sending a message to all journalists: do not come to North Dakota. So
maybe I will marry Amy.
Oh, maybe you're gonna aim. Oh, now I got competition. First you tell me to marry Amy. Now you're gonna marry her. Which one is it? I need you to pick a lane, Omega. Okay. Okay. Look, if you want, I'll step aside. You know, I'm fine. You're the one who suggested originally. I wasn't even contemplating such a thing, and now here you want to jump into the race.
I'm staying in the race.
Back to challenge the charges, and as I flew in to North Dakota, to Bismarck, I called my North Dakota lawyer. Not that I had one before, and I said to him, "Well, what's happened?" He said they're dropping the misdemeanor charge. I said, oh, thank God. He said they're elevating to felony. I said, what are you talking about? How much time do I have? They said 3 days. You have to turn yourself in on Monday. I said, good. We'll cover the protests. And what kind of time do I face? And he said, oh, it's not terrible, like a year in jail. I said, I don't know about your life, but a year matters. So on Monday, my colleague...
What was the charge?
Yes, it was inciting a riot, I think, and trespassing. And I said, a one-woman riot? Me? First of all, I'm not that funny. So not a one-woman riot.
You are not
what
funny.
Are you talking about? What we did was capture what was happening on the ground. And if that causes people to rise up, that is not, that is what journalists do, is to capture the image. And we shouldn't have to get a record when we put something on the record. So my colleague Dennis Moynihan gets a broadcast truck. The show must go on. Monday morning, we did the show from across the street. We were looking at the courthouse, the jail, and the 10 Commandments in between. I interviewed Dave Archambault, the 45th chair of the Standing Rock Sioux at the time. I asked him, have you ever been arrested? You said yes, for civil disobedience. I said, what happened? Because I was just about to turn myself in. He said, oh, I strip searched. I was put in an orange jumpsuit and I was jailed. I interviewed Dr. Sarah Jumping Eagle, the pediatrician on the Standing Rock Reservation. I said, have you ever been arrested? She said, yes, same thing happened to her. Strip search, put in an orange jumpsuit and jailed. How much humiliation can a people take? And as the show ended, more and more Native Americans came to show solidarity and perform ceremonies. And then I got a call. I mean, this was on the homepage of the New York Times, Al Jazeera, BBC, Vogue magazine was covering, and you can see there is no reason to cover me. But it was getting attention. And a host from North Dakota Public Radio called me, who had been there forever, and said, no way the judge is going to sign off on these charges. It's too much attention, because a journalist was being arrested. So they didn't ultimately sign off on the charges. And I say, I don't like reality TV. But this is the kind, when the media shines a spotlight in the right direction. It was not only me, Native Americans who were going to court that day, facing felony and misdemeanor charges, they had their charges dropped too. This is what happens when the media shines the spotlight in the right direction. And that's the kind of media we need, showing the reality of people's lives on the ground.
Exactly. This is why I felt we should start today off with these two clips. Get us talking numbers, get us talking about the importance of journalism, before we get to all the other shit that we got going on. And thankfully, I have, in fact, limited myself tonight, just because I was like, compiling the list. I could have made this twice as long, probably. But I kept it down under 100 videos tonight, 85 clips or so I've got on the list tonight. It's still going to be a normal length stream. I just don't want to. I just want to feel good at the end of tonight. It's been such a stressful month already. The galactic deficit is looking a lot better than it was before you last saw it. It is. It's improving. The galactic deficit is improving. Making real strides, more than a third of the way through it. I'm feeling quite confident about our ability to complete it. Well, while we're talking about the media, we should talk about media narratives. And a media narrative fight went down. Some weird I don't actually know. I can't remember where this happened. Where was this? It might have been at a college. I can't remember now. But Zateo's Mehdi Hassan and the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles got into a bit of a debate earlier this week. I'm gonna let Kyle wrap this one up.
Smarmy little smug weasel that works for the Daily Wire by the name of Michael Such a Cuck Knowles. And, you know, when I publicly had my way with him and smacked him around the Piers Morgan studio and humiliated him, I'm sure that was a rough time for him because I love this fact. He posted that on his own channel and his own people in his own comments were like, bro, you got bodied. You got fucked up. Well, guess what?
That's true. I remember that time.
A war criminal pedophile rapist?
Remember that? Remember when we got that beautiful sound shot? Thanks to Kyle. Where Kyle accused Donald Trump of being a war criminal pedophile rapist, and all that Michael Knowles could do was just to repeat the words.
War criminal pedophile
it was pretty
rapist.
embarrassing.
Aww. Now we have yet another example, perhaps an even more brutal example of Mehdi Hassan just absolutely torching this complete asshole Michael Knowles, one of the most partisan hacks in America. Mehdi's going to ask him in a very simple and straightforward way, like, hey, do you condemn these January 6th criminals? Trump pardoned a bunch of them, then a bunch of them went on to commit other crimes like fraud, like rape, like pedophilia, like murder. Do you condemn them? Do you condemn that? And watch this little snake fucking try to slither out of the room and fail miserably. Here we go.
There is no precedent for January 6th. We were used to peaceful transfers of power. Richard Nixon agreed, even though he's probably robbed by JFK. Al Gore agreed, even though he's probably robbed by George W. Bush. Donald Trump actually lost, for sure, and he still didn't accept it and incited a riot. Michael says, oh, Democrats thought it was the worst day in history. Do you know who said, bar none, it was the most horrifying day in American politics in my lifetime?
Mike Pence.
No.
No, I don't know. You kept quoting him, so I assume.
Guess again. It was Ben Shapiro on January the 7th. He said it was the most
It's your boss, bitch. That's who said that.
horrifying day that I witnessed in American politics.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
But
I always
Shapiro said
disagree with that guy.
on January the 7th. So let's just deal with some facts here. The people who attacked the Capitol were not going on private tours. They were not just a horn hat guy. It was people like Daniel Rodriguez, who assaulted Michael Fanone, put him in a stroke, got 12 years in prison. The judge said he was an army of hate and violence. Donald Trump pardoned him. It was people like Andrew Paul Johnson, who was just sentenced to life in prison for sexually abusing 2 children in Florida. Donald Trump pardoned him for January the 6th. He pardoned a neo-Nazi called Bradley Tyler Dykes, who did a Sikh Heil salute as he attacked police officers. These are the people Trump pardoned. Michael has never condemned Trump for that. Harry Sisson asked Michael on his show earlier this year, would you condemn Donald Trump for doing that? And he wouldn't answer the question. He said, I'll never condemn Donald Trump. Do you condemn Donald Trump for pardoning neo-Nazis, domestic abusers, pedophiles?
Well, hold on. Was he one
do you condemn Trump?
See, this is Michael Knowles' problem, is he doesn't understand. He does this like highfalutin routine where he's like, I'm more intelligent than you. I'm actually more cosmopolitan than you, even though I'm a right-winger. Like, he does this thing where he tries to pretend like he's above it all, right? It's this sort of smug approach to political commentary. The problem with that is we live in an era It's like a populist era. It's like a raw era where people want you to just fucking answer the fucking question.
Yeah, and I actually watched the whole debate. When I saw this clip from Kyle, I was like, I just gotta watch the thing. He did a terrible fucking job. I had initially thought maybe we'll watch this on stream. After watching the whole thing, I was like, it's just a terrible job. And he can't answer any of the questions that he just continued to just want. But that's all that Republicans have now. They try and pivot to culture war issues because all of the substantive things, or at least the most substantive things that Republicans have claimed, like actual policy stuff that Republicans have claimed that they've wanted for years, right? Regardless of how stupid they are, right? Like, I'm not claiming that it, like, substantive on it, like how do I mean, let's be real. We know how Republicans are, but I guess I'm grading Republican narratives here. But like of the actual, like, more substantive stuff, whatever it might be, deficits, you know, trade, free markets, you know, in more recent years, some anti-war talk, among other things, right? Immigration, right? They've gotten everything that they wanted, really, essentially, and none of that is making America great, like they claimed it was. And so I feel like that's part of the problem, and it's why they now only want to talk about, like, culture war shit. Like, they're like, don't talk to me about the deficit or anything else, because we're in charge again, and we don't have solutions to any of these problems. MTG took all of the useful crazy with her. Did she? Oh, Marjorie Space Laser Green. Well, we're talking media narratives. We should talk about one of the biggest media figures, really, on the planet, but certainly in right-wing politics. That is Joe Rogan. And according to the Majority Report, he may be...
Here is Joe Rogan
approaching. He may be approaching his final form. We may have been witnessing, up until this time, a Joe Rogan essentially in some sort of a chrysalis, if you will. Growing, but we can't see it. It's all happening under the surface, right? But now, he has emerged as Super Mecha Joe Rogan. Wait, where's the one that I wanted? Oh, I hate that I don't have... I need more fucking spots on my soundboard. I need more spots on my goddamn soundboard.
Look, Cam, you've been very bad and the robots are coming.
Narwhal, I'm already wearing sunglasses. What are you doing? Why are you unnecessarily wasting your galactic credits, hard-earned, by watching the show? When I'm clearly already wearing sunglasses. And now Green New Deal's doing it. Now everybody's doing it. Look what you started. Look what you've started. It's all your fault. Basically blame you. Okay. Okay. Joe Rogan. Final form.
Adult baby.
Here is Joe Rogan with Chamath Palihapitiya.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
I think it's Palihapitiya, but
Palihapitiya.
for you, that's
just the fact, yeah,
A+.
That's pretty good. And Chamath Palihapitiya is the guy who complained, if you'll remember, back when, that Joe Biden wasn't listening to his calls. He wasn't taking the proper amount of calls from him, even though he had done fundraising. And then he sort of like backed up. It was because I have expertise and blah, blah, blah. He's one of these like tech guys. And here he is with Joe Rogan. And, Joe Rogan is
awesome.
I imagine that there are certain personalities who get very, very uptight about feeling like their positions are fading in some way. And, I'm not one of these people because I never, ever attained these positions. And so, it's all gravy to me. But for Joe Rogan, I think he feels things slipping away a little bit. And maybe, and also, he may also even just have moments of recognition of just how much of a tool for billionaires he is. And there's some inner conflict.
That is the least plausible of all of the theories. A moment of recognition. He can't possibly be capable of anything
With like,
close
oh,
to
wait
that.
a second. That's not who I was supposed to be. Who knows? But here he is saying something that sounds very markedly different from what he said in the past. Although he also has a huge dose of, I don't know what I'm talking about, embedded in this.
That sentiment that the wealthy are getting wealthier and the middle class is disappearing and the poor are being taxed into oblivion.
Well, look, an $80,000 a year teacher pays 40% tax. But if you're a multi-billionaire...
Pause it for a second.
I was wondering what the over-under was on posit.
Yeah, pretty quick. First of all, it's not a sentiment.
Immediately, if not
It's
sooner.
simply the reality. We can see what wealth inequality is like. It is at like record highs, and extreme fractal wealth inequality, where you have like 4 people who have as much wealth as 50% of the country. That's just insane. The poor are not being taxed into oblivion. They only have so much money. They're getting taxed on Social Security, but the problem is the cost of everything is too expensive. Things like health insurance, things like the cost of getting sick if I don't have health insurance. The things like cars and our whole economy now, like it does not make sense for car companies to service low-income people anymore, or even middle-income people anymore. Making an economy car is just bad business because you can make luxury cars, sell less of them, get a higher margin, and sell to wealthy people.
Yeah, and if a cheaper option were to somehow come on the market, available globally.
Narwhal _by_nature just cheered 500 bits.
Narwhal, thank you for the biddies over on Twitch. Incredibly generous of you. No message, just hearts and bits. That's beautiful. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. Not only that, not only all of that stuff, but if a competitor pops up that's perhaps offering comparable vehicles for significantly reduced prices, perhaps a car company from a
China
Asian country, perhaps your BYDs, if you will, which are running the base price of like $15,000 or less. You could just have the government make it illegal to sell those cars in the country. That's literally what we did. It's literally what we did. I believe under the Biden administration, I can't remember who. I mean, it was bipartisan support within the Congress. Everybody was on board. What? We have to protect Tesla and Ford's profit margins. Can you imagine a world where GM can't force people to buy their overpriced cars? I can't. That's a world I don't want to live in, says Congress.
China.
And You can see that, like, we are 5-10 years into at least like it being explicit, where ad executives are saying like, no longer market to middle-class people. There's no point in doing that anymore. Market to the wealthy because that's where the money is.
Yeah, let Facebook Market handle their stuff,
Exactly.
their economy.
Exactly.
Facebook.
And also, teachers are not getting taxed 40%. Like, they could get paid more.
I don't know where you got
They
that.
should, yeah.
And they should get paid more. But they're not going to say that.
I did the tax calculations for that. If for $80,000 in California, it's like $15K for federal and like $3 something for state.
And that's income, and then probably there's some Social Security tax. Although in some states you don't get Social Security taxed, but you get some other type of pension. But be that as it may, the point is pay them more, or take things off their plate as expenses, like healthcare, like in some instances housing, maybe childcare. We could go on and on.
And I would just underline that this is a 100 millionaire in Joe Rogan talking to a billionaire in Chamath Palpatine.
And
exactly.
It's
literally the Billionaire Boys Club. That is what Joe Rogan is, the Billionaire Boy, or the Billionaire Boys Club, the real one, actual billionaires. Like, I mean, it's just, it is ridiculous. Like, he has more like tech bros, literal oligarchs on the show at this point than like comedians or other sorts of. I'm trying to remember like the type of people he used to have on there. Like he used to have on like, weirdos, but like fairly interesting weirdos, right? Like I'm trying to think, like Graham Hancock, like the guy who thinks that the pyramids were built by the aliens. Like, sure, is he crazy? Yeah, but I'll take that over Mark Zuckerberg. Like, why do we need that? Like, I'd rather laugh at him.
The point of this is that, I saw somebody on Twitter point out, like, this reconciliation bill by the Republicans is going to cost $70 billion. And there's no offsetting of that. It's just going to increase the deficit. And somebody else said, every time Republicans are in office, they increase the deficit. Whenever Democrats are in office, they shrink the deficit. And yet people have this perspective that Republicans are more responsible economically. And the reason is because rich people complain about the deficit. Normal people don't really have an opinion on it. That narrative is shaped by rich people. And they're not concerned about the deficit. They want to cut spending so they can cut taxes. And not just to cut taxes, they want to reduce spending because it also leaves people more, it changes the power dynamic when it comes to being to employing them.
100 bits. He had Leah Remini on back in his more normal days.
That's right. Right, exactly. He had on like a few like halfway like normal human beings who were like literal oligarchs or Nazis, like comedians or whatever. Like, I mean, it's almost hard to remember what that show was like that long ago, because he's been doing this podcast for like 15 fucking years. Well, thank you for the bits, Omega. We're making some serious progress on the galactic content goal tonight. Where are we at? Let me see. Biddy's there. We're like over a third of the way through the goal, I think. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Oh,
And these guys are complaining about taxes on low-income people or middle-income people because they don't want to talk about spending more because that would raise taxes on them. Good.
And the middle class is disappearing, and the poor are being taxed into oblivion.
Well, look, an $80,000 a year teacher,
which is rare,
pays 40% tax. But if you're a multi-billionaire, most of your wealth is not W-2 wages. It's cap gains. But there's all kinds of ways to shelter cap gains. There's all kinds of ways to defer. And so even though you pay more on an absolute dollar basis, on a percentage basis, you're paying way, way less. And all of those tricks have been exposed. They've all been exposed. These are all mechanisms that were invented from the 1980s to now, right? By all the banks and all the folks that wanted to come to folks that had wealth, and so it's all known. And I think people are kind of like, hey, hold on a second, this just doesn't feel fair anymore.
Absolutely. But the other problem with that is, if you do tax correctly, where does that money go? And who's managing it? And ultimately, who's managing it is the federal government. And they've been shown to be completely inept at managing your money correctly. The fraud and the waste is off the charts. The amount of NGOs...
Pause it for a second. I just want to make it clear that...
Yeah, whenever he says these vague-ass words, because he can't actually talk about the substance of any of these issues, so he just says things like fraud and waste and abuse. This just sounds like Elon Musk on steroids. You know, like, he's... You know, he can't actually say what the fraud and the waste is. And it's because he just thinks that the government doing things like giving people health care or food stamps or, you know, like access to affordable housing or whatever else, that's wasteful. You know, it's more useful in the hands of billionaires. That's basically the argument that he's like making here. He's like, you know, the government, they don't know what to do with the money as well as billionaires do, even though the government is literally the ones who created it. Because let's not forget, billionaires don't create money. Right? Like when Google makes money, it's because they received some form of currency from some other entity. Right? It's not it's not Zuckerbucks, right? It's not Zuckerbucks. It's US dollars or some other currency from some other place. Created by some government. Backed by some government. And some, you know, some form of most likely a central bank system. Right? Without it, that money is worthless. But these guys are like, oh, the government doesn't know how to spend the money. And it's like, guys, that's theirs. It's their money. It's not even really yours. But then, of course, I'm forgetting...
How much taxes did people pay?
In the Ice Age... We don't know how much did people pay. I don't actually know. But I'm always forgetting about that. The Ice Age. The tax system back then. Oh, Marjorie. Good riddance. I don't think the Libertarian Party is going to be embracing Marjorie after that latest keynote that she delivered. She's homeless. Well, not literally. She's a millionaire, but politically homeless. She declared MAGA dead at the Libertarian Ron Paul Institute. Got a very lukewarm reception from the Libertarians, shockingly. Libertarians. Where are we going next? Ah, yes. Well, since we just got done talking about the Billionaire Boys Club, we should probably talk about meritocracy a little bit. What's up with that? Like, we are presented with this world told that you work hard. Harder you work, the more you earn. And the smarter you are, the more valuable you are in this economy. And of course, as we all know, this is a farce. And that many
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
And unfortunately, those raging idiots have a massive amount of power that they have not accumulated by their hard work or intelligence or merit, competence, rather than their proximity to capital. Who's this guy? Hassan what?
Hassan Parker.
Ah, Hassan Parker.
This is the major controversy now, right? Like she said, billionaires can't earn $1 billion.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
Which is true. I mean, even in the age of inflation, sure, there's like some wage billionaires now, which is crazy to even think. It's such an unbelievable rarity that it doesn't even matter. Like, it's just more often than not, if you've made $1 billion, if your net worth is above $1 billion, then you have exploited other people, okay? You've taken advantage of stealing their surplus labor value. You've cut corners.
In an era of extreme income inequality.
Exploded, you gave them jobs. Exploitation in the Marxist sense is actually a technical term, for the record.
Yeah, let's just quickly talk about this. What would it take to earn $1 billion? That being in wages. Let's play the galactic math game really quickly. $1 billion. All right, well, actually, let's establish some things first. Let's assume that there should be an average person who works 40 hours a week, a full-time job, right? So 40 hours a week times 52, that gets you 2,080 hours a year over, let's say, 50 years. You work from the time you're like 18 to the time you're at near retirement or age or slightly past it. Whoopsies, that is not... What did I just do? Take two. What was I saying? 40 hours a week times 50. 104,000 hours in a human lifespan. If you were to work from the moment you turn an adult till the time you're nearly 70 years old.
I'm staying in the race.
So that's 104,000, right? I think it's just easier to do it this way. So it's 104,000. We got $1 billion here. 1, 2, 3. There's 1,000. 1, 2, 3. There's 1,000,000. 1, 2, 3. There's $1 billion divided by 100 and what did we say? 104,000. You'd have to earn $9,615.38 an hour, and work never take, you know what I mean? 40 hours a week, every week, never take a week off in your life. The second you turn an adult, you have to make $10,000 an hour, right? Like the wage that people complain about or have complained about in the past about us, like about being too high to raise the minimum wage to, is a rounding error in this figure. That 15 might as well not even be there. Like if you were making $9,615 an hour and it switched to $9,600 an hour, it would be completely meaningless to you, right? Because you earn a 6-figure salary in a week.
there's a flavor associated with it. There's a negative connotation associated with it. But exploitation, not explosion, by the way. Exploitation is, in the Marxist term, chatter, the extraction of surplus labor value. That's all it is. Simply put, you and your boss, you and your business owner have an inverse relationship with conflicting goals, conflicting interests. You want to work the least amount of time for the most amount of pay, but your boss wants you to work the most amount of time for the least amount of pay that he can get away with paying you. And obviously, in this circumstance, your boss is the one who wins that battle every single time. So whatever you get paid is always going to be less than your actual output, than your actual value that you're providing to your workplace, whether it be a blue collar job or a white collar job. That extra off the tippy top is called profits, or it's called surplus labor value. When it's extracted from you and your boss pockets it, that's called profit. We call that exploitation. Do you understand? Considering you thought when I said exploited, you meant exploded, I don't think you will understand what I'm saying here. Yes, sir. Wait, you did? Oh my God, did that work? Did you actually understand the point I was making? Holy shit. No explosions.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power. You can break rules.
Yeah, like, can anybody name to me a $10,000 an hour job right now? Because that's what you need. That is the threshold. That's the threshold we should have all in our minds, right? Is like to be a billionaire, to earn it the hard way, right? Like on an hourly or whatever you want to call it. Like, I mean, if you get paid like a salary, I mean, what is that salary on a yearly basis? I think it's like 20 million a year. Hold on. What did we say? It was 96.15 an hour times 40 times 52. Yeah, it's exactly. Yep. It's exactly $20 million a year. So you have to be like on a $20 million a year salary, essentially, to become a billionaire over your lifetime. Every year, from the second you enter the workforce. Right? You basically have to become a CEO immediately. Like, and what kind of people just become CEOs when they're 18 or 19 years old? Well, the only sort of person I think technically would do that is either a founder of a company, you know, which is basically like hitting the lottery, or, you know, being a inheritor of great wealth and like literally just inheriting a company that can pay the CEO $20 million. Because like that's the other thing. Like you have to like basically like inherit. This is how high the bar is. The threshold is for this. Like you basically, you know, like have to be given CEO at like 19 fucking years old at a company that can afford to pay its CEO $20 million fucking dollars a year. It's such a tiny slice. It's such a fucking tiny fraction of like, you know, the population. It's utterly fucking ridiculous. We all know this to be ridiculous. There's no $10,000 an hour jobs. You can't name a single one because it doesn't exist. That's just being a billionaire. That's just already being rich. That's like, you know, that doesn't, it's not a thing. Like nobody's on a W-2 getting paid $9,615
Columbia
an hour.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. I wish my job will provide additional an hour for mental suffering.
Exactly. Columbia Regan, like regular people are just are hoping for like a tiny raise, and we're always told that it's that's too much. You know, we can't afford that. You know, it's a delusion to think, you know, that you're going to be a billionaire at any point in the future, unless you're just playing the lottery all the time. I guess if you're playing the lottery, I think that's the most likely way to accidentally become a billionaire, right? Or to intentionally become a billionaire. Because I mean, I guess you have intent there. Like, I think that's really the only way. And you have to wait for the lottery to hit a certain number. It's not always at $1 billion. It's only happened like a couple times, right? And then you got the taxes, of course. So you really, I mean, it's difficult to just become a billionaire. You can't earn it. Like, you have to luck in.
Do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws.
Yep.
You can pay people less than what they're worth.
Yep.
But you can't earn that, right?
That's
And
right.
so you have to create a myth.
The neat little bow wrapped around this argument is always the myth of meritocracy. The entire thing that held the glue is always the myth of meritocracy. The entire thing that held the glue, the social glue that held together theocratic monarchies was the idea that God, or organized religion, some form of God, was what gave the king his divine right. That's
yes. The old, that's in the Bible. That's in the Bible.
Jesus, I say that.
Yep. They are kind of living like kings. Perhaps more like kings than any kings in history. With incredible power and access and mobility. Oh no, Brofner is back. Oh, Brofner. Oh, Brofner, you're gone. Oh, Brofner. Oh, Brofner, you were here and then you were gone. That makes me very sad. I'm sure you won't be back as Lofner in anytime soon, or Kofner, or Grofner, or Brofner. Oh wait, no, that is Brofner. No, Brofner's my favorite one actually out of all of them. Brofner, dude. Brofner, Brofner, I need you to chill. All right, dog? You get off of Hassan's dick. Oh, Hassan hates the Jewish people. Hassan has never said that, and you're a liar. Okay. Speaking of liars, let's go to Donald Trump. Another billionaire. Who was asked this interesting question about the Epstein ballroom yesterday. Sorry. What is it right now? Thursday, technically.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
'Tis true.
Said that taxpayers would not pay for the ballroom at the White House. Why should taxpayers now be on the hook for $1 billion?
Well, they're not, because that's for many other projects. That's for projects having to do with safety in a certain section of the White House grounds. That's not all for the ballroom. And we're putting up $400 million to do the ballroom section of the ballroom. We are putting that up privately. I am doing it along with other patriots that love our country.
We. The royal we. He keeps saying we over and over again. We are doing it. We, same thing. We're doing it together. As me. Now, of course, as we all know, Republicans, like, this is just a lie. Republicans are literally introducing legislation to appropriate $1 billion in taxpayer money to pay for the Epstein ballroom. So this is just another blatant lie.
Militarily, with respect to the ballroom, having nothing to do with us, or having to do with the safety of the president. So having to do with a lot of things, but we are going to have a safe ballroom. It's under construction. It's ahead of schedule. It's right on
beautiful
budget.
Ballroom.
It would be $300 to $400 million that we're putting up, and a lot of that money will be going to safety also. But the House.
Wait. Did you hear the way his voice inflected during that sentence? 300 to 400 that we're putting up. The way he says that makes it sound like there's more money that's gonna be needed for the ballroom all of a sudden. And that's weird.
That's really weird.
I just want to hear that one more time.
It's right on budget. It would be 300 to 400 million that we're putting up.
300 to 400 that we're putting up. Not we've got that part covered. That's the sentence he's saying. There is some other expense they are going to try and justify to pay for with taxpayer dollars. I can almost guarantee it. I think what they're doing here, it is very possible that there is a bank account sitting out there with hundreds of millions of dollars, and some of that may go. Like, it's basically somebody gave, like, a number of people may literally have just given Trump hundreds of millions of dollars to build this, who knows how much, to build this ballroom. But he's gonna, my guess is he's gonna pocket a whole bunch of that, right? Maybe they'll use a little bit of that to pay for the ballroom, but then they're gonna use taxpayer funds to shore up the deficit and claim that those funds are actually being used for the security aspects of the ballroom. They say, look, the structure, I'm paying for that, but the security, America should pay for that because I need to be safe, right? Like, that's literally what he's gonna do, right? He's gonna do, he's gonna go to the fucking Oval. He's like, look, okay. You can see it's very beautiful and shiny, okay, but not safe. Not safe, and that's very expensive. Do you know how much bulletproof glass costs? Very, very expensive. Everybody's saying it. And also the bunker. We need a bunker. A very big and beautiful bunker, perhaps bigger than ever before. Like, that's literally what's gonna happen. He's gonna fucking, like, they're gonna be like, oh, the security, that's America. That's not America. Okay? Everybody's saying we need the ballroom, but also security. The view count has gone down. Oh no, the view count has gone down. Yeah, I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that we've been demonetized by YouTube. And by no stretch are we, like, incredibly low on views. I mean, could we be doing better? Sure. We got, like 80 people watching right now. But from my understanding, if you get demonetized, YouTube does not recommend your content as much because they can't make money on it. But now you're just here to complain about views? That's an interesting tactic from you. I thought you were here to complain about Hassan hating Jewish people. Isn't that your main focus?
Columbiarican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. We gonna have a Nick Shirley exclusive on why we need the ballroom. Have you seen he went to Cuba to push for Trump to attack Cuba? He even was making some story up that he was gonna be kidnapped by the government of Cuba.
Shut up. Shut up. He did not go to fucking Cuba.
Videos aren't real.
God. We might have to watch that tomorrow. Nick fucking Shirley. Oh, God, he's honestly hard to make fun of. He's hard to make fun of because he is like, he is just so genuinely dumb. You listen to him talk and you can just tell he is like genuinely, he's an ignorant person. He's a very young man who's just come out of being indoctrinated by his mother. He was a homeschooled, cloistered, in the literal sense, really, when you think about it, like in the religious sense, he was like basically cloistered by his mother, who refused to send him to fucking public school because it was too woke. Now he's been unleashed upon us, and it's very like it's difficult because like he's clearly not had the opportunity to learn in life, and so I'm just not sure what tactic to take. But like, because usually I just like come at like people, like I see them as being like, you know, but like he's in this weird gray zone for me where it's just like it almost feels like it's not his fault, and yet he's been foisted upon us, right? Like it feels. I'm trying to think of a good example, like a good analogy for what I'm trying to say right now. it's not quite like this, but it's borderline like making fun of the Special Olympics or something. Like the guy has not had the same opportunities as everybody to learn and is therefore effectively developmentally disabled. Okay? How else do I can't find another way to fucking put it. Okay, the guy struggles to understand basic concepts and have normal adult human conversations. Like, I've listened to a number of his interviews and I'm utterly disturbed by everything he says for just a myriad reasons. And like, it's almost too much. It's just almost too much for me to handle. I'm just like, I can't do this. Like, I can't. Like, I can't sit here and like, but like maybe we'll watch the Cuba thing. Because that's the problem with this fucking guy is, as I just mentioned, he's been fucking foisted upon. He's been like, he's being shoved down our throats, whether it's by Elon Musk promoting his tweet. I mean, that was the genesis of it all, right? Like, he wouldn't exist if Elon Musk hadn't promoted a fucking tweet, right? If like we didn't have that fucking douchebag in charge of an entire media apparatus of billions of people, like, we wouldn't have Nick Shirley, right? That's the genesis of it. And then he's like made the rounds and is at this point now somehow been made relevant. At some point, I'm probably just going to have to get over my problem with making fun of the guy as he continues to become more and more like, why is he in Cuba? What possibly could have motivated him to do such a thing? And what does he even think it's going to achieve exactly? Israel has the right to exist and defend itself from genocide. Abner, no country has the right to exist, and I think you know that full well. Does Palestine have the right to exist and defend itself from genocide? Does Hamas have the right to exist and defend itself from genocide? Right, and then defend the Palestinians from genocide? Like, I'm just wondering who has the right to exist, Abner? I would love to know. Can you give me a list of which countries have the right to exist and which ones don't? Which ones have the right to defend themselves and which ones must sit there and be bombed without responding? Because that would be a fascinating road for us to go down, I think. Well, while you're coming up with that answer, let's move on from the corruption of the Epstein ballroom and Trump's lies about how it's getting funded to the broader Trump swamp. Wasting your taxpayer dollars.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Trump administration wants $1.5 trillion in defense. This is the no war candidate. We already, over the past, I want to say 4 or 5 years, have added $400 billion. We've almost doubled the defense budget in the past, like, I want to say 6-7 years. And certainly under Biden, we also increased it dramatically. But they want to double it again.
Everybody heard it, right?
Narwhal_by_nature just shared 100 bits. Like before, Nick will go there, then ICE will come to Cuba, like Milwaukee, and murk a few white people, I presume.
That's a terrible prediction, Narwhal. I hate that. Thank you for the bits. Let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope none of that comes to fruition.
And you know they're serious about it because Pete Hegseth made a video in front of a green screen.
Look at how he's standing here.
Go
This is a
ahead.
very normal way to stand here, sir.
Looks like he's hung on a door hook.
Go ahead.
Play
some of this.
A broken Pentagon bureaucracy was doing the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And despite paying companies to make weapons faster,
what I love about this from Pete is like he is simultaneously asking for a larger military budget while saying that the military like contractors are wasteful. He's simultaneously asking for a 50% increase in the military budget and also saying that all of the money that we're currently spending is being wastefully spent. It's completely antithetical to each other, these two statements, right? And yet he feels perfectly fine coming out here and making them. Like it's incredible. Like he's been telling us they need more money, but no, apparently they don't because it's all getting wasted. So why don't they solve the fraud, waste, and abuse rather than asking for another $500 billion? Like that's what they're doing. They're literally asking for like another, like over the last year, they've asked for an extra $500 billion, basically. Right? They went from, oh God, now what are the numbers? Like 900 to 1.1 to now they're asking 1.5. Or something like that. But like, why do they need to have another $500 billion, when according to him, there's just incredible fraud, waste, and abuse happening? If we are to accept the premise of what he's saying here, right, that these military contractors are pocketing all this money, why don't they buzz some heads over there? Where's the warrior mentality? Knock down some doors and tell these motherfuckers, go to Lockheed Martin, the Northrop Grumman, and what's the problem here? Like if he's it's incredible. Like the Secretary of Defense / War is literally out here playing. Oh my God, it's just. Oh.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
for the final product. And despite paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant and cost overruns were the norm. All while their CEOs got rich. But today, President Trump's War Department is flipping this rigged system on its head.
President Trump.
If it's a rigged system where they can like name the problems, why don't they just take all the money from the CEOs of these companies? It can't be hard to find them. I'm sure we can, watch. It'll take like no time. Watch. Kathy J. Warden. Is this one of the people? Is this one of the people that he's talking about? I'm just wondering. Like, who are we talking about here? Are they going to lock up Alex Karp? Peter Thiel? I would love that. Right? Like, take all of their money. Put them in jail. They're clearly a bunch of fraudsters. But that's not what they're doing. They're just asking for more fucking money. And they're going to continue to give all of those people more money. And say thank you. And not ask any questions about how the money is being spent.
President Trump's War Department is flipping this rigged system on its head.
President Trump lost.
We're not tolerating
75
delays
pounds.
in production or cost overruns anymore. We've pushed out the bureaucrats who made these deals in the past and replaced them with the most
they're
talented
wearing
negotiators
masks.
in the private sector.
They're COVID.
A group of businessmen.
They love their masks.
Also, the CEO Fat Cat thing, does that play with his audience?
Well, that's the thing. And I mean, we don't need to really watch any more of this, frankly. The CEO Fat Cat, they apparently, everybody has gotten the word, you must, absolutely must, talk about affordability and saving. I mean, this is going to be their big push.
Well, it's their faux populism. He's pretending as if the Republican Party is in some way in opposition to weapons manufacturers and the CEOs of defense companies.
You're talking, their whole thing is going to be this anti-fraud, anti-waste push.
Right.
Because it's, sort of like a generic thing and they can make it sound populist. At the same time, they're saying fat cats are not going to get rich. Well, somebody's going to get that extra $500 billion that you are asking.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Trump boys. Did Eric or Don Jr. start a fucking drone manufacturing or like a drone technology company? I don't know if they actually make the drones, but they started some like drone, some vague like drone tech company, which neither of those fucking idiots have any expertise in whatsoever. I wonder if it'll go to them.
And I wonder if it's just going to be like some working mom.
Yes, right. Who
give me
gets
a
a
break.
contract. Can you pull up this article here that I sent from the Military Times at the end of last year? Just a reminder about all of the waste that slushes around in the Pentagon. They can't keep track of the amount of money and all these contracts and the billions of dollars that are going to the defense contractors. Maybe it was just because of wokeness all across this time period. Even during Trump's first term, Pentagon.
Yeah. The shock of shocks. Well, everybody struggles to pay the bills. We are continuing to enrich the meritless capital class at every turn. The military-industrial complex, the tech oligarchs, Donald Trump himself, of course, can't forget that. He is literally a tech oligarch. We can't forget. He owns Truth Social, which has whether or not we like it, has become relevant and will at least be relevant for the next 2 years. And just like all the other fucking social media companies, he is monetizing the shit out of that. There are like more commercials than posts on that site, but everyone's being forced to go onto it and look at those commercials because he's the president of the fucking United States. All right, a little bit more on this one, and then we're going to move on to AI data center
You should be
stuff.
aware that Sean Duffy has other things he's been doing. Go ahead.
The 50th anniversary is fast approaching, and what better way to celebrate our beautiful country than to see our beautiful country?
The Duffy family is doing just that, embarking on a great American road trip to rediscover our great nation.
I think Mudd's kind of mad. I'm not. You're mad.
We're not going to fight on this trip. Put your seatbelts on.
So we're inviting you along with our family on the Great American Road Trip. Stop scrolling and hit the road, mile by mile, window down, and hearts wide open.
Welcome to Montana.
This is so relatable. Oh my gosh. This is going to help Trump's numbers really good. You have the Department of Transportation Secretary in the middle of a gas crisis, not doing his job and instead doing his own version of Road Rules. Road Rules, White House edition. Like that's basically what we have here. He is doing a literal reality show for his family rather than dealing with the gas crisis right now. The cost of energy in this country as well, of course, is not just gas. It's not just people's, tanks that are being, they're costing more and more to fill up. It's also people's homes that are being more and more expensive to heat up or cool down or just keep the lights on. And it's just so relatable for him to decide to do this in this moment. Be like, when people are struggling to put gas in their tank to get to work, you know what I should do? Do a Fox News reality show where me and my family drive across the country for no apparent reason, aside from wanting attention. And let's be real, probably money. real quick. You remember when everybody was complaining about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and the corruption, the Burisma, the laptop from hell? I'll admit, it's pretty clear that some amount of nepotism or corruption occurred there. But you figure it would be a corrupt act for a Secretary of Transportation to receive a salary from a news media organization that just extols his boss with constant praise? It's basically like a propaganda wing now, like, of the White House. You think it'd be weird or perhaps improper, perhaps corrupt for a guy like that to be paid to do a television show? Or at the bare minimum, like, forget about corruption. Like, do you think that this is an adequate job this guy is doing? Because not only, like, I don't know whether or not he's getting paid by this. I'll figure it out. But he's already getting paid your tax dollars, probably like $200,000. I think it's something like that for Secretary of Transportation. So he's getting paid your tax dollars to do a fucking reality show. Oh, he's getting paid a combined compensation of $1.2 million. Oh, there's a nice little windfall. The Secretary of Transportation.
They've got tons of kids. I think they have like 11 kids. 9 or 11 something. Is there a difference?
Wow. And guess who's here? The Duffys.
We're here.
So, Sean, as Transportation Secretary, I assume this was your idea.
So I wanted to lean into America's 250th birthday. Rachel and I actually met on a road trip on a reality TV show.
Right.
And so over the course of 7 months, we just kind of found these moments where I might be able to do some work. I could take the kids with me, do a road trip.
Some work.
And our motto is to love America is to see America. And there's so much to see in this beautiful country.
You know,
we did that
that's
our
so
family.
sweet. I don't want to care about watching this anymore. The idea that his job at the beginning of a new administration is loose enough that I was able to actually travel the entire country with my.
Yeah, he's just able to take a quick trip, around the country, do a quick reality show. No problem. Easy peasy. I mean, basically, who knew the Secretary of Transportation was basically a no-show job? And you could take other jobs. You could just take a job with Fox News while you're... I mean, who knew? That is fascinating. Can you imagine if, like, Pete Buttigieg did, like, a reality show for CNN during Biden's fucking administration and got paid like $1.5 million by CNN? CNN would be shut down right now, okay? It would have been the first act of Donald Trump to shut down CNN because it would have been one of the only things they would have been able to talk about for years. I'm sorry, what? Pete Buttigieg was paid $1.2 million? They would lose their fucking minds.
I'm staying in the race.
Now, one thing that the Republicans don't seem to be losing their minds about right now, and I do think it's probably because they know that they're the ones who are causing this to happen, but U.S. borrowing costs have, for the first time in like, I think nearly 100 years, exceeded GDP.
This is America, and that is the US Treasury. Here, the national debt has exceeded GDP for the first time since World War II. That costs the government $1 trillion a year in interest alone. Is the government gambling with the world's largest economy And can it bring that ever-increasing number under control? I'll be back with more on that later, but first, here's Cyril Vanier in our Washington studio.
That's all I wanted from this clip. Just so everybody believed what I was saying here. But there you go, Al Jazeera. United States. Now in more debt than it currently has in productivity. The first time in nearly 100 years. Since World War II. And that's all thanks to Republicans, who have decided to give tax breaks to billionaires rather than raise revenue to deal with that deficit.
Narwhal_by_nature just cheered 300 bits. I may have missed this segment, but the Kevin O'Leary data center isn't as bad as it looks at all. This is Homie's second attempt at this exact project and still has yet to get any investor interest. He tried this in Alberta just last year. Also, Utah is a desert, so God, Gary, also told him no.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Narwhal, for the update. We will be talking about that in a moment. And thank you for the bits. I think all the donos we've seen today are on Twitch. Nobody on Cash App, no patrons. No
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Great, Republicans literal overcharged the US federal credit card. Basically we are now on hook for the bill. Thanks Trump, for dining and dashing.
Yeah, we are at the point where literally our credit was downgraded last year, and we are now spending more than we're our debt is now larger than the entire U.S. economy, and we're fucked. And also the global economy is slowing, so this picture is only going to continue to get worse. The debt will become more unserviceable, and will be potentially incredibly detrimental to the entire country. It's all thanks to the Republicans who refuse to just do the very basics of math. And of course, the tariff, we talked earlier the other day about the tariff situation, but of course the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs, which in the big beautiful bill, the one that increased our deficit by a fair margin, even with the math that they used for the tariffs. With the tariffs involved, there was still some amount of increase in the deficit, but since the tariffs have been struck down, that math no longer maths in any way to the tune of trillions of dollars over the next 10 years, right? And that's not including the possibility, because of course they didn't factor the possibility of us of the economy being smaller than the debt, which is now going to cause other things to start happening. It's possible we'll be downgraded again because the certainty on being able to pay the debt will go down. Dominoes. Imagine Dominoes. Not the pizza.
Give us pizza or give us death.
Hype train incoming. One more dono. Oh boy. How far are we? I gotta go through these. We've got a lot of these. I'll do it during the break. Because it is that time now, folks. 2 hours into the stream. We gotta take our first break. But don't worry. We will be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line. Amazon. We got Throne.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. All aboard the hype train. Next stop the space station. Come on and ride the train.
All aboard the hype train. I don't think that started the train. It's still counting down. Something is wrong. I think you may be the other person. I think you may be the other donos. I don't think you can solve it. Which is weird because Narwhal also donated. It's confusing to me. What was I saying? Oh, right, you got Throne for donos. If you'd prefer to know exactly what your money is going to. That's right. You can contribute to physical items. It's like shopping for yours truly. A very easy to use platform. Oh, snap.
Subscriptions to the community.
Gifted sub by Narwhal to Rooty. Thank you, Narwhal. Wait, why no hype train? It just restarted the hype. Just restarted the hype train counter. This is fucked up.
Cheered 100 bits.
Ducky with the biddies. Thank you. Well, I know we all love the bits, the subs, and the hype trains.
Come on. What? This is ridiculous.
Oh, there we go, people. Hype train initiated on Twitch. Let's go. All right. I gotta restart the music. Just for... There we go. For my own sanity. I gotta restart the music because there were so many things that just happened there. Alright, but I'm not gonna restart the whole messages. Just a reminder, everybody. Patreon is becoming a social media platform and not just a place for creators to share their work with a gated community. So, I think everybody should go over there and follow us as well. But
Columbia_9505 gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
CR, thank you for the gifted sub to the community. So yeah, go follow us on Patreon, but do consider becoming a patron of the Galactic News Network. Only $3 a month, that's 10 cents a day. Incredibly affordable. Get you access to a myriad sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Benefits including a sweet galactic avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. And much more. What just happened? Resub. Resub from Series. Thank you, Series. Alright, everybody. Well, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back.
If not sooner.
All right, everybody. The break is over and the stream is about to get going once again, so you better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. That was muted. My bad. All right, we're back. We are back. Second half about to begin. Second half of how many halves? Who knows? Could be many. We have not made very much progress yet tonight. I've been moving kind of slow. If you haven't noticed, if you've been keeping track, it's not going great. All right, let's move on from talking about the debt to going back to talking about the billionaires, specifically one billionaire.
Zuckerbucks.
Mark Zuckerberg and his massive AI data center. And what it's like to live next to one of them. Let's go back in time. Long, long ago. To a more perfect union.
This is our cold water pressure in the kitchen. This is where I fill up water for storage. Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
Yeah. And this is what's in all the pipes.
Just the well itself is probably 20,000.
What now?
And that's not counting any of the
All
faucets.
the replacement of the fixtures and faucets
just
and
the way.
toilets and the lines that come underneath the house. It's overwhelming because you really feel like you are up against this huge wall that you can't penetrate. There's nothing that you can do, and they don't care.
I'm here in Mansfield, Georgia, driving by Meta's new 2 million square foot data center facility. Facilities like this are being used to power things like ChatGPT and other AI tools that are becoming integrated into our daily life.
Data centers, going to be a very hot item.
This entire supercomputer is built to power Grok.
We see data centers as the most exciting asset class.
Meta is building a 2 gigawatt plus data center that is so large it would cover a significant part of Manhattan.
But data centers come with big costs. From light and noise pollution to the environmental impacts, to the potential rising costs of energy bills. These facilities put extraordinary demand on the power grid and require entirely new infrastructure.
Oh my God. They should be responsible for that, not us.
Search the internet for profits that Meta has made, Amazon, Microsoft. They can afford to pay for their own generation.
We came to Georgia to ask two questions. What's the true cost of the AI revolution? And who should be paying for it? Your house is here, and the data center is right there.
It's less than 400 yards.
Beverly and Jeff Morris bought their home an hour's drive from downtown Atlanta in 2016, but their roots in the community run much deeper.
Being in the country has always just been my peace and my therapy. When we found this place, we decided that this was it. It was perfect.
I was actually raised probably 5 miles from here. It felt like coming home.
The data center that's now the Morris' next door neighbor happens to be owned by Meta, the company you know for Facebook and Instagram, but has also been breaking into artificial intelligence. They started construction on this data center campus in 2018.
Definitely changed everything. They destroyed the environment, taking down all the trees across the road.
Beautiful pines, beautiful forest.
Light pollution is
We don't have to
very
have a
bad and the
night light
robots
in
are
the house.
coming.
You just walk around the house at night, I can see everything. It's that bright.
This is a video of the dust from Facebook where the construction was. This is what it looks like right now out my front door. The wind blowing in all of this stuff. This is ridiculous. Construction across the road.
This is all from Meta.
Yeah, I was standing on my front porch. I think eventually that affected our well water. We're on a well here, and we started having issues with our well in 2018. I have to replace the hot water heater. I've replaced 2 washing machines and a dishwasher because of the sediment that's coming in.
A lot of what the Morrises are facing is from the polluting effects of this massive construction, but that's only one part of the story. There are serious costs to communities once data centers are operational too. To explain that, we have to back up for a second. I wouldn't blame you if you were asking yourself, what the heck is a data center anyway? Their origins date back to early, clunky supercomputers or mainframes in the 1950s and 60s. And then in the 90s, with the birth of the internet, the modern data center was born as a way for internet providers to connect businesses and the world to the web. In the 2010s, data centers became larger as they became critical to new cloud storage.
To the cloud. With the cloud, we share a sync folder that allows us to all work on the same documents.
Everything from your pet photos to entire workplaces to files for video streaming, like this video you're watching right now. We're in the cloud. Today, we are in the midst of a tectonic shift in processing needs, as large as the birth of the internet. Artificial intelligence.
A transformational moment for data center demand.
But the thing is, AI processing demands are much larger. One report showed that a Google search using a ChatGPT-like AI feature used 30 times as much power as a normal Google search. In the next 3 years, data center use of electricity is expected to double or even triple. And the state of Georgia has the fastest data center growth in the entire country.
Yeah, and this has been happening. This was a year ago. Since Trump took office, he's been ushering in more and more data centers and applauding it. He's super excited about it. He thinks it's the future. He also does not understand how computers work, or AI for that matter. But since this is a slightly old video, we're not going to stick on it for too long. But thank you, More Perfect Union, for that clip. Explanation of what it's like to live next to Mark Zuckerberg. Well, Mark Zuckerberg's data centers. But maybe we should figure out what it's like to work inside of one of these data centers.
When a data center is coming to your community, it's too good to be true.
In 20 years, we may look back and go like, I'm not sure we should have done that. But right now, it feels right.
All over the country, states and local governments have been rolling out the red carpet for data centers.
America's newest boom towns aren't mines, they're data centers.
Nothing less than a digital gold rush.
Driving that is AI.
They're offering huge tax breaks and other financial incentives to developers and tech companies. And what do communities get in exchange?
Google's $40 billion announcement.
Tech titans pouring billions of dollars.
$27 billion.
$600 billion.
Skilled tradespeople are needed to build these high-tech centers.
Dozens of jobs.
Everyone's jobs will change.
Hundreds of jobs.
High-paying jobs. Over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
But is that actually true?
Immediately,
They take
if
great
not
care of
sooner.
us. They pay travel. They give us per diem.
A cluster of data centers in your community may not provide you any benefit whatsoever.
And I traveled from my home state of Oregon, which has seen mass layoffs and disappearing tax revenue.
Breaking news. Intel announced that it would be laying off more than 500 people.
That number has since jumped to nearly 2,400 people.
Today, we're going to ask, are the economic trade-offs powering the data center boom actually worth it for the rest of us? The answer is a lot more nuanced than I expected. I moved to Oregon 9 months ago for the peace and quiet. It's a rural state, and agriculture has a $42 billion economic footprint here, supporting more than 500,000 jobs. But farmers I spoke to tell me they're under threat. I'm in Hillsboro, Oregon, and right behind me is an 1800s farmhouse. And 5 years ago, we were surrounded by hundreds of acres of farmland. Today, it's data centers everywhere you look.
These are all data centers. They call this the data center alley of Hillsboro.
There was a tulip farm here. There was a big grass seed operation, an ecosystem of farming that this land supports.
Aaron Nichols is a farmer in Hillsboro, Oregon, 20 miles from where I live in Portland. He was the first stop in my investigation because before digging into the jobs at data centers, I wanted to know what happens to other industries when big tech moves in. How many people do you employ here on the farm?
We employ about 10 people on our farm on about 15 acres. We could expand and grow more food for more people, but buying land is nearly impossible because people are hoping to hold on to it and sell it for a windfall profit.
And it's not just his business.
People that need an automotive shop or that are going to open an electrical firm or a small computer firm, they look at that land price and they're completely out of the market.
Not only are they driving away other businesses, data centers are driving up costs too. Pacific Power and Portland General Electric customers saw a 50% increase in their electricity bills since 2020. Analysts say that data center growth is a major factor. And what's worse, data centers aren't contributing as much money to the community as you might think.
Yeah, also, I would point out there's also been a global effect of the data center race in terms of costs that are being driven up for people, because most people have the expense of a computer in one form or another. And graphics cards, RAM, these things have skyrocketed in price as a result of the data center race to vital components.
Because Oregon's laws give data centers some $330 million a year in tax breaks.
There are a number of incentive systems to come to Oregon. The enterprise zone is a 5-year no property tax waiver for building industrial or building jobs. Out of that comes schools, parks, fire, police, municipal. We've lost that revenue for 5 years.
Local residents are already seeing the impacts from this lost tax revenue. A report from Good Jobs First found Oregon schools lost $275 million to property tax abatements that could have gone to hire 3,600 teachers.
If they would have paid their annual taxes, their property taxes would have been $7.22 million.
So they're getting about $6.5 million off their taxes.
That's right, that they're not paying.
Without tax revenue from data centers, the people who live in Hillsboro are going to end up suffering because they're not going to have the high quality schools that they deserve. And
yeah, exactly. And this is the huge problem with the system that we have right now and the rush to embrace all of this stuff. It's like we're giving these people the ability to chase after this demented future.
Columbia _9505 just cheered 100 bits. I work as a logistic coordinator for a trucking company that delivers for Intel in Phoenix, Albuquerque and Portland, and I can confirm they lost a lot of PP over at Intel.
Yeah, Yeah, I actually know somebody else who works at Intel. But the fact is, the society is setting all these companies up to take over as many labor pools as they possibly can. This is effectively their stated goal, is to replace humans. Even though they're not saying the word replace, they are rushing us towards a future in which many jobs are done by robots instead of humans. That is at least the stated goal, is to make robots as competent as humans, right? Which inherently will be used by businesses to lower costs, right? They're already trying it, even though there's still a lot of issues with the currently existing AI technology, whether it's hallucinations or just outright wrong information. Whatever else, like the Claude-based agent that deleted an entire server's worth of data last week. We're allowing them to just suck off of our existing energy systems and existing water supply in the pursuit of this goal. Whether they ever get there is nearly irrelevant, because we're seeing just a massive amount of energy usage to attempt to achieve it, right? Because that's the thing that I think is most important to talk about, because really it's kind of a shifting goalpost. I think technically, if we were to ask people, if we were to show people 25 years ago, like in 2000, what we have currently as AI, right? They would say that we're already there. I still think we have a ways to go, obviously. There's a lot of problems with AI. But, like, AI is incredibly powerful right now. And people are being convinced that it's the future. People are investing trillions of dollars into this race right now. And we're just green lighting all of these projects without anybody being asked, any citizens. And in fact, normal people have been protesting against this because it is having real world effect once again, whether or not they ever actually achieve any of their stated goals.
A lot of that cash is just going to flow straight through the city like a sieve.
We're all paying our taxes for the schools. The data centers are not. It feels like that money is being kind of extracted from our community. We pay the infrastructure costs. We don't see tax revenue, and we see the profits being funneled out to people we'll never meet.
Do you want a pen or you use a pencil?
Pen.
For the Nichols family, it's personal.
Here we go.
How is the shortfall for the school district here? How is that impacting?
Yeah, it's not good. Whoa, what just happened? Oopsies, did not mean to do that. There we go. I'm gonna skip ahead now a little bit, see what it's, what jobs are being created. Because we're constantly being told, oh, these things, they create a lot of jobs. Well, what kind of jobs are we talking about? Are they temporary jobs? Are they long-term jobs that you can count on for years to come? I think we all know the answer to that question.
Driving around the area, it's clear that the construction of these massive data centers has created a demand for temporary construction jobs in Oregon. Electrician Ashley Cummings wanted to get in on that gold rush.
I was studying to be a CNA and randomly decided I'm gonna go be an electrician because those data centers look busy. It was a really good idea. I make a lot of money, it was great, but I don't know if it's gonna last very long. I think after we get them up, they don't need us anymore.
Ashley says her husband works on data centers too, but not in Oregon. He's nearly 2,000 miles away in Abilene, Texas.
My husband decided to go work in Abilene, one of the biggest data centers built in the country. Big as all of the data centers here in Hillsboro combined into one.
To find out more about what these jobs are really like, I decided to head to Abilene myself. This is OpenAI's massive Stargate AI data center in Abilene, Texas, a $500 billion project with Oracle and NVIDIA. The companies say they're creating some 6,000 temporary construction jobs and some 1,700 long-term jobs. And the state of Texas has given more than $1 billion in tax breaks to welcome data centers. Google announced it's investing $40 billion towards 3 new data centers in Texas. This is what Google CEO Sundar Pichai had to say.
we are excited that our data center and energy investments are going to create jobs. Google currently employs thousands of Texans, and we support countless more jobs across the state through our work with local businesses. Second, our continued investment in the state over many years will support thousands of construction jobs.
Texas will be the centerpiece for AI data centers for Google in the entire world.
I came across some construction workers with a California license plate. Just like Ashley's husband, these workers weren't locals.
And they're from all over, from California, Texas, Florida, Oklahoma, North Dakota, West Virginia, all over the United States. We have a lot of stuff energized right now, and pretty soon we're gonna turn on a quarter of the substation, which is gonna be 345,000 volts.
What made you want to travel this far?
The money.
23-year-old Ty Fields is from Sacramento. He's working as an electrician on the substation that will power Stargate, earning $3,200 a week.
That's pretty great money for a 23-year-old, you know.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat that. These are different jobs I've worked on and different companies I've been with. One from Skanska, one from Desk Corp, Phoenix 12, Phoenix 13.
He's sharing an Airbnb for $1,400 a week with a few roommates.
I mean, these are temporarily good jobs. It's like a mirage, right? Like, it gives these guys like a temporarily like middle class life, and then they're gonna disappear because they don't need. Honestly, they already probably have more data centers than they fucking need, right? Especially with like what we saw last year with DeepSeek. Like, I think they have a glut. Like, they have way too many of these fucking things. And eventually they're going to stop building them when the race comes to an end. And there's going to be no jobs at these actual, like, buildings once they're built. There's going to be, like, a few just keeping them clean, keeping the servers maintained and on. Debugging certain things or whatever other like little things going on there. You're talking about a tiny handful of jobs. And it's going to add massive costs to everybody energy-wise. As we've seen, potentially environmentally. And once again, even with all the talk coming out of these AI individuals, they are not being self-powered, right? They're not building windmills and solar farms and enough nuclear fucking, like, mini nuclear reactors to power any of this stuff. It's being powered off of the grid. The same grid that you and I use to keep the lights on in our domiciles. And as a result of the increase in demand, well, you're going to have increases in prices on those energy bills. And that future is actually, to some degree, already here. Many of us have been seeing increased energy bills because data centers have snuck into our localities and caused this to happen over the years. This has been sort of just happening under our noses. And essentially, we are subsidizing these operations by having them part of the public market rather than forcing them to find their own energy, even though they're taking up as much energy as like entire cities in some cases. They are not being forced to come up with their own sources of energy, and that's the main problem here, I think. Aside from the environmental impact of the increase in energy usage, because of course, in most cases, they're just using currently existing fossil fuel energy supplied grids. So it's detrimental to the environment on multiple fronts. People are starting to get sick of it. It would seem. Well, not starting. It's starting to hit a fever pitch, I guess you might say. Let's start up with Kyle Kalinske here.
So people are beginning to wake up and reject these AI data centers that are being put up all across the country. And they're rejecting them for every practical reason you can imagine. First of all, these things take a tremendous amount of fresh water, and they blow through that fresh water, leaving people vulnerable to run out of water. That alone should be the end of the conversation. Like, you know, you shouldn't put these things up on those grounds alone. But then you get to the noise.
Yeah, and we've talked about this in the past. Like, we've talked about AI data centers and, like, practically every facet of AI in the past. But as it relates to fresh water, yes. Is there a way to prevent AI data centers, or data centers in general, from using a shitload of water? Yeah, it's called a closed-loop system. And it requires basically giant cooling towers and a great deal more energy to do what it has to do, which costs, you might be imagining, a fuck ton of money. Therefore, most of them are just skimping on that. They're saying, no, screw that.
The light pollution, the actual pollution, which in Memphis we know Grok's data center is like basically poisoning people there. It is a fucking nightmare. It's a nightmare. Now take a look at this. Alarming. Small town Louisiana is in chaos because of Zuckerberg. Meta is building a $27 billion AI data center, 4 million square feet on 2,250 acres. They're permitted to suck 23 million gallons of water per day.
A what now?
This is a day? Come on. This is ridiculous. All right, I'll be right back.
While locals deal with noise, lights, dust, and skyrocketing bills, estimates are saying 600 million gallons of water per year will be used. This is what progress looks like, turning peaceful American towns into server farms for all of your data. Big tech gets richer off of the data that they legally stole from you, all because you signed the terms and conditions. Regular people are getting screwed. Say goodbye to any ounce of privacy that you think you may have had left. Who's really winning here? Tag someone who needs to see this. And then here we go. So let me play this video for you. Let's watch.
Meta's new $27 billion AI data center is causing chaos in a small town in Louisiana. In February, I flew down to Louisiana, to Richland Parish, a rural county where Meta is building a mega AI data center. Just to put it in perspective for you, this AI data center is 4 million square feet, 2,250 acres. That's roughly 70 football fields. When I was in Richland Parish, I spoke to over a dozen residents and really got to hear their concerns. People are talking about how their rents are going up because there are thousands of workers coming from out of state staying in these massive RV parks. I also spoke to local businesses that are suffering. While there are definitely businesses that are making money hand over fist, you're also finding small businesses that are struggling because they can't get in with the right people or get the right catering jobs for the Meta workers on site, for example. And then you're also just seeing a tremendous amount of noise and bright lights. This is a massive site that's brightly lit all night long, and people just see a halo over their house. It's important to keep in mind that this area of Northeast Louisiana has typically struggled with jobs, with poverty, and this AI data center is considered to be an economic boom opportunity for the whole region. A lot of people ask me whether these mega AI data centers are worth the disruption. I can tell you that I've now visited 5 across the country, in Texas, in Michigan, and in Arizona, as well as Louisiana. And I can say it's hard to tell how it's going to play out. They are incredibly disruptive. The residents often don't realize what's happening until it's already happening. There are many people who still hope that the long term is beneficial for these regions, but right now, it's chaos.
Damn. This is what it sounds like living half a mile from a data center at 1 a.m. I'll play the video for you in a second. They're sucking 5 million gallons of water per day in a drought state while you can't even collect rainwater in some places. Constant roar, no sleep, destroyed property values. This is the AI future they sold us. Wake up. All right, so here we go. This is what it sounds like to live half a mile from a data center. Oh, no.
Oh, my God. What? Shut up. This is untenable. I would be so fucking pissed.
Shut up.
If that was happening 24/7, I would lose my fucking mind. Noise at 1 a.m. Oh no. No shot, son. No shot. You are not ready for this rabbit hole. AI data centers are guzzling billions of gallons of water to cool their servers, but here's the mind blower. They're running it through reverse osmosis, stripping minerals plus memory, creating dead null water that forgets everything. Your body is 60% water.
No, exactly. Consciousness. Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. They are utterly like decimating communities wherever they go. Oh, it's a disaster.
Like it might be a little woo-woo type stuff here. So I don't know about that. But let me also show you this. Texas is about to get absolutely cooked. This new data center in the Texas Panhandle will use more electricity than all Texas homes combined ×2. What on earth? All right, let's watch this one.
How big is the new data center campus they're building in the Texas Panhandle? It's the biggest one in the world. It will use as much power as all of the homes in the entire state of Texas combined ×2. It will use more power than 38 states.
No, dude. It's just so wrong. It's the second time I've heard this. I still can't fathom. I mean, more power than 38 states. That is, AI is not worth that. Right now, I can say hands down, AI is not worth that. Not even close. Not even kind of slightly. This is utterly untenable. We cannot keep doing this. We will utterly decimate this fucking planet. It's GG. It's GG if we keep doing this for any extended period of time. It's just a reminder, everybody. The electricity grid is not on some beautiful solar future. Like, we're not living like the solar punk life right now. I mean, you look at pictures like this, like, we're not living that life. The Texas grid is powered mostly by fossil. Actually, that's not true. Texas has actually improved their grid significantly the last 10 years. They have done a lot with adding solar to it. So it's kind of like half and half, I think, now. But like, it's certainly not just like all renewables in Texas yet. And like none of this is sustainable. Like, we're still using fossil fuels to make make all these things that go into all of these products, and then using fossil fuels to create the energy for it. Oh, that is not good. And then we're talking about this one data center is going to consume more than 38, and then more than half the country. More than like 2/3 of the country. It's insane.
Not combined, but it will use more power than all of the power used in any one of 38 different states. The data center.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. All right. I take it back. I was listening to this at 2X earlier, and I think I misunderstood that statement. But it's more than the entire state of Texas, and that's good enough. The entire state of Texas and 38 other states. Maybe that happens to me sometimes. I mean, I have a long show to do every fucking night. I listen to these things at 2X because I wouldn't be able to put the show together otherwise. And sometimes I miss particular details like that. It doesn't matter because these things are popping up everywhere. So you have one example of one data center. It really, the same fucking thing still stands. You can't have this. I mean, how many data centers are in the United States at this point? It's hundreds and hundreds. I don't know exactly the number. It's probably nearly like 1,000 or something like that. I don't know. Right, and so now basically I've heard numbers like AI data centers are going to be consuming something like 1/5 of the nation's power at some point. Like, and that's just untenable. Like, you just can't have that. And if you do that across the planet for each country, like how? How do you can't? And we're not even kind of head faking, like, as a country, to going towards renewables right now. Trump is literally spending billions of dollars. We covered this story last week. Donald Trump is spending billions of dollars. Look it up. He literally just gave a renewable energy company billions of dollars to not build a renewable energy project off the coast of New Jersey. And another one, I think, on the other coast. I think was it San Francisco, or I can't remember. But I think it was off the coast of California. Like, and they're working on the solar projects now too. Like they're just trying to get rid of all of the green energy projects, even if they have to pay people to stop them. Even if those projects would have added to the electricity supply, even if they were already halfway finished or nearly finished, they're just trying to shut them down out of spite. While we're simultaneously asking more of the grid. It's untenable. We can't do this. We can't drill baby drill our way out of this fucking situation. Don't mix in mystic BS woo-woo with serious environmental issues. Wait, who did that? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Psychic nonsense about memory of... Oh, I missed that particular comment. Did he say memory of water when he was talking? I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that is nonsense. Water doesn't have memories, doesn't have a brain. They are ruining the water. Not the memory of the water, but the actual physical water. Let's go to the Bituation room now. Talk about Utah.
A county in Utah just approved a massive data center north of the Salt Lake that is basically part owned by Kevin O'Leary of Shark Tank, but also of Friends of Trump fame. And this was the vote that went down. Hundreds of people are in this auditorium where 3 commissioners are voting after hearing allegedly 2,500 comments, like reading them, that flooded in from Utahns, from folks who, again, this is a state that went to Trump. Here they are, while after this vote took place, and they voted unanimously to approve this massive data center.
False. All of this is false. Then why won't they let people talk? Why won't they let us ask questions? It's false. This is not real information. And we sit here like it's okay. It's a charade. It's a charade. It's false.
Come on, Utah.
So the guy gets up and he's like, this is false. This is a charade. They're not listening to us. They're not letting us speak. And then the crowd breaks out in shame. And this is after the actual vote went down. And I want to just take a closer look at this because the details are actually pretty freaking wild. So this is in Box Elder County. The Box Elder County Commission unanimously voted Monday to approve a massive energy and data campus backed by Utah's Military Installation Development Authority, which is important, and celebrity investor Kevin O'Leary. MIDA approved the project last month. The commission's vote allows MIDA to create the project area, which is made up of privately owned, unincorporated land within the county where it can offer an array of incentives.
Can we all accept that the show Shark Tank is pretty dystopian from its core? Like, the very premise of the show is a little bit sort of dystopian, right? Like, it's a show that's based upon the premise that people with a great deal of merit. Like, Shark Tank is basically the show that proves the meritocracy doesn't exist, right? Like, to some degree, does it not do that? Like, the whole point of Shark Tank is that people with great merit, right? People with big ideas, people with businesses, already existing businesses, and the product and or whatever else, right? Need a billionaire to give them money to be able to make that work, right? You might have all the merit in the world. You might be the smartest fucking guy in the room, right? You may have just come up with $1 billion idea, but without a billionaire to back you, you're kind of fucked. Like, that's basically the premise of the show. Like, it's like, oh, like, yeah, actually the meritocracy doesn't exist. Like, you might be really smart guy, but without a billionaire, you're never gonna get anywhere in this world.
Follow the rich way. Follow the rich way, man.
Developer. Now, here's a photo of the people in the room when it was voted on. Like, a woman's got her hand over her face. Like, people are pissed.
Wow.
The commissioners reviewed 2,500 public comments and allegedly considered all of them in their decision-making process. They said, our vote today had nothing to do with water or air quality. As we know, data centers massively polluting. There's been respiratory illnesses reported all around them. They use massive amounts of water to cool down the CPUs because.
Okay, I just got a dono over on Cash App from somebody I've never seen. They also didn't put their chat name or preferred name in the comment, which, as I think most people know, unfortunately, since this is a new dono person, I don't think they may know this rule. But unless people put their chat name or like a name that they want used in the message, I assume people want some anonymity with their donos on Cash App or PayPal. So this is an anonymous dono, and feel free to make yourself known in the chat. But just for the reasons I just pointed out, I'm just not going to say who this is from. We'll just say G. G with a sweet $20 dono on Cash App. The message, there was a message which says, for atoning for modding at Soul Life on a different channel. I don't know. I've been trying to figure out what this message means. Does this mean that you like punished Soul Life, like you banned him, or you gave him modship? I'm confused. I'm a little confused by what the meaning of this message is, but I am not confused about how I feel about it. Just very appreciative. Thank you for the 20 bones. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. I'm gonna add it to the galactic deficit here, which is still, fairly sizable, but we're making decent headway on. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. I almost forgot to do it. I'll do this right now while we watch this Francesca vid. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. But while we're watching this, I will count the bits that we've received over on Twitch, because I think that might be enough to complete the Galactic content goal today. So we got a buttload of bits over on Twitch today. Old Jeffy Bezos is laughing over there.
I believe is the land trust that's like in Utah, and then they're working with Kevin O'Leary's company. But this is at the behest of Donald Trump. Remember, data centers are supposedly about our national security. They're straight up using land over people's, and they're using some federal land. So just so you can see, there's privately held land, but then there is Department of Defense, 1,200 acres that are from the DoD's Utah Test and Training Range. So they're seizing people's land. And to give you a sense, the first phase of this project is going to be 3 gigawatts of power. Utah as a whole uses 4 gigawatts of power. At the full build out, the Stratus campus is expected to use 9 gigawatts and it's going to, the energy is going to be generated by tapping a natural gas pipeline that runs through Hansel Valley. The project will create all of its own power, project officials have said.
Exactly. It will be powered by natural gas, methane, CH4. One of the most destructive compounds, greenhouse gas wise, right? Like methane is one of the gases that is most destructive to our environment on a short-term basis. People claim that it's better than other fossil fuels because it dissipates quickly, but while it still remains in the atmosphere, it's something between like 20 and 50 times more powerful than the fumes released, like carbon dioxide based fumes, right? So it's not green and it's super destructive in the short term. Something that, you know, as we probably pointed out on countless occasions, is all we have right now with the environment. We have short term to solve this. Right? We got to solve this now, not later. And so natural gas does not help anybody. So once again, this is all being powered, supposedly, even in the best case. Like this is the best case, right? They're like, oh, actually, wait, take it back. This is from the pipeline, right? Oh, so no, this isn't even best case because they're not even getting the energy themselves. So not only is this going to hit people's bills, they're not going to create the energy themselves. They're also going to be just decimating the environment to keep this thing online.
Climate and everything are the same word.
They will purchase 3,000 acres of water rights. They'll have 10,000 acre feet around the contract near Snowville. That's enough water to support the indoor water needs of more than 20,000 Utah households.
Wow.
The shit is so bad. It stinks to high heaven. And this is a red state. And this, to me, is a massive issue that needs to be part of not just, obviously, 2028 election, but this election in the midterms. Give me your thoughts, because we have a lot of Democratic lawmakers who are kind of, for lack of a better term, pussyfooting around on this issue, who are like, I don't know, maybe we just need to study data centers a little bit more. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders, AOC, they've come out, they say moratorium on data centers. Do not build a single one more until we know like what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, this is heartbreaking because before this, I thought Kevin O'Leary was a great guy. So really shattering his image for me.
He was in Marty Supreme. He was so good.
I am so annoyed about that casting decision because I'm like, this man.
Yeah, this guy has no merit, and he's just why does he get that job? He's not a good actor. He just plays him. He just went in there and played himself. I've seen clips of it. I haven't actually seen the show. Point is hopefully this thing doesn't. Yeah, hopefully it just gets shut down. But people are continuing to get very upset about this data center controversy growing around the approval by the local government to build this Kevin O'Leary monstrosity. NBC News yesterday.
Concern and outrage in Utah, where hundreds of protesters this week flooded this meeting of Box Elder County Commissioners.
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
As they voted to move forward.
Wow. That's how you want to treat the constituents. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? You're all talking. Can you stop talking, please? Like, that's the tone you want to take. What a fucking condescending douchebag. Can you be quiet, constituents? Can you stop, please, using your First Amendment to criticize while we are trying to run a meeting here? I do declare. I'm sorry, this is Utah, but he sounds kind of, I don't know, whatever.
As they voted to move forward with a controversial data center proposal backed by celebrity Canadian businessman Kevin O'Leary.
Hello, Sharks.
Known as Mr. Wonderful on the hit show Shark Tank.
You should do this deal. You're rich. Just saying yes.
O'Leary firing back at the protesting criticism in this video posted on social media after the vote.
I'm pretty aware of what these concerns are. They are around air, water use, heat. Sustainability is at the heart of what we do in terms of all these proposals. We're not just Utah.
The Stratus Project is a plan to build a 40,000-acre development near Utah's Great Salt Lake, boosted by government tax incentives, and according to a county fact sheet, is eventually expected to generate and consume up to 9 gigawatts of power once completed.
Oh, that's right. He's not even a real billionaire. He's a 100 millionaire. He just hangs out with Mark Cuban and pretends to be a billionaire.
Awful,
which is really kind of pathetic.
Weak.
A number MIDA, the state entity backing the project, says is more than double Utah's average energy consumption.
Data centers of the old have a bad reputation. They gobble up a lot of water, they use up your power, and then when they're all built, they don't employ many people. This is not that. Power's usage is completely self-contained.
The project's potential environmental impact sparking much of the outrage.
We're losing land, we're losing water, and we're losing air quality.
This has the footprint in the valley of 2,000 Walmart supercenters. That's the physical footprint. If you want the energy footprint, it's 40,000 Walmart supercenters in this one small valley.
I just want everybody to wrap their minds around that concept. 40,000 Walmart supercenters. Just what do you think? How many Walmart supercenters are there in your current locality? Right? Like in the county that you live in. Maybe a few more than a few, depending on where you live. Now imagine 10,000 times as many Walmart supercenters. You would never do that. You would never build 40,000 Walmart supercenters in one county. Walmart would never do that. It would make no sense business-wise. They'd be cannibalizing their own business. There'd be a Walmart supercenter on every corner. But that is the electrical footprint of this fucking thing. That is insanity. And it doesn't provide the community with 40,000 times as much as a single Walmart supercenter. I would actually say it probably doesn't even provide the community with as much as one Walmart supercenter, a place that I already have a lot of criticisms about. But somehow this is even less beneficial to the community than a Walmart supercenter. And yet takes up more than 40,000 of them. In terms of energy. It's untenable. This is untenable for society. That math don't math. On the long term, that is like unbelievably just like perverse in nature.
For other large data centers proposed across the country have led to heated debate.
Remove this person that's heckling.
O'Leary now casting doubt on the pushback in Utah.
Heckling. Tackle him. These people are fucking wild. Tackle him for saying words. How dare he protest?
Have led to heated debate.
Remove this person that's heckling.
O'Leary now casting doubt on the pushback.
Heckling.
We think over 90% of the protesters are actually not people that live in Utah or Box Elder County. They're being bussed in.
He didn't provide any evidence to support those claims. Davis, who lives 10 miles from the proposed project, was there.
Nobody was bussed in and nobody was paid. If they were, I missed out.
A firestorm gripping this Utah community with a celebrity businessman at the center.
All right, Shaq joins us now. Shaq, as we saw in the piece, tensions are obviously high in this issue, and there was an incident with a local reporter covering this?
Yeah, an ABC reporter with a Salt Lake City station there says he tried to approach a Republican state senator, Jerry Stevenson. Now, Stevenson's on that state-backed board, or the board that's backing this project, and look at what happens during that interaction.
Just get your butt out of here.
Wait, hold on. I don't understand why are you being hostile to us?
Because I'm tired of you.
Illegal. Now, reporter Brian Wang says Stevenson eventually slapped the phone out of his hand. We did get a statement from the Utah Senate Deputy Chief of Staff who said, while we remain concerned about ABC4's conduct, including remaining on private property after being asked to leave, Senator Stevenson apologizes for his response during the unfortunate...
It's an unfortunate incident.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That is unfortunate. And also fairly illegal.
Illegal.
All right, tomorrow on the Utah situation. We're gonna go here next to CNN. Hold on, I gotta line this up. Where is it?
Look a human in the face, you know they're human, generally.
A huge AI infrastructure project set to break ground in rural Utah is being hailed by investors as one of the world's premier AI data centers. But some of the residents in the area don't want it, and they made clear that fact to their county commissioners at a public meeting. Take a listen.
Can you be quiet and let our citizens hear what needs to be said, please?
This was our one opportunity to hopefully get our voices heard, and we were kind of shut down.
There you go. So this week, Box Elder County commissioners approved the Stratus project. It's a proposed 40,000-acre data center campus backed by Shark Tank investor Kevin O'Leary. CNN's Claire Duffy is joining us now. You just spoke with Mr. O'Leary about all of this. How is he responding to all this?
Yeah, I wanted to understand his reaction to that meeting on Monday where you had hundreds of people coming to raise concerns about this project. The project is, as you said, 40,000 acres that have been set aside in this rural Utah county that right now mostly has farms and agriculture. The plan is for a 9-gigawatt data center. That would be more power than the entire state of Utah uses in a year, plus a natural gas power plant. The idea there is to create the power for the data center so that it doesn't put a strain on the grid and raise electricity prices for residents. But residents have several concerns. One is just that they haven't had enough time to make sense of these plans and the potential environmental impact on this already ecologically fragile area. So I asked Kevin about this, and he said they've already taken these environmental concerns into consideration. Take a listen to what he told me.
No, we're not going to drain the Great Salt Lake. That's ridiculous. We are going to create incremental jobs. This is not going to destroy air quality because
incremental jobs. What's an incremental job? Can you anybody know what's an incremental job? I don't know what that means. Like one day you have a job, and the next day you have like a part of a job. And then by like next year, you got like a half a job. And then what, like 5 years, and then you got like a full job? It's not, what's an incremental job? Because I feel like, you know, you're going to have a rapid increase, an immediate increase in energy demand. An immediate deficit in taxes being taken in. A bunch of immediate effects that will not be positive, but incremental jobs, that's good. So one day, maybe jobs. He doesn't even look that sure about it. Look at him.
Do that. That's controlled both state and federally, and we don't want to do that. And we want it to be the shining example of how you do this. And I want the Chinese to see this. I want them to see that we're not going to stop. We're going to catch up in terms of incremental growth of power.
As you hear there, he says this data center project is going to create 2,000 permanent jobs, tax revenue for the state.
It's almost definitely a lie. Kitsune Cavalier, look at you over there on the vertical chat. I almost missed you. You don't know of any within Middlesex, Massachusetts? The closest one to Boston is Quincy. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a map in front of me either, so I couldn't say for sure either. But they're coming to a place near you. Or at least coming to a place near you that will most likely affect the grid that you're on. Near enough to you to affect the grid. If not, you're lucky right now. Because it really has been happening in sort of an insidious fashion. Like was mentioned, I think, in a previous video.
Nature gifted a tier 1 subscription to Melanie44.
Narwhal, thank you for the sweet gifted sub. Oh, that reminds me. I almost forgot. I did the math. And actually, we gotta call it. Yay! We did it! Completed another galactic content goal, keeping the Galactic News Network alive for another day. We still got a hell of a lot left to talk about. But thanks to all of you, we know that we are not in danger of having this show ending suddenly. No. This show's going to keep going on for many hours. And boy, oh boy, I can definitely fulfill on that promise. We've got so much on my list here. We're not even done talking about AI. We have a bunch. we haven't even gotten to Iran yet, which I do need to get to soon. I need to do it with enough time to actually do it. But thanks to all of your sweet, sweet donations, I think I can do it. I think I can make it happen. We've already made great progress. Nearly done with our AI discussion here. So bask in the glory of this sweet confetti party, which is brought to you by space fams like you and the donations of the viewers of the Galactic News Network. Okay, moving on from CNN. I think we'll do one more AI story and then move on to some of the environmental issues of the day, week. Let's go to More Perfect Union once again from yesterday and talk about the secret workforce powering ChatGPT. What is that? I hear a hype train. What is this?
What the fuck is going on?
How did we just get a hype train just now? Is there another dono that I didn't see? I see the Narwhal by Nature donated the sub to Melanie D. But then just sudden hype train out of the blue. Okay, what's hype? I'm feeling hype. That's getting me hype. All right. What was I saying? Yes, More Perfect Union. To the secret workforce powering AI.
I definitely worked on ChatGPT. I definitely worked on Gemini. I'm shown, like, honestly, some like things that humans should never really witness.
The AI job crisis is here, but it's not what you...
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits.
Well, goddamn, I can barely keep up with the donos over on Twitch today. Ado-san Jr. with a sweet gifted sub. And Omega, the 100 biddies. Algernon 250. Is that a flowers for for what's it called? I can't think of it now. Oh my god. I want to call it Flowers for Charlie, but I think that's the It's Always Sunny episode. What's the name of that book? Oh my god. Is it Flowers for Algernon? I can't. I'm doubting myself. It's been so long since I read it. Somebody help me. It is Flowers for Algernon. Okay, that's what I thought. I couldn't. I was like, I just doubted myself because I knew that was the name of the mouse in the book. I was just like, you know, it's like one of those things. It's just one of those things. I do like that name though. I remember reading that book. Like, God, it's a long time. Jesus Christ, it was more than 20 years ago.
I'm staying in the race.
You've said AI can spike unemployment to 10 to 20% in the next 1 to 5 years.
Yes. Tech CEOs talk about a future in which AI systems will soon do away with the need for human labor. But this rhetoric conceals a more sinister reality. While AI is triggering layoffs, its development is also driving the rapid growth of a new kind of worker.
I could set alarms for specific jobs, and if that alarm went off in the middle of the night, I was up. And I would work until the tasks ran out.
It's a hidden workforce, which Silicon Valley first recruited in low-wage countries, with college graduates making up a record share of the unemployed. Data annotation and AI training are among the fastest growing jobs in the US. So I set out to talk to these workers. I wanted to know, how is AI actually affecting work in this country?
So I'm essentially just working as an anxious rabbit the entire process. Like, will this end tomorrow?
And how do we make sure AI works for all of us, rather than so many of us having to work for AI?
The kind of inequality that we're talking about here could be something we've never experienced.
I was talking to my mom and I just started crying. I'm like, I can't see where this money is coming from.
Jen is an
Narwhal_by_nature just cheered 200 bits.
God damn. Narwhal. So incredibly generous. Even though, as we just discussed, the galactic content goal was completed and still donating. I feel like I need to... Do you want me to end the real goals so that you know that the goal is actually completed, or are you just donating because you love the stream so much? I'm worried about it, I guess. I guess my point. I'm worried that people are donating because they think the content goal is still up, but we've already completed it. Just due to the incredible generosity coming out of all of you right now. Well, Hype Train just completed at a level 1, 88% of the way through. That's the second Hype Train tonight. Very hype stream that we're having this evening.
League PhD graduate from a small southern town. Jen is not her real name. Like most people we talk to, she asked to be anonymous for fear that tech companies could retaliate.
Well, I highly doubt they want this information public.
Last year, as she was wrapping up her degree, she started looking for a job.
You start off like, this is my goal, I know I'm qualified for it, then it just keeps getting lower and lower and lower. Over the past year, I've applied to over 200 roles and I got maybe 3 callbacks.
Graduates today are facing the worst job market in years. To make ends meet, Jen got on food stamps, moved in with her sister, and started working for $15 an hour as a cashier and substitute teacher. Then she saw a job posting on LinkedIn for $55 an hour.
I think the role I saw was philosophy intelligence analyst. I'm looking, I'm like, well, why wouldn't I be able to do that?
After applying, she got a job interview, but not with a human.
Let's start by discussing the languages you speak.
I am fluent in English and Chinese, and I consider English to be my primary native language.
Thank you for sharing that.
While reporting this story, I got a recruiting message from the same company. So I did an interview to see what Jen's experience was like. I feel like my English is really excellent because I spend all of my time using it.
It sounds like your job as an investigative journalist really enriches your use of the English language.
The company is called Mercor, and it's one of many contractors which connect companies like OpenAI and Google to a distributed workforce to train and improve their AI systems. In the same way the AI boom has led...
You see what I mean? Like, about the jobs. Like, this is not... The AI revolution is in no way going to create more jobs. It's going to delete jobs. The plan is to create robots as good or better than humans, right? Whether or not they ever get there, that's the question. But that we're discussing right now is what's happening here is the attempt to train these AI models to be as good as real professionals in the real world in whatever field it might be. That's why they're moving on. They moved to some degree on from the original model that they had, where they were severely underpaying people, especially in places like Kenya and I think like Indonesia and some other like fairly impoverished. Maybe it wasn't Indonesia. I can't remember there's like a number of countries across the world where they were using impoverished workforces paid like minuscule, like $1 a day or less type of thing to train these AI models. And I think they just mentioned that actually. And now they're moving on to other tasks because they feel they've succeeded, and to some degree they have. I mean, we just saw the first fully autonomous truck delivery on public roads in Texas a couple weeks ago. Some of these things are, in fact, coming to fruition. Not all of them. And so they're racing towards this future. What was the point I was just making? Somehow I just forgot it, like halfway through. Oh god. Oh, that's hurt. That broke my brain just now. Oh, right. Thank you. And in this exact scenario, while they are looking for people to train AI to take away jobs, they have an AI agent doing the interviews themselves. So there's no jobs being created, essentially, aside from that one person. And I don't know how far that goes. Right? It could be just like literally. I don't know. Like, this is my insight. Like, I've seen, I think 2 actually. I think we've talked about this twice, but I haven't done. I should do my own research into this a little bit. I don't know who runs this company, but like in theory, this could literally just be like one person, right? This could just be one person with AI and a little bit of coding skill and whatever else, and not even necessarily coding skill because of how far coding has come to some degree with AI. Of course, there's flaws with that too, right? We've seen it over and over again, but that's not the point. The point is, while it has flaws, it is still completing tasks, and tasks like this that a human would have probably done if we weren't currently living in this AI dystopia of ours.
To train and improve their AI systems. In the same way the AI boom has led to unprecedented...
Although, of course, technically, the job wouldn't exist if AI didn't exist in this one particular case. But this is not this is a very niche, particular, very specific situation. The same thing is happening all over the place. They're trying to use AI agents for interviews all across multiple industries because it's just way easier than hiring an HR team.
Within data center construction, it has also created an insatiable appetite for these workers.
AI companies kind of present these tools as digital technology.
Tim Newman is a labor researcher who...
And I'm not even saying that They're going to completely get rid of like all HR departments at all companies. There'll probably be still a bare bones group of actual human HR representatives who, if you get like to a certain whatever in an interview, you'll have to get through one of those people. Or like if some problem perhaps comes up, those people will just be like swamped with all of these things. They'll have like all the responsibilities left over that the AI can't accomplish. But it'll just be like a couple people sitting in a damp office somewhere in a basement, parked next to probably just in a data center.
Kind of present these tools as digital technology.
Tim Newman is a labor researcher who studies the tech sector.
But this is really the result of an entire global supply chain. Everything from mineral extraction to manufacturing to data centers and the data workers.
For years, tech companies searched for data workers largely outside the US, in low-wage countries like Kenya and collapsing economies like Venezuela.
Yeah, $55 an hour sounds good, but how good is it really? Like earlier we were talking about how much money it takes to be a billionaire, right? Like you need to make $10,000 an hour to become a billionaire, right? By earning a wage. Like over a year, right? If you're earning $55 an hour, 40 hours a week, if you getting that many jobs, and like they were saying, like these people are saying, you in general are not getting that many jobs, you're earning $2,200 a week. What is that? $100,000 a year? What if you're like a lawyer or I'm trying to think, like a physician, right? Or a professor. Or I'm trying to think of like other like high value skills that take years to achieve that cost an incredible amount of money. But I mean, what we're talking about is you getting paid possibly less than what you would have if you actually just had a job to help get rid of the necessity of you and your skill set. Like it's a lot to trade away for $100,000 a year, especially if you, I don't know, like you live in like a big metropolitan area that won't even get you very far.
That is shifting as AI companies push to build more capable systems.
With GPT-5, now it's like talking to an expert, a legitimate PhD level expert that can help you with whatever your goals are.
So one of the big narratives that's developing in the AI space is that in order to make the next big leap forward, what they need to do is fit the use case for very specific industries.
We've gone from maybe the models being like a smart high school student to really starting to get at the PhD level.
So in order to make these kind of leaps forward, the companies are really seeking.
By the way, I can't remember if I ever posted this clip to the channel. I think I might have wound up running into some issues because it was it Wall Street Journal? I think it might have been Wall Street Journal who did the keynote discussion with Dario Amodei at the Davos in 2025? Yeah, last year's Davos. Dario, there's a clip that exists somewhere where he basically says, look, I can imagine a future where all jobs are automated at some point in the future. And at that point in the future, maybe we'll discuss that. At that point, that'll be the time for us to start discussing. Because this was a response to a question surrounding like work, like going away and people not being able to survive as a result. And he's like, look, we might get to that point, and if we do, at that point, we'll come up with some kind of a social safety net type of solution, right? It's basically almost like verbatim what he said to it. I just thought to myself, what kind of social safety net will we all get when we reach the point of parity where AI is so good? Like, and just this is a thought experiment here, but what kind of social safety net could we all expect to get if Dario and Sam Altman and Peter, like all these people, like Elon Musk, are like literal overlords, and they're able to replace every single job. They are like contracted by the entire military industrial complex. You got Grok robots like walking the streets and like all of this like and nobody has a job. Nobody like everybody is like scrambling over each other just to survive because they no longer can work. But the billionaires have decimated the existing social safety net, because that's what they've been doing, right? So in this world, like, I'm going to assume everything remains the same, right? So their power continues to increase, and they continue to decimate the social safety net and reduce taxes for billionaires, so they all become trillionaires. We are all literally like living in the sewers or something, and like this is the plot of Altered Carbon, right? And like, what social safety net do we get? Like a literal net, like to use like however you want, like as a hammock or like a noose or whatever. Like, I mean, what in the actual fuck? Like, but he literally said it. Like, I'll find it for us. Hold on.
At the PhD level. So in order to make these kind of leaps forward, the companies are really seeking out people with expertise.
AI firms are looking for expertise in pretty much everything, because their models are only as good as what they're trained on.
We're lacking consistency, so you often hear some of our competitors talk about, these modern systems that we have today are PhD intelligences. I think that's a nonsense. They have some capabilities that are PhD level, but they're not in general capable.
By catering to this demand, the 4 largest data work startups have each had gross revenue of roughly $1 billion a year. Scale AI claims to have more than 700,000 graduates at its disposal, while Mercor says it has around 30,000 active professionals, like Jen.
We all get a message in our group comms where it's like, actually, like, this contract is ending.
2 weeks after Jen started her first project, right before her graduation, Mercor pulled the rug.
So I'm like, what do I do? Like, can I even afford this? Should I not get this dinner to celebrate my graduation anymore?
The next month, Mercor offered her a second project, but the pay had dropped to $45 an hour. When she pushed back, she was ghosted. A few months later, Mercor offered her $35 an hour.
I signed it, even though last year I would have found it so offensive.
She had learned her lesson. With this kind of work, you have to take whatever you're offered.
See, exactly. This is what I'm saying. People are getting underpaid for the value that they actually have to further undermine their own value. It is such a dystopic thing. Oh, yeah, we need to do something about this. like it is so bad. Listening to this earlier was just making me so upset. I was just like, God damn it. We are hurtling towards just a full dystopia now. Like, I can feel it. It's more like The Time Machine with the Morlock. I have not read that book. Sounds interesting, Beto. Oh, Cthulhu with the dono on Cash App, 5 bones. Oh, you were the one who donated earlier talking about modding Soul Life on a different channel. I see. What channel did you mod Soul Life on? All right, added to the galactic deficit.
And if you're ever offered a high-paying task, it's a race against the clock.
My last contract from Mercor offered me $101 an hour. I told the teacher, you're not going to see me next week because I'm going to try to max out all these hours before they end the roll. I did those 40 hours, roll ended the next day. I shouldn't have to do that. No one should have to do that. Like, just disrupt everything. It's predatory.
Paying up to $400 per hour, because progress comes from you.
This is an industry that really seems to rely on precarious workers wherever they exist.
Last year, Tim and his colleagues conducted a study of data workers across the country. They found that 86% struggle to meet their financial responsibilities. A quarter of them relied on public assistance programs like Medicaid and food stamps.
I can't afford to go to the doctor. It feels like I'm rationing my ADHD medication for when I'm able to.
Okay, I cannot just glaze over that situation. 25% of people working on these ghost workers that are working on AI, who are supposedly getting paid big money, are still, because like, this is the thing. Like I was just saying, these are not 40-hour a week jobs. These are gig jobs. You know, and these are high-paying gig jobs, so it's very competitive to even get the hours. And so they're still having to rely on public assistance. These companies are continuing to leech and finding everywhere that they can leech. We are paying for this in every possible conceivable fucking way. Every freaking layer that you unpeel. The people are paying for this, and yet we are not the ones who are profiting from it. Whether it's with increased energy bills, or the loss of our jobs, or literally funding this via tax cuts, or people who are doing these jobs having to rely on public assistance. There is no way anybody who's working for one of these AI companies should have to rely on public assistance until every single person in the United States has access to it. Until the AI oligarchs push for an actual safety net that includes Medicare for all, like housing for all, like UBI, and like, you know, a couple of other things probably thrown in there too. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. Our society should not have to sustain this like this. This is insane. It's the same thing that Walmart does, but once again, AI doesn't even provide communities with terrible shopping experiences.
Medicaid and food stamps.
I can't afford to go to the doctor. It feels like I'm rationing my ADHD medication for when I'm able to get back to someone consistently.
More than 1 in 5 had experienced homelessness. And overall, the workers reported median earnings of less than $23,000 a year. In 2021, Alexander Wang, the former CEO of Scale, became the world's youngest self-made billionaire. Last year, he was unseated by the 3 22-year-old founders of Mercor.
Do you hire people that currently work for like investment banks or game designers or stuff like that?
Occasionally that would happen, but for the most part, it would be people that previously worked at those companies.
If you try to do something like that, like most of these fucking
Narwhal_by_nature just cheered 200 bits. Unless they're making very little, they're not getting income from the government making $35 to $55 per hour. It's either disability insurance, or they were on assistance before they got the job.
I understand I think I understand what you're trying to say, but let's not forget, like, if you're under like 23,000 or something like that, 24,000, you can, you know, depending on the situation, you can get all sorts of different government assistances. And once again, it's not a 40-hour-a-week job, and you're fighting for each hour. It's not like, you know, maybe you only get a few hours a week. What is that? $150? That's $600 a month. I mean, I assume people are making a little bit more than that. But if you're making $600 a month, if you're making, you know, I think you can probably go and get the number, depending on what state you're in. A number of different programs probably cover that. This is a good point, Kitsune. If every job interview with an AI agent is probably gathering knowledge for your job. That's a great fucking point. Those AI, that's a genius. That's a really, really good point. In theory, they could probably just do these mass interviews with people using AI, asking them to describe their job or to describe how they would deal with a particular situation, never give a single person a job, and then just continue to like compile that data into a oh my fucking god. I had not even considered that. That is absolutely almost definitely happening. I can almost guarantee it. I'm sure they're still hiring some people just because they figure they're gonna be productive enough that it'll be worth it. But I can almost guarantee you that's happening as well. Why wouldn't they? It'd be a waste of time and money. You probably even have to like agree, like in like some fine print when you do the interview to give up all of that. The rights to that anyway.
Here I've got like the homepage, and then this is just like a big list of all the projects that I've been offered.
Ozzy is a college graduate in Oregon who majored in philosophy and worked on Surge AI's platform.
The point of it was just that somebody should be able to ask absolutely anything about absolutely anything, and it should be able to understand and do that. So that was my job, is to be able to read absolutely anything and then answer absolutely anything. I read the entirety of Dracula in 3 hours, and then I had like 30 minutes to grade this picture book that was like absolute dog water.
At first, he liked the wide-ranging nature of the work, but then he received a project codenamed Arsenic.
I watch horror movies. I think I know what I'm getting into, and it just comes up with the most monstrous of things.
It required him to review violent AI-generated videos.
It was 2 dudes murdering a golden retriever with their bare hands.
What?
There was like weird videos of people constructing like furniture out of humans, like known celebrities like would be like in a jail cell bleeding out like with extreme gore. And
I feel like I'm
I
taking
nightmares, honestly,
crazy
for a couple
pills.
weeks after that.
I asked Surge AI about this project, and its spokeswoman claimed its platform does not involve any graphic content. But that contradicts the documentation Ozzy shared with me. He also thought it was strange that he was often asked to perform tasks he was not qualified for.
They were just like so incredibly niche and specialized. Like, can you help us with this calculus homework or like this massive math problem? And then like straight to a biology thing. And I was like, I'm not an expert in any of this. Like people go to grad school for counseling. I thought about it for like 20 minutes and then I came up with your answer about or whether you should reconnect with like your abusive father.
The implications of that are fucking insane. I mean, it's no wonder that these things appear to be hallucinating or coming up with things that just don't exist. What? This guy who's not an expert in any of these things is being asked, essentially as an expert, to be an expert on things like fucking counseling and biology? Shut up. That has implications, dude. That has fucking seriously problematic implications for society. As society continues to roll this shit out, what this stuff is being trained on is important, and the reliability of that data is important, and it's that is that is not what I would call reliable.
This is ridiculous!
What I heard from Ozzy and Jen is distinctly similar to what data workers outside the US have told.
Yeah, it's TaskRabbit. It's Postmates. It's Postmates for the supposed like the genius tech that's going to shape the future. That's how we're gonna train it with Postmates.
Zuckerbucks.
There's a reason for that.
There are hundreds of contract companies, and they're all working for a small number of top clients at the top of the AI supply chain.
It starts at the top. with AI firms seeking to get the best bang for their buck for this kind of labor. To compete for contracts from those AI giants, the data work companies are incentivized to keep their costs and commitments low.
When you're platform jumping all over the place, you feel like you don't have any power or room to stand up and say, hey, this isn't right. I'm working 13 hours a day and I might be making $40.
Crystal Kaufman is a longtime data worker who now researches labor conditions in the industry. She joined her first.
They hallucinate because they're probability machines. You know, you're not wrong. But you're also, I feel like you're not 100% technically right, and follow me on this, because here's the thing, right? Because what is a hallucination? Because it's hard to trace back. Like, you can't trace back through the code because we know the AI LLMs are all just black boxes that have been fed data and given an algorithm like with which to work from. But like, if you're using incredibly unreliable data, like, how do you know when one thing is a hallucination as a result of it just trying to fill in the blanks, or the things that it has to fill in the blanks are just completely unreliable nonsense come up by Postmate workers who aren't experts in the thing that the AI is talking about? Like, I feel like it's almost impossible to discern between the two of them, unless I am somehow missing something here, which I could be. I'm not technically an AI expert, even though I've spent a fuck ton of time like looking into all of this stuff.
Platform after illness pulled her out of traditional work.
I was working for one platform at the time, and then before I knew it, to actually make money to pay bills and things, it became a case of jumping from platform to platform as all of these smaller platforms appeared.
It's not a coincidence that data workers often come from vulnerable backgrounds, whether those on food stamps, without housing, or with disability.
When you're at that point, and I remember being at that point, you take what you can get.
We're describing a world of work that is really about this new mechanism. It's dismantling full-time employment.
In 2019, a researcher named Mary Gray gave me a haunting warning. Data work could represent the beginning of the Uberization of all knowledge work. On a relentless quest to consume the world's expertise and become its sole provider, Silicon Valley would seek to create a gig version of every job, to acquire bits of knowledge as cheaply as possible from a growing underclass that could eventually include most of us.
We see a future where intelligence is a utility, like electricity or water, and people buy it from us on a meter.
The whole ecosystem around Silicon Valley is very much based on this idea that
these people are fucking deranged. People are gonna buy intelligence from us. Their like claims are so outlandish. But the future that they envision is disturbing. Whether it ever comes to fruition, I think to some degree is unimportant, because the impetus on which that they are acting is the problem itself, not the actual arrival of the goal, but everything that they're going to do in the process of trying to do like a quarter of the things that they've said that they want to do, right? That's the thing I worry about. I worry about the process by which they attempt to try and get there, right? Like, fuck that. I don't want to be first off, I don't want to be in a world where knowledge is gatekept by ChatGPT. Also, like, the world we have to live in to get to the point where ChatGPT is, in fact, the arbiter of all knowledge, that's a problematic journey, too. Both would suck, even if we never actually get to Sam Altman's weird fucking fever dream.
computers are superior to humans. Most humans are unnecessary.
Darren Asimoglu is an economist who has extensively researched the effect of AI on the labor market. He told me that the AI industry's drive for automation is fueled not only by profit motives, but also by an ideology.
There is a sort of elitist attitude towards most workers. People think that the best way you can use AI is more automation, and just the less human input there is, the better.
No human CEO can talk to every employee at a company, every customer, be in every meeting, be an expert in every field. And so more and more, I think, of these jobs will be supervising a bunch of AI.
Right now, we are choosing to use AI as an automation technology. It creates a vicious cycle whereby more and more of the tasks start being taken by AI. And on the way to that, we need human workers to train AI models.
It looks like this. Employers cite AI as a reason to lay off workers. Tech firms hire those increasingly desperate workers for cheap to train AI.
How many R's in the word strawberry reads like this? Oh, it won't let me do it. I want to let me highlight the message. It's being stupid. Dot matrix. 44, 38, 1690, 19, 766, 304, 279, 34, 92, 733, 7. This is stupid. This is stupid. This is not efficient. This doesn't feel efficient to me. Everybody else feel that way. This is inefficient. This is like a. This is not the best. This can't possibly be the best way to do things.
Now, the kind of inequality that we're talking about here could be something we've never experienced. A handful of corporations controlling most of work, and a large fraction of workers essentially completely sidelined from meaningful work. That is a choice. That's not the nature of the AI technology itself. We can use AI for other things. Rather than automate teaching, we can give teachers tools so that they can provide individualized education in a much cheaper and effective form. We can have pro-nurse AI, meaning AI tools that increase the capabilities of nurses for diagnosis, cure, and treatment, but those options are not being exploited.
But in its quest to ingest the world's knowledge, Silicon Valley has a problem. The AI industry is dependent on the very workers it exploits.
Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Awful, awful, awful.
All right, how are we doing on time? 4 hours in. We take a break. Trying to think. Let me see how I'm doing. I'm not doing good. Doing very badly. In fact. Quite badly. All right, I'm sorry, everybody. We're going to have to skip the second break again. It's incredibly rude, and I'll try and make it up to you all in some way one day. I don't know in what fashion, but don't you worry. But reason for this lack of intermission is because we still have so much to talk about tonight. Even though I have a rather truncated list, I've managed to create more work for myself today than I said I was going to do yesterday. Leave it to me. Low effort StreamLord. Low effort StreamLord, giving myself more work. Alright. Well, while we usher in a dystopic AI world that nobody asked for, really, that uses a truly monumental amount of energy, fresh water, that may be the reason for the loss of untold number of jobs. And who knows what else? We know the implications of it. But one of the biggest implications, not just the impact on humans, society, but the environment. All of that energy being used is coming from somewhere, and most of it is coming from, as we heard earlier, places like natural gas. Some people want to build mini nuclear reactors. Okay. That is a that is like not monument. That's a minute difference from that. I mean, I can't. They actually don't know the exact difference scientifically. It's still not clearly understood. I don't understand why it's not understood. It feels like just a lack of interest in solving the problem or solving the answer to the question. But suffice to say, yes, nuclear is technically, if you don't count the other risks involved in nuclear, less detrimental to the environment, but still detrimental to the environment somewhat, even before the radiation risk. But this is not a solution to the problem. They're also almost none of them. Some of them are, but most of them are just hooking directly into the grid. But the problem is like this is adding so much. One data center, as we heard, is adding more, as many homes worth of electricity as the entire state of Texas, and of 38 other similarly sized and or smaller states, right? Not combined. But like, this is only one of many examples. This does not include, I don't know, Colossus or any, there's, I don't know exactly how many AI super data centers there are at this point. I think there's like at least a half a dozen in the United States, and then like hundreds of smaller projects. And the environmental impact of this is just going to be unbelievably bad. We've been seeing the environment get worse and worse. The Earth heating up faster and faster every single year. The hockey stick era is what scientists are calling this moment. Hockey stick, referring to the shape of the graph of the temperature of the planet and of the oceans. And it's now officially May, which means it's fire season. Fire season, tornado season, and soon to be storm season. By storm season, I do mean hurricanes. Won't be long from now we start seeing tropical storm activity, I don't think. I think possibly like by the end of the month, maybe. Early June, you would think. Probably not a thing that you see like landfall and make big but like I'm just saying like tropical storm activity, winds coming off the west coast of Africa. But let's stay focused. Fire season first. Let's go to Washington. The state, not the city. Where wildfire season has kicked off, a significantly early start for Washington state. Being one of the most northern states in the United States. Aside from Alaska.
The state's first wildfire is now under control after burning more than 100 acres in the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest. The Libby Creek fire is now 100% contained, according to the U.S. Forest Service. The fire started about 6 miles outside of Twisp on Thursday, and Libby Creek is the first wildland fire of the 2026 wildfire season, marking an early start. Investigators with the Forest Service say the fire was likely caused by people. And we are joined tonight by Washington Department of Natural Resources Wildfire Division.
Well, there you have it. A small fire in the state of Washington, out in the woods, most likely caused by people. But most wildfires are caused by people, right? It's the conditions themselves that are the thing, right? Like we're not talking about spontaneous combustion, right? Lightning and humans are basically like the two reasons for wildfires, right? Like trees don't just suddenly combust out of nowhere. But clearly the conditions are already ripe in the state of Washington rather early in the season for the second? Is it more northern than Maine? One of the most northern states. Thankfully nothing too severe, and it was in fact put out. Just a small reminder to us all that wildfire season is here. However, natural fire prevention was seen in Colorado in the form of late spring snow. CBS Colorado from Wednesday.
In Ken Carroll.
Justin, this snowstorm is already weighing down trees and branches.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? We have a couple of people here in the neighborhood who are trying to clear it off. You could probably see it just a little bit in the distance, but there's a gentleman. His name is Jordan, and he's cleared off all the trees. I talked to him just a little bit ago, and he said the main reason why he wanted to do that was he didn't want all the branches just to fall on his home. And I wanted to interview him, but you know what, guys? He has a 13-month-old baby inside, so you know what? We'll say, hey, you're okay. You can be able just to clear off the snow as the baby is inside, safe and sound. But that's really the main thing here, is to keep you as safe as possible. Why don't you take a look at this? Follow me, because you can see just how some of the tree branches have broken. This is massive right here, and this is a lot that we're seeing in the neighborhood overall. As you wake up this morning, you may say, hey, I want to go and clear off all the snow that we're seeing, all these tree branches, and we have some advice for you in order to make sure you do it so safely.
Yeah, just a lot of broken branches, super heavy snow, not terrible damage, but, you know, we'll probably go around later and clean up, all of it and, take care of it.
For those who want to wake up and clear off all the snow from the branches, what's some advice that you will have for them to do so safely?
Yeah, maybe shake it off, get the branch, shake it off, or give us a call and we'll probably head out once it all melts and.
It's not really, is that advice? Like, hey, just, you could do it yourself, or you can call us. That doesn't, that's not advice to keep you safe so much as the advertisement. But okay. You could pay us to clear the snow. Yeah, but what about people who, I don't know, don't feel like giving you money to come shake their branches for them? Yep, just give it a good shake. All right, let's move on from Colorado's heavy snow. Which is sort of, really quite late for snow. Even with the high elevation of Colorado. Now, throughout the week, wildfires have continued in Georgia. All week, crews have been doing everything they can to try and make progress on containing this blaze. The blazes, there's multiple fires in the south.
Wildfires are still raging in South Georgia, but there is some good news at least tonight. The Georgia Forestry Commission says the Pineland Road wildfire is 44% contained. This fire has burned around 32,000 acres across Clinch and Eccles County, but we have learned that evacuations have now been lifted in Eccles. In Bradley County, the Highway 82 fire is now 45% contained. It's burned more than 22,000 acres. People are now being allowed to return to their homes, but county leaders are asking people to not clean up just yet. They say that could impact their chances of getting financial assistance. State officials say that a little bit of rain today helped crews make progress.
Yep. These fires have now been going, I think, for over 2 weeks here. Near the Georgia-Florida line. Multiple fires causing tens of thousands of acres to be burned to the ground, homes destroyed, thousands of people evacuated from their homes. That story was from last Sunday. The beginning of the week. This is from a few days later. Tuesday, CBS News Atlanta.
Well, the Georgia Forestry Commission says headway is being made on two big wildfires in South Georgia. The Pineland Road fire is 50% contained. The Highway 82 fire is 85% contained. Officials say while containment improves on both fires, the crews will stay in place to secure lines and prevent flare-ups. Now, even with that progress, some families are still dealing with the devastation left behind. One family of 8 is finding their next steps after the Highway 82 fire. Well, it just changed their lives forever. CBS's Cam McCann has more from Brantley County.
I don't see how that just didn't burn.
In one Brantley County yard, the Highway 82 fire didn't impact this family of 14's home, but as for their neighbors, they're going to have to look at building from the ground up.
They had to been praying to God harder because Lord, their life was spared.
Jessica Cook is a mom of 6 children, but is struggling after her home was one of 110 others to be destroyed in Georgia's most destructive wildfire in state history. How are you?
Yeah, how do we solve that thinking right there? They must have been praying to God harder. Like, they must have been praying to God harder because we didn't. Okay, they was completely spared. Like, God damn it. God damn it. How do we end this kind of fucking...
in the Bible. I'm not.
While she and her entire family are devastated, her 11-year-old autistic twin daughters are struggling the most to adjust.
Even when I feel like falling down, I'll go use the bathroom, go in the back room, do what I gotta do, go behind the camper, let it all out, and then come back around like
I feel like, and maybe she doesn't believe that, like, right? Like, maybe that's a joke, and maybe she doesn't actually believe that, but I feel like there's too many people down here in the Bible Belt, or whatever you want to call this region, who actually genuinely believe that sort of thing. They're like, oh, I must have not prayed. I must have, oh, God is punishing me for the sin. It was because of my sinful ways.
Jesus ain't say that. Happen, and I just keep reassuring them.
The camper was gifted to her by her friend. At friends' backyards where she, her husband David, and their 6 kids are staying in the meantime.
You can't tell what anything is.
Today she took the time to walk around the remains of her home with me.
Just don't cry, just looking at it.
The chicken coop wasn't the only thing that was saved. Some of her neighbors' houses were also kept from the fire's path.
I don't understand it. Like, it still haunts me to this day. Like, how does this turn? And then that's completely untouched.
She says her
Fire is fickle. Wind is the #1 factor. Wind and fuel. Wind and fuel. Is Georgia in the Rust Belt? I've always thought of it as being in the Bible Belt. The Rust Belt, I think, only goes to, I thought it was like the Midwest, like the Midwest, like the Northeast. Right? Isn't it like all the like industry towns from like Ohio to like Western New York or something? Or like actually further back, like over further west to like from Michigan, right? It's like basically it's like Detroit at the start. Where does it end? Syracuse? What was Syracuse's oldest? I'm trying to think. Whatever. Is it the Sun Belt? Too many belts. We have too many belts. That's what I'm starting to realize. All right, let's go here to 11 Live. Local news from 3 days ago to the progress on containing the wildfires in Georgia.
Now to the latest on the wildfires in South Georgia. Fire crews continue to make progress on the containment, which is great news. The Georgia Forestry Commission says crews responded to 12 new fires yesterday. Two of the largest ongoing wildfires, known as the Pineland Road and Highway 82 fires, have burned more than 50,000 acres combined.
12 new fires is progress? That doesn't sound good. I may have clapped a little too soon. So containment on both fires, both of the big ones, are up fairly substantially. 85 is nearly done. 65 is still a little, it's in a grayer area there. Could still get out of hand there in the right conditions. But 12 new fires? That sounds like you're sort of going backwards a little
The
bit.
Pineland Road fire is now 65% contained, and the Highway 82 fire is 85% contained. Officials are urging people to avoid those fire zones, keep drones grounded, just don't put them up in the air in that area, and use caution in smoky areas as dry conditions continue to fuel the wildfire.
Well, there you have it. Fires in Georgia seemingly under more control, although the danger is certainly not over. And we're really at just the very beginning of fire season, I would point out. Everything is only just starting to, dry out, or really just get done, like, maturing, right? Plants coming back out after the winter, right? And here's the problem right now, right? We had, like, in some areas in the South, I think you had a fair amount of precipitation. I'm not sure it's enough to get them out, to get them all out of drought, but it's enough to grow a fuck ton of plants, which, if we have a hot year, it feels like that's the direction we're headed in right now, those plants, that extra, like the extra plants being grown by the extra precipitation, right, is going to wind up drying out and becoming kindling.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's hot. Basically fire fuel is what I'm saying. Basically fire fuel.
So hot right now.
Hate to say that, but that's just the tea leaves I'm reading right now. And I could be wrong. I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not a climate scientist. Just a guy. Spends a lot of time thinking and talking about these things. For a living. Even if we're being repressed. Thanks to all of you who are still staying alive. All right, final clip on the Georgia wildfires before we move on to other
to South Georgia
discussions.
now, where the two large wildfires are getting closer to being fully contained. Georgia's Forestry Commission says the Pineland Road fire is 50% contained. Fire crews in Brantley County say that fire is 85% contained. Now families in Brantley County are going home to devastation. A family of 8 trying to figure out their next steps now. Jessica Cook cares for 6 kids. She says she's struggling because her home was one of 110 destroyed by the Highway 82 fire in Brantley County. She says she doesn't have insurance. For now, they're living out of a camper in a friend's backyard. She says the hardest part is explaining everything to her 11-year-old twins who have autism.
How are you staying strong?
I'm not. Even when I feel like falling down, I'll go use the bathroom, go in the back room, do what I gotta do, go behind the camper, let it all out, and then come back around.
Okay, never mind. You already saw this report. How did I not notice this earlier? Idiot. Look, sometimes I'm listening to. I listen to these stories in order. Like I do a rough draft list and then I listen to them in order. Sometimes I'm making like editorial decisions on the list, or like as it's going through, like I'll move something around. But I'm also oftentimes like working on other shit. And if I hear like this, sometimes like I'll hear the same story, and like I won't notice that I've heard the same story twice in a row because they're like right next to each other. Oh God.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, now down to South America. Wait, is this how I have this set up? I could have sworn I had this. Oh, yeah, hold on, I gotta refresh this. I remember what this. I almost screwed myself. Or not, I'm sorry, everybody, we gotta pause. Hold up. Hold our horses here. Hit the brakes. I almost went to South America. But we're not actually done with America. We're going to go back west momentarily from Georgia to Louisiana, where a new Tulane University? I can't remember the title, but Tulane has released a new research study, which is alarming. Oh, a whole lot of people.
Winter is coming.
A new study finds from Tulane that people from Plaquemines Parish to New Orleans should start planning to relocate farther north.
As Tan Trung reports, researchers are laying out a very stark future for the region.
It's inevitable. New Orleans and much of coastal Louisiana will be taken over by the Gulf of Mexico. That's according to a new study out of Tulane University.
Ultimately, the main message of the study is New Orleans is not forever, and we have to plan for our future. And we have to start planning now.
Dr. Torbjorn Tornquist is a geology professor at Tulane and lead author of the study. A key discovery of that study goes back roughly 125,000 years, when, according to researchers, the Gulf reached the so-called Ponchatoula Ridge, located about 30 miles north of Lake Pontchartrain. Tornquist says because of the increasing rate of sea level rise, combined with subsidence, or the rate of sinking land, the Gulf will one day reach that ridge again, putting much of southeast Louisiana underwater.
You know, whatever is just north of that old shoreline could become the new, coastal real estate, if you will, right? That is sitting right on the future shoreline. That's right.
And everything south of it
is going to be ocean. Yeah.
The loss of Louisiana's land and barrier islands has been documented in John Snell's Coast in Crisis series. Last year, a charter boat captain showed him what used to be East Timberlea Island near Port Fourchon, now open water because of subsidence.
This is where the island was?
Yeah, this is where East Timberlea started, and this is what's called Penrod Slip.
Tornquist says there's no exact timeline on when the Gulf would basically swallow the South Shore, but he does say that sea level rise is happening along coastal Louisiana faster than any other place in the world.
Yeah, no, I gotta give credit to somebody. I can't remember who. I'm sorry. Somebody in the Discord who recommended this, like right before the stream. I don't know if they want credit for it or not, but I'm giving it to them. I'm sure they know who they are. They posted this like right before the stream started in the Galactic newsroom server, and I went looking into this. I can't even, the reason I can't tell you who it is I can't remember what channel it was posted in. It wasn't Stream Suggestions, which is the usual one that I go to for your suggestions on stream stories. Isn't it one of the other channels we have? Is so many channels now. Hard to find it again. But it was a Guardian piece, and I've been copyright struck by them before. So I try to avoid them these days. But I thought this was a very important story. The possibility of in the near future, the entirety of New Orleans, or some large portion of it, going back to looking like Katrina, but permanently. because of the rising sea levels. Now this is I still haven't been able to find the study for some reason. I don't know why, but this is from LouisianaRadioNetwork.com. Tulane University study warns that New Orleans will eventually be consumed by rising sea levels. Baton Rouge, LouisianaRadioNetwork.com, Joe Gallinaro. This was from Thursday, it looks like, May 7th. Researchers at Tulane University say it's only a matter of time before New Orleans gets swallowed up by Gulf waters. Lead researcher Torbjorg Tornquist, a professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences at Tulane, says due to climate change, sea level is gradually rising, and that it will lead to further coastal erosion. And that at some point in the future, it's going to make this region, not just New Orleans, but basically coastal Louisiana, gradually turn into the Gulf of Mexico, also known as the ocean. Tornquist says as a result, people need to start planning now to move to higher ground. We have to help people relocate, and in certain ways, we can also think about maybe making certain things even better than they are right now.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
But of course, we, to some degree, all have known this. The coastal regions, low-lying coastal regions, like southern Louisiana, are under significant threat from low-lying, from being in that region as a result of the rising of ocean levels across the planet. Something that we've been forecasted every single year, over and over again. People keep talking about it, and it keeps happening incrementally. People just don't notice it until it's there, until all of a sudden, oh, too late, you're gone. Like, there's a whole bunch of homes that are already, people who have already slowly dealing with this in the United States right now, especially in the Gulf region. Because of like the amount of storm activity there, among other factors, it is ripe to be taken over. In fact, like half of it was already a swamp, right? So you add in the actual ocean. I mean, that's it. GG. And also, the ocean water absolutely decimates the regular swamp, like, biome. Right? Because like a delicate balance in the swamp, you throw a bunch of like ocean water in there. That's done. Is it Blue Tomato in the environmental channel and discussion on the Discord? It's possible? Possible? Don't make me look. What people should do, though, is join the Galactic Discord. The Galactic Newsroom is what we call it. Perfect place for space fams who enjoy the stream and the community. Numerous discussions and other activities happening in there on a regular basis. All right, let's talk about the oceans a little bit. The problems we got going on there, because there's quite a few. Rising ocean temperatures, the acidification of the water itself. As a result, the acidification of the as a result of the acidification is causing, you know, all sorts of different organisms, including coral and crustaceans, to have serious problems. Bleaching, shell vulnerability in things like shrimp and krill, which are food for the rest of the ocean and the planet. But of course, one problem, which often is talked about as some sort of science fiction future, is the result of the desalinization of the ocean, or the imbalance of salination of the ocean, right? The salt content of the ocean water is incredibly important as the difference in salt content of the different waters based upon the temperature that it is, right, is what dictates the moving of the currents, which transports just so much stuff, including all the heat that the northern Atlantic needs to survive and not look like an Arctic wasteland like seen in The Day After Tomorrow.
What? The AMOC could shut down. This is, and I really don't think this is an exaggeration, one of climate scientists' biggest fears. An overheating planet could cause this vast ocean circulation to grind to a halt, causing major and largely irreversible disruption to the planet's weather patterns. And if you've seen headlines like these or videos like these, you'll know that the fears are rising. But if you've just read these headlines, you might think that the science is settled, that the AMOC collapse is coming and that there's nothing we can do about it. But I reached out to a bunch of scientists who are still battling to understand how big the threat is. And one of the few things that they do agree on is that we can still act to protect ourselves. I'm Adam, I have a PhD in atmospheric physics, and I'm here to help you make sense of the changing planet that we all share. Today, I want to take a look at one of the most critical but complex questions in climate science, whether a massive ocean circulation, the AMOC, will collapse. I want to talk to you about what we know, what we don't, and how we, personally, can start to make sense of this immense threat. I actually made a video about this a couple of years ago, but there have been a bunch of updates. Spoiler alert, they're not happy updates, but they're not as unambiguously bad as you'd think if you just read the headlines. So the AMOC is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. It's the Atlantic section of the ocean's vast conveyor belt. And the word vast doesn't really do it justice. It carries over 1 million billion watts of heat across the globe. If that number doesn't help you, and it doesn't really help me, then picture the output of 1 million power plants. Yeah, it's still kind of hard to get your head around. By transporting these unbelievable amounts of heat towards the north of our planet, the AMOC regulates the world's climate. This is especially important for keeping Europe's climate relatively mild, but as we'll see in a second, it has impacts far further afield as well. So all in all, the AMOC is extremely important. 5 out of 5 no notes would circulate a
Thank you, Adam. That's Climate Adam. PhD having climate scientist and YouTube channel
that's on YouTube.
haver. And unfortunately, our oceans are tipping towards collapse. We can still act. We can still do everything we can to prevent this from completely shutting down. Can't forget that it's a very, very large system. Prehistoric, right? like it's been around since humans could write. And we can start reversing some of the things we've been doing, adding to the problem. Start doing some things to help it instead. That's my thinking. I think to some degree, Climate Adam's thinking. And now, while I use the sort of hyperbolic language and the reference of a day after tomorrow, we won't actually see a day after tomorrow future just suddenly. At least that's what people seem to think, that it'll take decades for it to actually come about. And sure, you're going to tell me that that was literally the plot of A Day After Tomorrow, and that it turned out that the scientists in that movie were wrong. But let's not do that. Let's not do that right now. Okay, that's what I say to you. Please, for the love of God. For now, let's just assume scientists are right, in their estimates, and that we should continue doing everything we can to prevent some sort of a cataclysmic future where the entire northeastern seaboard and most of Europe are plunged into darkness. Not literally. I guess it'll still be light, but it'll be cold as fuck. And one of the things contributing to the slowing of the AMOC. Oh, wait. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to move ahead. I'm sorry. I forgot. I got way a little bit ahead. Where do I want to pick this up now? Back here. Sorry. I forgot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But, and I guess you can see where this is going, climate change comes in and says, that's a pretty nice overturning circulation you've got there. Shame if someone were to switch it off. Well, I guess today we learned what my brain thinks climate change's voice sounds like. If, hypothetically, humans were to emit a bunch of greenhouse gases, those would heat the planet up, changing how the ocean loses heat. Plus, it would cause the Greenland ice sheet to melt and dump a whole bunch of fresh water into the North Atlantic. And all of that would disrupt how the AMOC does its whole overturning circulation thing and slow the whole system down. And when I said hypothetically, what I meant is that is exactly what we're currently doing and what climate scientists are scared will happen. Now, the AMOC slowing down would be bad enough, but the biggest fear is that if things slow down enough, the AMOC could reach a tipping point. Tipping points are points in our climate system where, once passed, the planet would tip into another state, and it would be very hard to get back to where we started. For the AMOC, the fear is that the circulation could effectively shut down, switching to a much less active state that
immediately,
would be tough
if
to
not
switch
sooner.
back on. Now, often this collapse is depicted as something sudden, as if the AMOC could shut down overnight, like in The Day After Tomorrow when Jake Gyllenhaal is literally chased by the cold. In reality, though, it would be several decades between passing the tipping point and a full shutdown. As we'll talk about in a second, there's still a lot of questions and debate between researchers about what's going on with the AMOC. But there are two things all the scientists seem to agree on. One is good and one is bad. The bad thing that they agree on is that if the AMOC substantially slowed or even shut down, that would be devastating. It could cause things like sea levels to soar on the east coast of America, temperatures to plunge in Europe, bringing about extreme, brutal winters, disruptions in rainfall patterns, including to monsoon rains that millions rely on. It's worth emphasizing as well that our societies just aren't adapted to any of that, and wouldn't.
Yeah, no, right. No, yeah, no, exactly. No, we were not even kind of adapted to that. It would be an unrecognizable world. And in many ways, I think probably unlivable for a lot of people, especially like older people. Like, like it would be, honestly, it would be a difficult world. Very difficult world to survive in. Like, it's not unsurvivable necessarily, but it's just very, very different. You have to live basically like an Eskimo, I guess. Basically switch to seal hunting and fur-lined jackets for much of the year, I guess. As long as you're not underwater. Because, of course, if you're underwater, that's just a completely different situation, right? Some places will be underwater and ice, which will be fun for some people, I'm sure. Okay, hold on. There's a couple more spots in this that I think I wanted. Yeah.
Getting to that in a minute. Okay, but we know that if the AMOC slowed or stalled, that would be bad news. But working out what will actually happen is, to use the scientific term, really bloody hard.
It's science.
The circulation is huge. Even measuring what it's doing today is difficult. We only have decent measurements of the circulation for 22 odd years, a blink of an eye in the timescales of the AMOC. In comparison, it takes water around 1,000 years to get around the entire ocean conveyor. So, without enough direct evidence, researchers have instead been using circumstantial evidence to understand what the AMOC's up to. Looking at things like the temperature of the ocean's surface and how much heat is transferred between air and water, or looking back to the more distant past, clues left behind in natural materials like ocean sediments. Evidence is building that climate change has already substantially weakened the AMOC, but some researchers still argue that this slowdown could be a natural shift, and others argue we can't even say if it's changed yet. So if it's hard to work out what's already happening, it's of course hard to say what's going to happen. We need to take what evidence we have from the past and from today and combine that with computer simulations of the future. Now,
yeah. Speaking of events that have happened in the past, I would like to remind everybody of something that happened like I think it was last September. I'm trying to think, how long has it been? Yeah, around then. About 8 months ago. About 8 months ago, we had for some time been watching and keeping up with a little, and by little I mean larger than the state of Rhode Island, iceberg by the name of A23A, which is in fact the iceberg which Day After Tomorrow was loosely based on. And that iceberg, which is the largest one on the entire planet, which was sitting down in South, in the Antarctica way, in a multi-decade, what was deemed death spiral, had eventually, at one point in I think 2025, broken free of that death spiral, and eventually months later, made its way to warmer waters off the coast of South America, broken up, and melted. And of course, the AMOC, which we were just talking about, the ocean currents are, as I was just mentioning before all that discussion, dictated by the salinization levels of the oceans. And with a giant iceberg of purely fresh water dissolving into the ocean, it's probably not good.
It was once the size of a small country and twice as large as London. After drifting through the world's oceans for nearly 40 years, the planet's largest iceberg has crumbled. Scientists say the giant slab of ice, known as A23A, is breaking apart in warmer waters and may disappear completely within weeks. A reminder of how fragile even Earth's mightiest natural giants can be. Here's our report.
For nearly 4 decades, the world's biggest iceberg has been floating around like an oversized tourist with nowhere to go. But after years of drifting, getting stuck, and dodging penguins, the frozen celebrity known as A23A is finally falling apart. And scientists say it could vanish completely in just a few weeks. Back in its glory days, A23A was an absolute showstopper, weighing close to 1 trillion tons and stretching more than twice the size of Greater London.
Yep, and now it's all gone, and has contributed 1 trillion tons of fresh water right into our oceans, destabilizing further those currents we were just talking about. Whether it's enough to actually be the tipping point to cause the Atlantic meridional overturning current to shut down, unknown. I know it's not helping. Okay. Now, down to one of the causes of global warming. That is the deforestation of the planet, especially places like the Amazon.
Com a adoção de políticas e tudo, de redução, de desmatamento.
With the adoption of policies aimed at reducing deforestation, reduction of deforestation in the Amazon as a whole has occurred in recent years. However, even with deforestation rates on the decline, those areas are already fragmented and remain vulnerable. If you have an area that has already become highly fragmented due to deforestation, you always face the impact of degradation, because these environments contained within these fragments are far more vulnerable to the various types of disturbances occurring at a high frequency and intensity throughout the region, such as fires, windstorms, and severe droughts. The general expectation given this new El Nino event, which is projected to be one of the strongest in the last 140 years, is that we will witness severe degradation of the Amazon due to the likely high frequency of fires that we are set to experience. The Amazon rainforest holds immense importance globally. It is one of the forests possessing the largest quantity of biomass and carbon stock in the world. This makes the effort to adopt and enforce policies aimed at excluding fire from forest ecosystems all the more critical. Now, this is something we've been talking about for so long. I mean, I know how long it's been. It's been nearly 2.5 years now. We've been a channel that refuses to stop talking about environmental issues and climate change, regardless of how much or how little some people seem to care about it. But I refuse to shut up. I refuse to give up. I refuse to surrender. I refuse to allow the earth to just be decimated unnecessarily in front of my eyes in my lifetime. And I'm not that old, but I have seen great changes. My very, very, very short time on Earth. In fact, I feel like most of the human-made climate change effects have been seen in my lifetime. And I hate that I'm right. I've been saying this whole time. All year. I had bad feeling about this year, that for a number of factors, including the El Nino season, which is looking like it's going to be a multi-generational El Nino season. We have every reason to see severe storms, severe fires, extreme weather events all over the fucking place. And it's going to be bad. I keep saying it. But it's making me sad that I'm right about only bad stuff. Still haven't predicted the lottery, although I haven't been playing. Still haven't predicted really any good stuff happening that's actually come true. I'm trying to think. Is there any... Can anybody think of anything I predicted that was good that came true on the stream? Maybe it's happened and I'm just completely ignoring it. That would really boost my spirits. Let's go on now. Down further to South America, way to Chile. And talk about Chile's waste problem. As Chile's largest landfill has topped the United Nations tier list for man-made methane emissions.
Sandwiched between the Andes Mountains and the Pacific Ocean lies a mega landfill. For the last 30 years, trucks have been depositing rubbish in Loma Los Colorados, where, like in most places, organic waste isn't separated from the rest. And it's that organic waste that produces methane gas. According to the United Nations Environmental Program, satellite images put this landfill at the top of the list of 50 man-made sites that produce the world's highest levels of methane emissions. Why? Because of the high concentration of organic waste. Brought here from Chile's capital, rubbish left by 60% of Santiago's nearly 8 million residents. This produces 106,000 tons of methane a year, according to the UN report.
If this landfill doesn't look worse, it's because after the rubbish trucks leave their waste here, large dumpsters cover it with dirt as fast as possible. And I can also assure you there's something else you can't see, and that is the stench that comes from this area. And it goes way beyond this hill to communities kilometers away.
70-year-old Patricio Salgado says the smell also attracts flies.
Living next to a landfill has been making our lives more difficult 24 hours a day. It's not pleasant.
To be fair, there are also other smelly culprits in this rural area, including a pig farm. KDM Enterprises, which runs the landfill, says they're extracting more than 700 million cubic meters of methane before it enters the atmosphere.
Oh, they're extracting it and then somebody else is burning it. Oh, that's better. I guess that's better then, right? No, not better. Not better at all. It's like carbon capture. It's like carbon capture, but worse. it's fake. Don't talk to me about that. They're just bottling it and selling it on the open market for somebody else to burn. That's not helping anything. Anyway, that's, according to the United Nations, that landfill, the world's largest human-made source of methane. Now, of course, we have some serious problems with natural sources of methane that are being released as a result of climate change that I don't think enough people understand. But in the tundra and in the Arctic and Antarctic, there are massive deposits of methane that are, first of all, not, in almost every single case, not retrievable, okay? For those thinking, oh, money. No, the land is incredibly unstable as a result of a number of different factors, especially climate change. But no, it's not mineable gas. It is explodable gas. As a result, those massive methane deposits have become more and more unstable the warmer the planet gets. So that is actually the world's largest source of methane, which is why they have to clarify with man-made methane. We could slow some of that by helping to reduce the whatever temperature of the Earth. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, back to things being hot. This week, Italy was dealing with wildfires in the Tuscany region, which forced thousands of evacuees over last weekend, heading into the early days of this week. Here's DRM news.
Thousands evacuated in Italy as a fast-moving wildfire spreads across Tuscany. Firefighters are battling a major forest blaze in Tuscany that has forced the evacuation of around 3,000 people. As strong winds continue to drive the flames across a wide area, the fire, which began earlier in the week, has rapidly expanded across more than 800 hectares on Mount Feta, located between the provinces of Lucca and Pisa. Local authorities say shifting wind conditions have made containment efforts more difficult, allowing the fire to spread quickly through forested terrain. Emergency crews have been working around the clock, deploying both ground teams and aerial support to try to bring the situation under control. 3 Canadair firefighting aircraft have been mobilized, carrying out water drops to slow the fire's advance and support crews on the ground. Officials say the evacuations were carried out as a precaution, with safety concerns rising as the fire intensified overnight. The combination of dry conditions and strong winds has created a challenging environment for firefighters, increasing the risk of further spread. The incident highlights the growing threat of wildfires in southern Europe, where extreme weather patterns and high temperatures have contributed to more frequent and intense fire seasons.
Yep, fire season has started. As I said, May is off to a banner start. All across the planet. Maybe it's time for us to ditch oil, you know? With Operation Epstein Fury happening in the Middle East, you'd think more people would be on board to making the switch in every possible place in their life. Right? Am I not the only person thinking this while we're watching oil prices skyrocket? It's like, is it not time for renewable energy? Anybody?
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, right. I forgot climate and everything are the same word, according to Jordan B. Peterson, who is now a ghost. Doesn't exist. Man was a figment of all of our imaginations. Had some sort of a bout with mold or something, and I have not heard from him in quite a while. You know, I've been thinking lately, I think Michaela might have killed him. Or he's like tied up in a basement. Like he's like Michaela's hostage. Like one night she just like handcuffed him to the bed, took over the show, and it's just been Team Michaela ever. And he's just like Michaela. Hold on, I can't do my Jordan Peterson impression. It's been so long since, because Jordan has disappeared. I've lost my Jordan Peterson impression. How does? God damn it! I'm trying to think. What was it? Michaela, can I please have a? I just sound like an old man. But it's because I'm trying to make him sound weak and tired and like begging for gruel. Michaela, please, will you give your father some delicious gruel? You're being a very nasty woman. I've noticed you're wearing makeup, which makes your face look very sexual. Am I supposed to be attracted to my own daughter?
Look,
I don't know.
I was driving around LA yesterday, and I don't know if you guys know this who are not in LA. Gas prices are
I know, it's Kermit. It's
7
Kermit. Right, it's Kermit. It's like vaguely like sometimes it sounds vaguely Irish. I don't know why, but like, yeah, it basically does sound like Kermit. You're right. It's Kermit. But it's just been so long because he's become so irrelevant, you know? Because he's in a dungeon somewhere. He's like, I think like you need like a wellness check at this point. You need like somebody needs to send somebody in just for proof of life. You know, make sure the guy isn't on a dirty cot somewhere in a basement. You know, shackled to the bedpost with Michaela upstairs podcasting. Like, am I the only one who is concerned about Jordan? Because we got multiple Jordan sound shots.
There's no point in you
think about this guy
betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
But now he's gone. He's gone. We don't get any direct messages from a guy who is so incredibly online. It's just weird. It feels more and more like what's his name? Oh God, the workout guy. Gene? God. What's his name? I can't think of it. Who's the guy? Who's the guy with the short shorts and the headbands? That like there's like claims that he was being like basically like abused by people near him and like keeping him from like doing like public appearances and other shit like that. Why can't I think of who it is? Richard Simmons, thank you. Richard Simmons. Yeah, it's like a Richard Simmons situation. We got to look in, like, we need a wellness check for Jordan B. Peterson.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
A gallon. $7.20 a gallon. Now, granted, I was in Hollywood, whatever. But average prices here in California are like $6 a gallon. Cities like Los Angeles quite truly cannot work if we have this expensive of gasoline, right? Which is sort of leading me to a broader point, but hang on. Because also, gas prices are the reason that flights are surging in cost. Between 2025 and 2026, the average U.S. fare for domestic flights is just through the freaking roof. And Spirit Airlines is no longer. So the last place you could probably get a cheap ticket, Spirit, as much as we wanted to make fun of it, that's all gone belly up. And recently in court papers, they say they were forced to ground their fleet because the, quote, recent geopolitical events resulted in a massive and sustained increase in fuel prices. Yes, all of this stems from not just the moral atrocity of the war in Iran and, of course, the war in Lebanon.
This is all probably going to be good for the economy, right? Going into the summer when people are, going to go on like vacations and things like that.
War on the Palestinian people, but the economic atrocity that is coming on the back of this war. And if you're wondering, yeah, California gas prices are way higher because actually we do rely on oil shipments from the Strait of Hormuz, despite Pete Hegseth saying, we don't need this. We don't need this oil. Okay, buddy. Then why am I paying $7 a gallon at the pump? California receives roughly 30% of its foreign crude oil from the Persian Gulf. And basically we got like the last shipment of oil from the Gulf like this week. The final shipment. So according to Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan, quote, it would probably lead to gasoline that rises from $6.50 to $7 a gallon, DeHaan said, and it could lead diesel that is approaching $8.50 or $9, and it could be restrictive for some airlines. So he's talking about the fact that we got this last oil tanker, 2 million barrels of oil. And honestly, at this point, I have Trump and this administration doesn't give a shit about California. You think they give a fuck? They love that it's way more expensive in a blue state to drive a car. Which kind of brings me to my point. What the hell are we doing? Still flying and driving cars. We have been boxed into this situation by our retrograde ass country, our so-called first world nation that cannot for the life of it have a working rail system.
Just
Here in the state of
disgusting and
California,
probably
Governor
illegal.
Gavin Newsom, he's trying to run for higher office. There still isn't a completed train that goes from San Francisco to Los Angeles, right? Not only are we talking about the economic impact, how expensive it is to fly, and now, of course, Delta's like, sorry, you don't get water. Delta needs to give its CEO a pay raise, so no snacks. But again, let's talk about the climate impact of all of this. Have we not learned our lesson about fossil fuels, about wars for oil, about dying for wars for oil, about sending our country into the depths of economic depression because of wars for oil? Meanwhile, China's over here crushing it on renewables. They're investing in solar and wind. They are absolutely crushing it. And honestly, good for them. Good for the rising hegemon to actually best the current hegemon, not through militarism, right? Not even through extractive capitalism, but through renewable energies. God bless you, China.
Bless you, China.
God bless you.
China. Have to have my China.
It's true. China is actually doing very, very good. Even though people claim, like, even though Republicans claim that China isn't using like solar technology or wind technology, it's just a blatant lie. They've in fact decarbonized their grid faster than most countries on the planet. Not all. Technically, Spain did it faster. But they are moving at record, I mean, like, not at record speed, but they are moving at incredible speed for the size of the country China is. The amount of infrastructure and people they need to basically get like on board or on the grid itself or whatever, like to have the grid itself connected to the renewable energy. I mean, it's a lot. It's a huge task, right? The majority report has Trump slumped stickers. Ooh, fascinating. By the way, here's an idea I've been floating. Oh god, I don't know how quickly I'll be able to put it together. I guess we could just do the one like people already in our Discord. I was thinking maybe trying to do like a call-in show where people can talk about the issues that are important to them or whatever they want to talk about, or I was also thinking about like creating a completely separate Discord channel that wouldn't bleed into the the main Discord. Completely, you know, firewalled essentially from the rest of us, where we could make it like public to like everyone, like put like a link in the bio. Because I try and like keep it like from being that essentially, because I'd prefer like. I'm already like struggling to figure out who's gonna be. Like, we have Discord mods, but I feel like most of our Discord mods haven't spent a great deal of time actually like learning Discord itself. I feel like we still need like Discord pros, I guess. Although I'm also failing in a bunch of ways on Discord, so it's not all the mods' fault. A few things I haven't done properly, but that's partly because I've just had so much stuff on my plate. Things like things like that are like way at the bottom of the list, just because it's like some of these things are like in chronological order depending where they are. Some have been just completely forgotten. Oh, speaking of which, I'm thinking of another thing right now. Look, Discord community, I love you all. I'm trying my best, okay? All right, there you go. There was the long version. Well, not the long version, but the real version of the environmental half that we would have had yesterday, but skipped to try and get other things done. Which I think made perfect sense today since we were talking about AI so much already. But now it's time for us to switch topics. And we only have 2 topics left to talk about. We've got space. And we've got the Middle East.
Get you out to some breaking news right.
Fuck was that? So I just like outside of the space station window, I just heard a and then like the tiniest horn I've ever heard in my like. I don't know what happened just now. I'm trying to figure. I think it was a bike horn. It must have been like a bike horn. Like somebody must have almost like gotten hit by some asshole or something. So all these people just fucking driving like idiots. Especially late at night when there's less traffic. A space bike, of course, not like an Earth bike. Speaking of space, let's talk about the UFO files. The Trump administration announced they would be releasing earlier on Thursday.
All right. FBI Director Cash Money Cha-Ching Ching, the most unqualified dipshit in literally so many options as to who is the most unqualified dipshit in the Trump regime. He's making an attempt to distract from his failures on the job by teasing the release of information about, drumroll, aliens. Let's play the clip.
That there would be life on other planets that may be visited here that would not at all shock or surprise me. Have you ever looked into it?
We're looking at it. Here's the thing. Again,
okay, I want all the details.
Here's the thing. Every other president before President Trump could have said, hey, let's look at that and get the American people the information. What did he do? He stood up.
It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild to me. These motherfuckers were complaining about the former FBI Director Comey just being on Instagram, like, at all. Like, people like Hannity were making the argument. Not specifically Hannity. I can't remember if he was the one to make the argument. It might have been like, what's his name? Not Alex Jones. The other one, Glenn Beck. We listened to some Glenn Beck around that time when the 8647 tweet or the Instagram post came out or whatever it was. And these guys were like, but why does the FBI director even have an Instagram? Meanwhile, let's make sure we got this straight. Donald Trump owning his own social media company and posting ad infinitum. You got Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, with his own version of Road Rules, Fox News White House edition, with family in tow, with a gas crisis going on. And you got FBI Director Kash Patel on a fucking podcast with Sean fucking Hannity, like, just shooting the shit about aliens. Like, these people are a fucking joke.
Give me a joke.
An interagency process with Department of War leading that effort to get out the documentation related to everything that you're talking about, not just from the FBI, from the IC and everywhere else. And so what do? We already delivered our first tranche of information to that committee, and they're going to be publicly releasing this information very soon.
I know what in that tweet now. I could never figure it out.
No. Exactly, Benihana. No, exactly. Like, this guy's over here, Fast Fingers Patel, tweeting out evidence on X. Like, like in the wake of like multiple fucking shootings before any investigations are happening. He's just like throwing out theories and shit, like Valhalla. Let's see, Valhalla, Charlie, love you, bro. Like, these people are fucking deranged.
Very soon.
I know what in that tweet now. I could never figure it out. So Kash Patel tweeted about Alexis, his girlfriend, being a country music sensation, and that she has done more for this country than most Americans have in 10 lifetimes. After seeing that clip of Director Patel with Sean Hannity, I know that her patriotism is the fact that she's fucking cash so that no other American has to. That's what she's doing for this country. And this comes after all of this fluffing up all this alien stuff. This is really interesting, you guys. It comes after some evangelical pastors made startling claims about the government convening them in a secret meeting to share. Let's pop this up. Perry Stone, a well-known evangelist, author, and Bible teacher from Tennessee, warned that fellow pastors were recently invited to a secret meeting with U.S. intelligence officials to prepare for the release of secret files on extraterrestrials. According to Stone, the officials warned a small group of pastors with a large reach in the Christian community that the government was about to release reports and possibly videos of aliens and spacecraft which were not from this planet. So this is a really interesting development that the government feels that they need to go to evangelical religiously. These are basically megachurch people because.
Yep.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
It's the megachurch people. It's sad but true. And that is Donald Trump's literal spiritual advisor in that clip right there.
Dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
The rapture preppers.
That's Paula Smith.
These are the people
Sure,
that are
with her voice.
prepping for the rapture.
That's Paula Smith. That's literally Trump's spiritual advisor, saying that whenever she goes into a dry cleaner, it becomes holy all of a sudden. She's a weird lady. She believes weird things. However, fascinatingly, I mean, you would think that the files would contain some very shocking details because the White House held a meeting with these evangelical pastors. You think there must have been some sort of big revelations that nobody's ever heard of. But according to experts, I guess you might call them, at least one expert, these new files show zero evidence of aliens.
What? Come on!
But I think what we have here is quantity over quality. A lot of the files that we have are old files from the FBI that were released years ago, and some of them dating back to the 40s and 50s. And the videos, which I was most interested in, are really not particularly interesting. The videos with all the information on screen redacted, so we have black boxes covering the numbers that will tell you what's actually going on in the video. And then all we see is little white dots moving around on the screen.
I thought this story was fucking hilarious. I was right. It's still fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Okay, so they amp everybody up for big news. And just like with the Epstein files, they drop a bunch of shit that's either redacted or meaningless already been released. These guys are terrible with files, okay? It's just utterly incredible. I can't imagine. Like, you could be worse at covering stuff up. I'm not saying there's necessarily a cover up here, but they just make it. They're constantly making it look like they're doing cover ups, and they dump all these they're like these completely unnecessary, superfluous documents, and or heavily redacted documents. It's almost like it's almost like in this case they'd prefer people talk about the UFO files than the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah, what's up with those Epstein files? Are they ever going to release them all, or I think they're done, but it feels like it's not done. Especially like the investigation part of it all. That seems very not done. All right, well, it's Middle East time. It's all we got left on the list for tonight. But don't be disappointed. Aww. I said don't be disappointed. It's fine, because it's the bulk of the stream. Yep, that's right. Like 50 or so videos out of the 89 videos, maybe slightly more, are all Iran. And or Israel and the United States. Operation Epstein Fury, and or the effects of Operation Epstein Fury. It's all very exciting. It's been a very busy week. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of developments, I guess you might say, in an ongoing non-ceasefire. As we all know, the ceasefire that was declared by the United States was violated almost immediately by the United States, blockading the strip, seizing, the strait, the seizing of Iranian civilian tankers, stuff like that, including a number of supposed strikes seen around the region. Suffice to say, people are claiming ceasefire while wartime activities continue all over the place, have continued. And earlier this week, basically at the beginning of the week, Donald Trump declared that the hostilities were over, quote-unquote, terminated, according to him. Even though, at the time, the blockade continued to remain.
First tonight, President Trump saying he does not need congressional approval to continue the conflict with Iran, declaring to Congress today that hostilities with Iran have been terminated. But the Strait of Hormuz remains closed tonight, global energy prices surging. And this afternoon at the White House, the president himself suggesting there are only two options. Iran makes a deal or will, quote, blast the hell out of them. And tonight, the new report just in involving 5,000 U.S. troops. Jonathan Karl leading us off.
President Trump, facing a legal deadline, said today he does not need congressional approval for the Iran war because hostilities have been, quote, terminated. His declaration in a letter to the Speaker of the House comes as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, triggering.
Yeah, so that's how the week started, with Donald Trump pretending like just saying that the hostilities are terminated makes them terminated, even if they continue in the real world, which is, of course, not how anything works, generally speaking. But he certainly didn't let that stop him. It's like, look, I don't need your stupid war powers because hostilities are terminated, according to me. I don't care what you see. What? You see a blockade? I see a beautiful open strait. Or what would be an open strait if our allies were not such terrible and horrible actors in the situation. It would be open if they decided to put in any effort in opening it. And so it's basically open already. But yeah, in order to avoid the 60-day War Powers Resolution Act, Donald Trump pretended like the war was over, even though everybody and their grandmother knew quite clearly that it wasn't over. Because we have eyes and ears. That's why. I know that's shocking to everyone.
Next tonight, President Trump issuing a new warning to Iran as officials from that country say the war is likely to resume and the rift between the U.S. and its allies appears to be growing. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang.
Tonight, more than 24 hours after President Trump told Congress that hostilities with Iran have been terminated, Iran warning renewed conflict with the United States is likely. A senior Iranian military official saying in state media that evidence shows the U.S. is not committed to any agreements or treaties. The armed forces are fully prepared for any new adventures or foolishness from the Americans.
No kidding.
President Trump telling Congress yesterday that the war is over.
No more foolishness, says Iran. It's a tough ask. I'm not gonna lie. That is a tough ask out of this administration. No more foolishness from Donald Trump? Yeah. I love that. Wouldn't we, folks? We would all love that. Everybody would love that. An end to the foolishness from Donald Trump. Yeah, it's not really likely. In fact, I think the likelihood of increased foolishness much higher than decreased foolishness from Donald Trump. Now, according to Donald Trump, on Monday, he was reviewing a new Iran proposal to end the war. And in fact, I believe had claimed leading into the claim of the end of the hostilities that Iran had sent him, as he said on now, I think multiple occasions, a new proposal right before his declaration he keeps saying this, and at this point it's not really, it doesn't sound as real every time he says it. It sounds less real, but I think the claim was that he had received a new proposal from Iran as he was making this declaration, proclamation, whatever you want to call it.
Doing very well with regard to just about everything, but doing very well with regard to Iran. Again, they want to make a deal. They're decimated. They're having a hard time figuring out who their leader is. They don't know who their leader is because their leader is gone. Their leader that...
This fucking douchebag, billionaire, fucking dimwit is living in a completely different reality than everybody else. You know, like he always has, but at this point in his life is now truly like just living in such a, just like, we're doing perfectly on pretty much everything. Are we doing perfectly on pretty much everything? According to who? And what numbers? And what are we talking? What is almost everything? Because most people are struggling right now more than they have in quite some time. Healthcare costs skyrocketing as a result of the $1 trillion cuts made by Trump and the Republicans. skyrocketing gas costs and energy bills as a result of Operation Epstein Fury and the data centers that we just got done talking about. And an imminent food shortage is on the way, which we're going to talk more about tonight and have talked about in the past. That is in the cards already, essentially. It will hit everybody in different ways. Those with money will be able to afford it, but especially in Western countries, for those without and living in the global South and elsewhere, you know what I'm saying, are going to be going without. And people are going to fucking die as a result of all of this nonsense. And he's like, we're perfect on pretty much everything.
Leader is. They don't know who their leader is because their leader is gone. Their former leader, Khomeini. But we'll see. Any questions real fast? The which? The new 14-point proposal that Iran has. No, I haven't. I'm looking at it up here. Yeah, I'll let you know about it later. But last night you said we might be better off not making a deal with Iran. Well, I wouldn't have to. I didn't say that. I said that if we left right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. We're going to do it so nobody has to go back in 2 years or 5 years.
We don't need a deal because we already won, but we're not leaving yet because we're not done. I mean, that's basically what he's saying, right? Like, he's basically making the claim that somehow we've utterly decimated Iran, which, of course, not true. We've seen their military continue to be able to do strikes in the Gulf, effectively keep the blockade in effect, do strikes on U.S. bases across the region, military assets, and Gulf countries, as well as Israel. Like they still continue to have essentially what seems to be the same military capabilities that they had at the beginning of this. And this guy is fucking like, it's completely incoherent. They're completely decimated and finished, but we're not done. War is not over. It's over, but not over. Like this is one day after he just said the war is over, but he's saying we're not done. Which seems like a blatant omission that he's violating the War Powers Resolution Act, right? Am I wrong? He literally, the day before, is like, look, the hostilities are ended. Okay, Congress, you don't need the resolution. And then the next day, he's like, we're not done. And Republicans, of course, are not planning on holding him accountable at all for any of this. But it's just such a crazy thing to witness. The erraticness of it all. Now, also on Monday, Donald Trump announced that the United States would be freeing ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz in something dubbed Operation Epstein Freedom. Sorry, Epic Freedom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I love how they stuck with the same format of name, right? Like, even though everybody is shitting all over them and calling it Operation Epstein Fury, they're like, we're going to change it. They won't figure out a way to make fun of this one. Check it out. Operation Epic. No, wrong. No, wait, yes. Not Fury. Epic, yes. But Fury, no. We're not angry. We just love democracy. Freedom. Operation Epic Freedom. Nobody's going to figure out a way to do a play on words with that. Completely different.
Trump has announced a U.S. effort to free up ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway has been blocked amid the war with Iran, causing a sharp rise in oil prices worldwide. Well, Peter Bowes is live in Washington with the latest. Peter, what is this effort to free up the strait?
The president is calling it Project Freedom, a humanitarian gesture to help those countries that he says are not tied up with the conflict, but have ships, that have vessels that are caught up in the Strait of Hormuz. The United States, starting Monday, will be guiding them out of the area. On the
Project Epstein Freedom. It's going to be beautiful. Everybody's saying it. PEF. Rhymes with something. I'm trying to think. RF, PPF, PDF, something. Project Epstein Freedom. It's beautiful. Everybody's saying it. Big tough guys, they're coming to me. They're saying, "Sir, Epstein is so free. Freer than ever before." Whoa, the fuck? What just happened here? No. Wrong. God damn it. Why have you done this? Why have you forsaken me?
Come on!
Come on. Please hold.
Climate and everything are the same word.
No. Okay. Take two. The Majority Report up next. From 5 days ago. And yes, as always, or usually always, Weekending Report, it's in as close to chronological order as I can get it, while not making it too discombobulated in topic. Because, of course, sometimes, channels post at different paces, and I prefer to keep us at least on the same discussion without traveling too far afield from it, and then having to return back to the... I prefer not to do that. It feels clunky whenever we do that, so let's try our best. I'm going to try my best.
UAE says that Iran has resumed attacks as the U.S. is attempting to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It is unclear. Trump announced a Project Freedom, and then the administration walked it back. In the meantime, in the hours before Trump announced Project Freedom, somebody placed a $720 million bet on shorts, on oil shorts. And as soon as he announced Project Freedom, the price of oil drops. Great time if you've actually placed some shorts on the price of oil to buy oil to resell at a higher.
I'm sure that's like totally just normal sized bet on oil futures. $1 billion or nearly. It might as well be like so big it might as well be $1 billion sized amount of money here we're talking about. I mean, I'm sure that's just totally normal. Probably not at all suspicious type of trading activity. No reason to look into something like that.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Amount. Trump's administration walks it back. I mean, this whole thing could just be like... And Exxon and Chevron, I think it is, announced that they would not be increasing production because why would they? It costs them, I'm going to make up numbers just to show you the dynamic. They sell oil at $50 a barrel. It costs them $20 to extract it, $10 to ship it, $10 to refine it. I'm just making up those numbers. And they sell it for $50 and they make $10. I'm sure the numbers are higher, the margins, but this is just to help me with the math. And then the price of oil shoots up to $100 a barrel. And it costs them $20 to extract it, $10 to ship it, maybe $15 now because it's going all around the world, and $10 to refine it. And then all of a sudden, they're not making $5-10 a barrel. They're making $60 a barrel. And then the price of oil goes up even higher. And they're like, oh, those, the drilling that we stopped because it was too expensive because instead of $20 to extract it, it cost us $40. Well, now that the price of oil is at $115, we can spend $40 on the price of oil, and we can just go to full refining capacity. Once they hit.
Yeah, because right, we all understand how much in output these guys are doing. They're not trading in single barrels or tens of barrels or hundreds of barrels or thousands of barrels, right? They are extracting millions of barrels every fucking year, right? Each one of these guys. So this represents hundreds of millions, if not billions, in profits just coming out of nowhere. It's a literal windfall. And you know what the United States could do with its oil producers? We could take a page out of the book of France and introduce legislation to tax oil companies for these windfall profits that they are getting purely based on luck and are off the backs of the consumers who are buying these products from them.
Refining capacity, they're done, and they have no excuse. They're like, we can't do it. But we can't help it that our oil is being bid up to $160 dollars a barrel, or some people are saying maybe $200 a barrel in the future. We'll see. But this is the dynamic. Meanwhile, it turns out that the Secretary of Defense, nay War, or Secretary of War, nay Defense, I don't know how he goes.
War.
Has been lying to the country as to what Iran was able to do in the early days of this war when we struck them.
No.
I know this is going to come as a shock, but the $50 billion or so that we've spent at this point, whatever, I don't know, the official record is probably close to $30 billion at this point, very likely is a severe undercount if we ever intend to rebuild our bases, which of course they do. Here is this report from CNN.
Allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military installations, previously seen as formidable fortresses, have turned into sitting targets. As a Saudi source told me, the war has shown Saudi Arabia, that's the U.S.'s longest-standing Arab ally, that the alliance with the U.S. cannot be exclusive, and it is not, in their words, impregnable. To get a sense of just how vulnerable U.S. facilities have become, have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations. Struck not just once, but twice, and according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties were reported. Iran's visibility over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite, known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery, almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel. Tamara Khablawi, CNN, London.
All right, responding to CNN's findings, a Pentagon official said the Defense Department does not discuss damage assessments, but U.S. forces remain fully operational with the same readiness and combat effectiveness. CNN also understands from its sources that the vast majority of U.S. troops evacuated their positions in the Middle East, with many working from the relative safety of hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Military hotels? Brian, you were in the military, right?
Yes, I was.
What are these military hotels?
Are they saying barracks? Or are they saying...
Or the Hilton Human Shield?
Yeah, I haven't...
Right, the Hilton Garden Marine.
They're saying they are hiding amongst the civilian population.
That sounds familiar to me.
Well, good thing there's nothing in recent precedent that would make those be unsafe places for people to.
You know what also sounds familiar to me is the downplaying of damage from Iranian strikes.
A lot of this sounds familiar.
Huh? It's almost like Israel.
What I'm most thankful for is that at least none of the actors involved in any of the conflict, any of this conflict right now, are at all accused of doing anything even close to that, right? Right?
Give me a joke.
I can't believe that guy is in charge of Homeland Security.
I don't want reality.
A guy who literally said, "I don't want reality" in public. I know it's not what he meant, but you know, it is what he meant. Like, it's not, he didn't mean to say it, but it is what he meant. That's what I meant to say. Like, as a person who speaks literally for a living, I know that sometimes we can misspeak in certain ways, but the way in which he misspoke just was sort of revelatory of his inner thoughts. It was just a response to something that he had no answer to, and so I said, I don't want reality. Look, I just want an answer. And if I recall, that was basically what it boiled down to. What a great group of leaders we have here in the United States.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Now, throughout the week, even though the United States claimed that there was a ceasefire, drones hit the port of Fujairah in the UAE, injuring at least 3 people. This is from Middle East Eye on... Right, no, sorry, Al Jazeera from Tuesday. So just to be clear, I know it feels like we've already gone very far, but we really haven't. Just to be clear. Starting the week, Trump claimed that the hostilities were terminated, even though the blockade remained.
Columbia _9505 just shared 100 bits. This is a public announcement. Please avoid the promenade. There seems to be a war breaking out between the pro-catsup people and pro-ketchup people on the YouTube chat. End of announcement.
Pro-catsup and pro-ketchup. There's a war? Really? Wow. Let's all settle down, okay? We can all enjoy our tomato-based sauces however we want to. It's a free planet for now. Thank you for the bits. What was I saying? Whatever. Let's stay focused. There you go. Confirmed reports of what would seem to be successful Iranian attacks in the United Arab Emirates at the port, even though the United States claimed that Donald Trump claimed the hostilities were terminated. This seems like, am I the only person who sees this as being a hostility? Speaking of hostilities, Iran claimed responsibility for a strike on an American warship trying to enter the Strait of Hormuz, probably doing Project Epstein Freedom. But the United States shockingly denied those claims on Tuesday, same day as this footage in the UAE.
Hello, I'm Lucy Hawkins. Welcome to BBC News Now. Iran says US forces will be attacked if they enter the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian threat followed President Trump's message on social media that the American military would help guide ships through this vital waterway. An estimated 20,000 seafarers on 2,000 ships have been stuck in the strait since the US-Iran war began back in February. We've been hearing from President Trump on Truth Social. He has written, "For the good of Iran, the Middle East and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business." He added, if in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have to be dealt with forcefully. We had a very quick response from Iran. This statement was released. We warn that any foreign armed forces, especially the aggressive US military, if they intend to approach or enter the Strait of Hormuz, will be targeted and attacked.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating week. Operation Epstein Fury-wise, ceasefire-wise, whatever we're calling it, Project Freedom. None of it seems to be going well, certainly for the United States and for Donald Trump. Let's go back to the claims of the United States, because it's taken journalism to expose just how much damage has been done to the U.S. military infrastructure apparatus, if you will, in the Middle East. Recent reports have, of course, as we just talked about, been revealing all sorts of stuff about that. It is, satellite imagery, which is the only reason that we know any of this stuff, right? So how can we accept this claim from the United States that Iran didn't strike an American warship trying to enter the Strait of Hormuz? Iran, at this point, Iran has more credibility than the United States. I'm not saying everything that Iran says is true. I'm just saying, if we're just comparing apples to apples here, Iran to the United States, we got, I'm taking Iran. That's, all right, now I'm doing Sam Cedar over here. I'm going to start talking apples. Not going to do it. All right, France 24.
Ketavan Gorjestani, our international affairs editor, who's with me here in Paris. And Ketavan, look, talk to us about a different angle of this story, because while the ceasefire is still holding between Iran and the United States, we're learning a little bit more now, aren't we, about...
Am I the only person that loves her name? It's almost like it sounds like a future name, like some sort of like I've never heard the name Ketavan before. You add in Gorjestani, it just sounds like a science fiction name. Ketavan Gorjestani. She sounds like a news reporter from 2100
damage that the
or something.
US has suffered to some of its assets in the Gulf. What can you tell us?
Well, look, there's a new investigation done by the Washington Post that reveals that the extent of the damage inflicted by the Iranians to U.S. assets in the Gulf is much larger than previously analyzed and acknowledged by the United States. First of all, there's the structural damage. According to the Washington Post, there are at least 217 structures linked to the U.S. military and 11 major pieces of equipment that were destroyed or damaged by Iranian fire at 15 U.S. bases across 7 countries in the Gulf. Everything from hangars and barracks to important aircraft and communication systems. But structural damage is not the only thing. There are also human casualties. We remember those 7 U.S. service members who were killed by Iranian fire, separate from the 6 who died in an accident. But now we also know that there are more than 400 troops injured. And according to Washington Post sources, at least a dozen of these injured have been injured very seriously. Now, the United States in the Gulf has presence and bases pretty much everywhere in the Gulf. And among some of the strategic sites that the Iranians managed to hit are these. The satellite communication sites, for example, at Al Udeid base in Qatar. Remember that picture of the E-3 Sentry aircraft that was hit and damaged very strongly by the Iranians? That was on the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The Iranians also managed to hit very crucial strategic locations. The U.S. Navy Central Command headquarters in the region in Bahrain, as well as Camp Arifjan, that is in Kuwait, and that is home to the U.S. Army's regional headquarters. And according to the Washington Post, Bahrain and Kuwait were some of the hardest hit locations because these two countries had allowed the Americans to use their bases there to directly strike the Iranians, and that could.
Yep.
The reason why they were hit so hard.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought she was going to say. All right, yeah, there we go. Thank you, Catavan and France 24 News. For a broader look at the strikes Iran has been continuing to be able to carry out, even though the United States and Donald Trump continue to claim that the war is over, or that the hostilities are terminated, or that we've decimated their military, or any of the other bullshit claims that have been made so far. And of course, I would point out they completely left out Israel from this, right? I guess they're not counting that as part of the Gulf, even though it's just one country over from Jordan. But okay. I guess it's part of the Mediterranean. But like, they would point out there's dots all over Israel. As we've been calling it, it's no longer the Iron Dome, it's the Paper Dome. Iran's strategy has proven that Israel cannot defend itself adequately. The integration of drones and other military technology, Iran has made it look utterly useless and a waste of billions and billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars. All right. Now let's talk more about the negotiating strategy around all of this. Starting here with Democracy Now!, also from Tuesday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 2 missiles hit a U.S. Navy vessel in the Strait of Hormuz earlier today after it ignored warnings from Iran's Revolutionary Guard to halt. That's a...
Yeah, timing-wise, how are we doing? 6 hours in. Sorry, everybody. I'm just trying to do some math again over here on the programming. Don't mind me. 20, 40, 7. I think now is actually a good time for us to take a quick galactic intermission. We're going 6 freaking hours. We still got quite a lot to talk about. It's been a very busy week in the Middle East. We're only on Tuesday, I would point out. Sure, it'll be a busy week ahead of us as well. But I think we deserve the break. I also need to do a couple of things over here. I'm starving. I need a freaking snack. And those incredibly generous... Oh, God. Jesus Christ. incredibly generous throne donations haven't come through yet. The snacks and the drinks people bought the other day, which I'm very appreciative of. I don't know when those are going to show up. Hopefully soon. But I gotta still cook some food over here. Bagel, probably. Easiest thing. But that's gonna take me a second. More than a second. So, it's really a break for me. But feel free to enjoy the break yourself. But we will be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Things like Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Well, all these great ways to decide must be such a difficult task. For many of you, I recommend Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, a shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
Do you know what we're here for?
All right, everybody, we're back. That's right, the break is over and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Also, thank you for the raid to Complainy Laney. Much appreciated, Lane. Hope the stream was good. You're ending kind of early, aren't you, for you? Either way, welcome in. What do we call the Complainy Laney community? I always try to come up with a name. The complainers? We'll come up with something good. I'm glad to have all of you in here this evening. Welcome in, chatters. Stream is starting back up. We've been going for 6 hours. That was just a quick break. We've been talking all sorts of stuff, but now we are doing the week's news on Iran, Operation Epstein Fury, and everything in between in the Middle East. This is really part 2 of the weekending report. Every weekend, Friday, Saturday. It winds up being Friday, Saturday, even though I used to do it just on Friday. Weekending report, where we cover everything that's happened this week. Even though I do streams all week, 5 days a week. It feels good, I feel like. It's like cathartic to do it all at once and just sort of hit all the main topics of the week. And that's what we're doing today. We're on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. Democracy Now! Here with Trita Parsi to talk about the status of negotiations.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 2 missiles hit a U.S. Navy vessel in the Strait of Hormuz earlier today after it ignored warnings from Iran's Revolutionary Guard to halt. That's according to the Iranian state media. But the U.S. says no vessel was struck. This comes as President Trump announced the U.S. will begin guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz starting today, deploying guided missile destroyers, more than 100 aircraft and 15,000 U.S. service.
Is that true? Was I right? Is complainers the actual term? See, I've watched Laney's stream on many occasions, but I've never actually heard a name for the group. So, I mean, it would make perfect sense.
Members. Tehran immediately rejected the move.
I just realized that we are beating YouTube over here on Twitch in views. My God.
Iranian official warned any U.S. interference in the strait would be considered a ceasefire violation. President Trump said he'd reviewed Iran's 14-point peace proposal, but warned the U.S. could resume strikes. Iran's foreign minister said a deal is just inches away, but accused U.S. negotiators of making maximalist demands. No further talks have been scheduled. At least 2 other vessels apparently were also struck in the Strait of Hormuz over the weekend, though all crew members were reported safe. Meanwhile, U.S. gas prices have now reached $4.45 a gallon, up nearly 50% since the war began. According to Iran's Ministry of Health, U.S.-Israeli strikes have killed close to 3,400 people, including 376 children. The U.S. military has confirmed 13 combat deaths and 381 service members wounded. This is President Trump speaking in Florida Friday.
We get the radical left to say, we're not winning. If we're not winning, they don't have any military left. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I believe it's treasonous. Okay, you want to know the truth? It's treasonous.
Wow.
President Trump.
Guy is fucking deranged. Everything is treason to him. You said something nasty about Trump. Right to treason. Right to jail. Right to jail. Very, very, very nasty. Liberal media saying I did a crime. Right to jail.
Saying it's treasonous to say that the U.S. is not winning the war on Iran. For more, we go to Washington, D.C.
It's America last. That is America last behavior. Everybody's saying it.
Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. His latest article headlined, Trump's Iran blockade snatches defeat from the jaws of victory. Trita is the author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Trita Parsi, thanks for joining us again. Talk about this latest news right up to when we're broadcasting, where Iran says they struck a U.S. naval vessel and the U.S. is denying it. And then President Trump saying that it's treasonous to criticize what the U.S. is doing.
Illegal. Thank you for having me, Amy. Let me first start off by saying, because I think it's important context, that according to the plan of those who sold this blockade idea to the Trump administration, Iran should have crumbled about 10 days ago. And it clearly has not happened. And I think that's part of the reason why you see the president increasingly using desperate language and even considering desperate moves, such as moving U.S. warships through the Persian Gulf in order to protect other ships. It's important to understand the U.S. Navy has kept itself roughly 3,000 kilometers from Iran's shorelines throughout the entire war in order to avoid getting hit by any of Iran's missiles that potentially could sink a major American warship. So if the US during the war was unwilling to get that close to the Iranian waters, I find it very unlikely that the US will do so under the current circumstances, knowing very well that that could lead to a major confrontation, restarting of the war, but perhaps more importantly, it could lead to American servicemen getting killed in a...
Yes, and on that point, we're going to switch to the next video. Thank you, Trina. Thank you, Democracy Now. Here. Oh, I have these in the wrong order. Oopsies. This one. From the very next day. Al Jazeera English from Wednesday.
This
The
morning.
United States halts Operation Freedom. No, you say it ain't so. But what about the freedom though? Freedom! Oh God. This is a disaster. Project Epstein Freedom. It's a no-go.
All right, let's go straight over to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who's standing by for us in Washington. So, Kimberly, what else is the president saying here?
Scott, it's been a bit of a surprise, the fact that just one day after the U.S. president launched Project Freedom, that effort by the United States using its air and naval assets to escort commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. president has now abruptly paused that operation.
It is like, honestly, Trump's erratic behavior has hit peak. Like, old sundowning Trump over here is literally just lashing out like randomly and haphazardly and at the potential detriment to the entire world.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, by the way, Magician, thank you for the follow. Also, Read and Rap and Trans Fox Girl. All of you with the follows as well. What a nonsense week it's been. Let's just recap it once again for everybody, perhaps for some of those that are showing up. Sunday started with Trump claiming that hostilities were terminated, immediately terminated. And then, on the very next day, Iran said that it was definitely not over, and and Donald Trump was claiming that he was reviewing a new proposal of the war, but simultaneously that the war didn't need to end.
I love my space fam.
Columbia Regan, thank you for the resub. I love you too. Much appreciated. Great use of the galactic emojis also. I was saying... Oh, right. So yeah, one day earlier, Trump saying hostilities terminated so that he can avoid the 60-day War Resolutions Power Act, which we all know was violated immediately, right? And then... the war could just continue, but even Donald Trump in the very next sentence, like the very next day, basically is saying, "Hey, actually, the war is not actually over," which I'm sure Republicans won't hold him to account on, but basically admitted to the fact that the war wasn't over, even though he claimed it was the day before. Then the next day says Project Epstein Freedom was a go. Then a bunch of very around the same time, I guess, some very, very embarrassing satellite images started coming out around the United States' casualties, operational losses, I guess you might say, started coming out. And then the very next day after that, Or on the same day, we have multiple violations of the ceasefire seen in the Strait. UAE hit, claims by Iran that they hit a U.S. Warship trying to go through the Strait. And then the very next day, Operation Project Epstein Freedom is ended. I mean, that's in 2 days. It's literally 2 days. That's Sunday to Tuesday. Okay, that's 3 days. Sorry, 3 days. Oh, just a fucking nonsense. Just a fucking nonsense timeline that we're living. And this is why we need the weekending report, right? To even kind of grasp what's happened in just a mere 7-day period. You know, I remember, years ago when Biden was still president. And sure, it sucked, and we were still doing a genocide, and, there were plenty of bad things going on. But there was, very rarely did we need a weekending report that lasted 2 streams, right? Like, usually 1 8-hour stream would get us through the week. Now, shit is so fucking chaotic. To get a handle on it, you gotta go through, so many freaking stories. Hundreds and hundreds of different stories. It's out of control. But it's because of the erratic nature of Donald Trump, mostly. Not entirely, but mostly. Leftist Corporation, thank you for the follow. Also, thank you to the mod who gave the shout out to Complainy Laney. I forgot to do that. I always assume a mod's on it, and clearly that's still the case. Twitch keeps growing. It hasn't quite caught up to YouTube in terms of follower to subscriber numbers, but certainly been trying. What next? Okay, staying on Wednesday. After the cancellation of Project Epstein Freedom, Donald Trump said that the war could actually go on for 3 more weeks. Another clear contradiction to what he had said on Sunday.
This is ridiculous.
2-3 weeks. We all know how 2-3 weeks goes, right? How's that war in Ukraine
This morning, concerns that the war with Iran is about to reignite after Iran's neighbor, the United Arab Emirates, said it intercepted Iranian missiles and drones, one drone sparking a fire at this oil facility. Video on social media shows flames shooting into the sky. Iranian state media also showing this video, saying rockets were firing warning shots at American destroyers trying to enter the Strait of Hormuz. The escalation coming after President Trump announced a new effort to guide tankers through the strait. 2 U.S.-flagged ships making it through yesterday. But Iran responded, firing at U.S. Navy vessels and a South Korean ship. The U.S. firing back, sinking 6 Iranian boats. President Trump refusing to say whether this means the ceasefire is over.
Well, I can't tell you that.
When asked if this signals a renewed conflict with Iran.
What the hell does that even mean? You can't tell me that. It's a simple, fucking concept. Is the war over or not? It's not. We can all clearly see that. If it's gonna, especially if Donald Trump is literally straight up saying it's gonna take 2 or 3 weeks longer. I just don't understand. I don't understand. How can anybody even accept this framing in this world? We're literally just living in the fever dream of a deranged, sundowning billionaire. He's been painted orange by some, fucking NASCAR-style makeup team. Filled with Big Macs and Coca-Cola. This is the guy who's in charge of the fucking country. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you whether it's over, but it's going to take at least 3 more weeks for it to be over. It's dude, you're literally saying it. It's not over. You said it's 2-3 weeks. And as we know, 2-3 weeks may as well mean 2-3 years or never. Because How many things has Trump claimed are going to take 2 or 3 weeks that have literally never come to fruition, or took way longer to come to fruition? It's just his favorite length of time. He thinks it sounds good, like it's long enough for people to forget about it. 2, 3 weeks. Don't worry. Don't worry. And if we are to even take him at his word, which we generally should not, but even if we do, 3 weeks from now, it's another 21 days. We're on day 71 or 2 or something like that. Day 72, another 21 days. That's nearly 100 days, right? It was 93 days divided by 7. How many weeks is that? Actually, it's easier to do it this way. 10. It's like 13 weeks, right? Yeah, because we're like 70 days in approximately. It's about 10 weeks. So yeah, it's like 13 weeks. He told us it was going to be 4 weeks at the beginning of this. 4 or 5. I'll give him that. 4 or 5 weeks. But now we're saying that it's going to be at least 3 times as long. And that everybody's okay with that. And that it's going to cost billions of dollars. More like another, what? 30 billion, if not more, depending on the circumstances of all this. It's fucking nonsense. Well, let's see if we can find someone to make sense of all of this. Ah, perfect. Perfect. I know who we can I know who we can help us make sense of this. And unfortunately, it's not Caroline. I think at this point, Caroline is slowing down on her job. It doesn't seem like she's lost her job, but they're just relying more on the rest of the team. But of course, she's like, what? I mean, she's up there now. She's like, what, 6 months pregnant? She's approaching her 3rd trimester. She can't be at the Ministry of Truth all the time. So we got to trot out people like Pete Hegseth. All right, Pete. Make sense of what's going on out there for us, please. What's going to happen in the Strait of Hormuz?
Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression. American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight, but Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent countries and their goods from an international.
You know, I'm just remembering I did this out of order. I fucked this up. I fucked this up so bad. Oh, I should have foreseen this. How did I screw this up so bad? Oh, it's so much funnier the other way around. I'm sorry, everybody. These next press conference, let's go back in time. I made a huge mistake. These press conferences we're about to see here from Pete Hegseth and after this, Marco Rubio.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. If worst case scenario the ballroom gets funded and built, and Trump hides in his bunker, can someone leave a xenomorph egg in there with him and close the door? It seems well deserved.
Ah. Yes, a xenomorph. That's a good idea. There's a plan. Now you're coming up with great, I mean, at least concepts, concept-wise, conceptually. In terms of concept of plans, really impressive stuff that you're doing over there, Columbia Rican. Execution-wise, it's going to be tough, but I think, you know, with the will, there's a way, as they say. All right. These news conferences from Pete Hegseth and from little Marco Rubio were before, if I recall correctly, these were actually before it was announced that Project Epstein Freedom was canceled, which makes them eminently funnier. But eminently, whatever the word is, it makes them more funny.
You are not funny.
Waterway.
CENTCOM has established an enhanced security area on the southern side of the strait that is now protected by U.S. land, naval, and air assets to help defeat further Iranian aggression against commercial shipping. This graphic highlights the kinetic engagement.
So yeah, Tim Kaine, or Dan, whatever his fucking name is, and fucking Pete Hegseth came out here chortling to themselves, telling everybody what a great job they were doing with opening up that strait. And then little Marco had his turn to talk about how great of a job they were doing. And he was doing diplomatically enlisting China.
All right, right there in the pink. No, you right there. That late. No.
Oh. Right, I see. No, right. The first 59-day war is over. The second war, Electric Bungaloo, has started. I see. Yes. Operation Epstein Bungaloo is in 2.0. That shit is happening.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Right there in the pink. No, you right there. That late. No, the one right next to you in the pink.
What's your reaction to Iranian foreign minister visit to China? Also, Beijing instructed its firms to ignore U.S. sanctions. Could you also address that?
On the first point about the visit, it's fine. I hope the Chinese tell him what he needs to be told, and that is that what you are doing in the Straits is causing you to be globally isolated. You're the bad guy in this. You guys should not be blowing up ships. You should not be putting mines. You should not be trying to hold hostage the global economy. I hope the Chinese bring, whether it's done privately, but I hope it's done directly, that's the message they deliver to them. As I outlined earlier today, China is an export-driven economy. Okay, I'm not here to speak on behalf of what's in the best interest of China, but it's obvious. China is an export-driven economy. That means they depend on other countries to buy from them. Well, you can't buy from them if you can't ship it there, and you can't buy from them if your economy is being destroyed by what Iran is doing. So it is in China's interest that Iran stop closing the straits.
Right. There you go. Mark Rubio was talking about the diplomatic effort he was engaging in this week with China, imploring them to talk to Iran and convince them to open the strait. Well, unfortunately, as we know, they did not open the strait and attacked U.S. military vessels for trying to do Project Epstein Freedom. Project Epstein Freedom was canceled, and those press conferences became superfluous immediately, if not sooner. I only keep these in to illustrate the rather tumultuous, chaotic roller coaster sort of up and down nature of the week. Oh shit, did my mouse just die? Oh, that's a disaster. It's bad. Alright, let's keep talking about the strait. Here. Son of a bitch, my fucking mouse is being an idiot. Now I gotta do it this way. That's very annoying. Let's go here to the AP. Talk more about the claims from the United States and Iran on Wednesday of attacks on one another in the Strait of Hormuz. I'll be right back. I'm going to try to see if I have charged up batteries.
The US and Iran have both claimed they have fired at each other's forces in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what to know. The US military claimed its helicopters had sunk 6 small boats targeting civilian ships as it moved to reopen the strait. It also claimed 2 American-flagged merchant ships had successfully transited the strait on Monday through a passage free of Iranian mines, part of an initiative US President Donald Trump had dubbed Project Freedom, framing the effort as humanitarian. The military also claimed Iran launched multiple cruise missiles, drones and small boats at civilian ships under US protection.
I call it a mini war because that's all they are. They don't have a navy anymore. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We hit all new highs, and I said we have to take care of business because we can't let that happen. So we did a little detour, and it's working out very nicely.
The claims of efforts to reopen a channel in the strait were welcomed by ship captains on Monday, but were also viewed with uncertainty.
We haven't received any concrete news so far.
regarding this transit through Strait of Hormuz, because we are still awaiting confirmation now from various maritime authorities and our company of this.
Iran claimed it had struck a US Navy vessel near the strait. Iranian state media released this footage, claiming that the Iranian Navy had fired warning shots at US destroyers. The US denied the claims that their vessel had been struck. And the United Arab Emirates said its air defences had engaged 15 missiles and 4 drones fired by Iran, with authorities claiming one drone sparked a fire at a key oil facility.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, something's wrong with my freaking mouse right now. And everybody knows, I think most people know, that I use two. I need both. Don't ask why. I need them. Oh, it's a disaster. What is wrong with this? Are all these batteries dead? This is the problem with having rechargeable batteries. Might be good, you know, in theory for a lot of things, and actually in practice for a lot of things, and good for the environment rather than just throwing these things out all the time. But then you come into situations like this where you don't know whether things are charged. Please tell me that's charged. Connected? Is that good? Are we good? Is that gonna... Yes, we've done it. We did it. Yay. I had to test multiple pairs, but we've done it. We have a bot in the chat. Who's a bot? You're a double mouser? Okay, you get it. You get it. Now, even with all the claims of attacks on U.S. vessels from Iran and the retreating from the strait, Donald Trump, in a White House press conference / circus, described the strait as being controlled by the United States.
So these next few years will be a golden age for American sports, just like it's a golden age for America. You know, we hit an all-time high stock market today, despite that we're in a little skirmish, military. I call it a skirmish because Iran has no chance. They never did. They know it. They express it to me when I talk to them. Then they get on television. They say how well they're doing.
They've fired at U.S. ships several times in the last 24 hours. What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well, you'll find out because I'll let you know. They know what to do and they know what to do. They know what not to do, more importantly, actually. And so what happens is that we have a situation where we have total control. As you know, the blockade's been amazing. It's like a piece of steel.
The blockade has been perfect. Perfect blockade, total control. Even though we had to retreat and end Project Epstein Freedom. I wouldn't describe that as total control. We literally had to end the Epstein Freedom in like 24 hours. It took like less than a day from announcing the beginning of it to announcing the end of it. Really I don't feel like that's total control. And that's Donald Trump for you. But speaking of control, I think that much of what Donald Trump is displaying here and what the war in Iran has displayed most is the limitations of American imperial power.
President Trump's warned that Iran will be blown off the face of the earth if U.S. warships are targeting the Strait of Hormuz. Trump's renewed threat to destroy Iran came as the Pentagon rebranded its war from Operation Epic Fury to Project Freedom, turning its focus to reopening the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic amidst the widening energy crisis. On Monday, Iranian state media said the U.S. had fired on small cargo boats carrying goods and passengers, killing 5 civilians. U.S. Central Command confirmed it attacked several boats, but insisted they were threatening commercial vessels. Separately, the United Arab Emirates said it had come under attack from drones and missiles that caused a fire at an oil facility at the port of Fujairah. The port is outside the Strait of Hormuz and is one of few export routes that doesn't require transiting through the strait. 3 Indian nationals were injured in the attack. Iran claimed it was not responsible. The Iranian foreign minister, in a social media post, warned the U.S. against being dragged back into a quagmire and dismissed Project Freedom as, quote, Project Deadlock. To discuss all this and more, we're joined by Toby Jones, Associate Professor of Middle East History at Rutgers University, writes frequently on oil, war in the Middle East, and is author of Desert.
You know, these guys are such idiots that 2 months from now, they're going to do Project Double Freedom, at which point we will have gone from Operation Epstein Fury to PDF.
How oil and water forged modern Saudi Arabia. Also wrote Running Dry, essays on energy, water, and environmental crisis. We welcome you, Professor Jones, to Democracy Now! If you can talk about, well, what some are calling this Project Stalemate, with President Trump once again threatening to blow up Iran, and overall your assessment of what's happening right now.
Well, we're seeing 2 things. Well, first of all, thank you for having me back on. We're seeing 2 things in the region. One is an intensification or an escalation of the saber rattling that's become characteristic of Trump's disposition and sort of approach to tensions in the Gulf, a crisis that he created along with Israel in invading and launching an attack on Iran in February. He can't control the narrative, and so he escalates. He also can't control what's happening on the waters of the Gulf. It's become clear the limits of American naval power, its military capacity to dictate terms in the Gulf are significantly constrained. Iran, through sort of asymmetric tactics, a minimalist approach to the sort of its own response to threats in the region, has basically handcuffed the United States' ability to dictate terms. What now sort of circulates over the Gulf is an environment of uncertainty and fear. Nobody trusts that the United States can stop Iran from carrying out attacks if they wish to on commercial shipping. Nobody trusts that Iran won't, in fact, carry out attacks on cargo or other merchant shipping. And so the region is in the grip of paralysis. Limited American imperial power, an aggressive or at least a marginally capable Iranian military force has revealed both the limits of American capacity and has frozen the region in crisis.
Region frozen in crisis. That's exactly what it is. And the effects of this are going to ripple outwards as the year progresses, and as this war carries on into the indefinite future. How are we doing on time here? Sorry, I'm snacking on bagels. I can't help it. I need food. I need the foods to keep me alive over here. Sorry to pull a Hassan on everyone. All right. Moving on from Democracy Now! Staying on Wednesday. I need this one. Fuck it. Yeah, let's go to Al Jazeera English, talk a little bit about the global economy. She's facing a slowdown, partially as a result of all of this chaos being created here.
There are conflicting accounts between the US and Iran as tensions flare again in the Strait of Hormuz. Both sides trying to control this critical waterway. Now, the US said on Monday that 9 ships were able to get through that strait and they were being supported by US naval vessels. It also said it destroyed some of Iran's attack vessels, and it's likely referring to these. They are armed speedboats known as its Mosquito fleet. Now, Iran denies this, saying the US attacked.
Whoa, what just happened? I just tried to pause that and it totally fucked me. Now, what's interesting is Donald Trump has said at least a dozen times now that Iran doesn't have a navy anymore, or an air force, or missiles, or anti-aircraft aircraft defense systems, and yet it seems like they do.
So we're all going to learn this together.
Mosquito fleet. Now, Iran denies this, saying the US attacked civilian vessels. And it released a new map claiming control of more of that strait. But the longer this drags on for, the greater the global impact. The head of the International Monetary Fund says if this continues into 2027 and we have oil prices of around $125, then you can expect a much worse outcome. And the World Bank says energy prices could soar this year by around 24% and commodity prices around 16%. And that feeds through, meaning everyone from families to farmers are paying higher prices for fertilizer, food, fuel, and also transport. Now, Asia took the first hit as its economy relies on around 85% of Middle East crude oil.
Is that a Kaya Gate joke? Yes, of course. Watch out, Leica, he's pulling a Hassan. How dare you? How dare you suggest I would do anything but love Leica, our beautiful space puppet.
How rude.
Very rude of you.
Now, the Philippines had declared a state of energy emergency. Vietnam is highly dependent on that fuel. And Indonesia, Malaysia and Thailand are paying subsidies to absorb the shock. Now, China says it has a buffer.
China.
It says it has around 225 discoveries of oil and gas fields in the past 5 years. But in Africa, the crisis is worsening, a humanitarian crisis. In Somalia, 6.5 million people face acute hunger, with aid shipments still stuck in the strait. Now, the World Bank says it's the poorest people who are paying essentially the highest share of income on food and fuels, and they're going to be hit the hardest. And the World Bank has a reminder that as the conflict continues in Hormuz during this ceasefire, that war only serves to push development back while fueling further instability.
Okay, we'll go back to talking about the world economy and the effects that this war is having in a little bit. But for a quick break, let's talk about the generational divide over Donald Trump's war in Iran. Yep, we're being repressed. He ate his whole family because Chipotle was closed? Hassan? Well, it's because he needs the calories, though. You can't blame him for that. He doesn't get enough calories. He loses all those gains he's getting at the gym.
Come on!
This
In
war
Afghanistan,
is the most just
took them
war since World War II.
You are telling young people they shouldn't be asking questions.
I think, honestly, Adam, that's immensely ungrateful to
How
American
so?
service personnel and the people who keep us safe every day.
We do not need nuclear weapons to control the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz are right there. You can't change geography. They need small speedboats.
I'm not in the classified briefings, and neither are you. So just be quiet for a minute and let me finish.
At the start of the war, Americans were pretty evenly divided in their support for the conflict. But now, 61% say that the campaign in Iran was a mistake. And there is a clear generational gap, too. While older Americans are split, 61% under the age of 35 oppose the war. And 80% of those under 30 say there were no sufficient reasons to attack Iran in the first place. This generational divide, I think, when it comes to war, has always been a thing in America, but it seems particularly acute right now, Adam.
Yeah, for my entire life, the United States has been at war with some country in the Middle East, and young people have constantly been told that this will make us safer and make us better off. When we look around at the world today, we are less safe and we are worse off. Millennials grew up watching all these headlines saying that Iraq had been, defeated, that we had taken out Saddam Hussein and we had killed all the bad guys. Well, that turned into a grinding counterinsurgency that cost us $1 trillion, and it was a catastrophe. The same thing happened with Afghanistan. And now Gen Zers are going through the same thing with Iran. We are watching the same people who defended these first two failed wars go on television and defend another failed war. This war is failing. We have not gotten any political concessions. And I'm sorry, I'm not buying this trust the process line. I don't trust the same people who got us into the prior wars, amassed trillions of dollars in debts, and are not putting America first on the stage.
There you go. There's one theory. Adam Mockler claiming the growing generational divide over Iran's war. Over Trump's war in Iran, excuse me. Yeah, as a result of sort of fool me once.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Yep. No more forever wars. All right, back to the economy real quickly here. Iran has launched a fancy new system as of Wednesday, an email system for permitting of ships who would like to transit through the Strait of the Strait of Hormuz.
Iran says it's introduced a new mechanism for ships wishing to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, under the system, vessels will receive an email from an address linked to the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, informing them of the latest transit regulations. To the Iranian capital and speak to Al-Miqdad al-Ruhaidi, standing by live for us from Tehran. So what are the Iranians saying is this new body to manage the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, indeed, yesterday we have hearing from Abbas Araqchi, the foreign minister, on his meeting on the parliament, speaking about drafting a new mechanism for controlling this strategic choke point, this vital waterway, as well as a vital card and leverage for the Iranian. And right now we have received this message from Press TV, speaking about, it's a local media, speaking about the new mechanism for exercising sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz has been designed and implemented by Iran. Ships intending to transit the Strait of Hormuz receive an email and an email informing them of transit regulation over the Strait of Hormuz. and then adjust themselves to this framework and receive a transit permit. So it's a very clear message. Yesterday we have been hearing a lot of message about solidifying control, about geographically controlling this strategic choke point, and now we are seeing this new mechanism introduced by Iranian, and also the back and forth escalation over the past 24 hours. It seems like came us by this result and this new confrontation in this strategic choke point. So the Iran.
Yeah, or it's certainly interesting development here, no doubt. Iran setting up a formal system for people to pay tolls to get through the strait. Is this what winning looks like? Just asking for a friend. All right, now, while we're on Wednesday, I'm going to take a quick tangent to Lebanon. Talk what's been happening there this week. Probably shouldn't be shocking to anyone. But Lebanon's still dealing with Israel, waging a war against the whole territory, even though there's claims of a supposed ceasefire. So many fake ceasefires, it gets kind of tiresome. Like, the word ceasefire basically just means nothing now. Thanks to all the fucking idiots in charge of our goddamn planet.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Adam Mogler mogged Scott Jennings. Yeah, Scott Jennings mogged. Mogging. It's a public mogging. All right, to Lebanon, where the crisis deepens. Millions. Refugees in their own country. Israel still maintaining its occupation of 1/5, 20% of the entire land in the south. All bridges leading to that position of Israel's now destroyed, leaving no possibility of return, at least in the interim, for most that aren't able to make some sort of a jungle-esque trek. And yeah, things aren't good, as you can probably imagine. Al Jazeera. What was I? Wednesday.
Lives and livelihoods disrupted by the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Some of these men were farmers. Others had businesses and shops. Now they're displaced and unemployed. Hassan, a street vendor who lived on one day's earnings to the next, now depends on handouts to eat. It's a similar situation for many of the more than 1 million people displaced across.
Wait. Sasha, you're telling me Israel doesn't intend to leave Lebanon? Wait. Even though they're saying a ceasefire, you don't think they're gonna leave? Huh.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
The
situation is catastrophic. Already we were struggling before the war because of the bad economic situation. Now it is worse. I can't support my sister and mother. There is no work.
It was a problem before the latest confrontation. Lebanon's economy collapsed in 2019.
And then there's the impact of the U.S.-Iran conflict on supply chains and global energy prices. Lebanon, a country which imports almost everything, is feeling it.
A surge in fuel prices is increasing transportation costs, electricity bills, almost everything is more expensive.
In these days, it's very hard to survive. There's no work. If there is work, the salary is very less. There are a lot of people like me, they have children and they can't survive.
Sandy lives outside areas that are under attack. But before the latest violence, she was among the million people the United Nations said required food assistance.
As you can see, I don't have a refrigerator. I don't have a washing machine. My oven is broken.
You know what's so fucking insane about this whole situation is that some large portion of Lebanese people, I think it's like 15% or something like that, are Palestinians who have been recently, like the last like few years or something, maybe a little longer than that. It depends. I think there's absolutely more Palestinians who've been forced out at different times, but like there's like a ton of Palestinians that now live in Lebanon as a result of Israel's, ethnic cleansing and stuff, who are now being ethnically cleansed by Israel, whatever for the nth time. It's a ridiculous situation. It seems to never end. And nobody seems to want to do anything about. And just like everywhere Israel goes, the ecosystem is under threat.
The US and Israeli war on Iran and Israel's simultaneous war with Hezbollah in Lebanon are expected to have long-term economic effects on all countries involved. But there are other implications that will be felt for years to come. Countries across the region are expected to suffer ecological and environmental fallouts. The first 2 weeks of the war alone unleashed more than 5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, while in Lebanon, more than 50,000 housing units were destroyed or damaged within 45 days of war. Pollution from burning fuel is also wreaking havoc on countries after airstrikes. And for more on this, we can welcome Antoine Calab, Professor of Politics and Environmental Strategy at the American University of Beirut and an advisor to Lebanon's Ministry of Industry. Good morning, Antoine, and thank you for joining us. Can I start by asking you, is the environmental impact something that has been neglected somewhat in coverage of this war?
Good morning, and thank you for hosting me. I wouldn't say it has been neglected, but we have been in a situation where it's very difficult to act. A lot of the territory, especially in the south, is still inaccessible to the Lebanese government as well as the local communities. And we were still dealing with the remaining effect of the 2023-2024 wave of escalation. There's still a lot of data that needs to be gathered, but we have preliminary numbers from the earlier wave of conflict. And it does seem that there is significant environmental damage in certain areas in South Lebanon.
Now, tens of thousands of buildings have been destroyed in Lebanon and also in Iran. What is the immediate and long-term impact of these?
So I can tell you that, especially since I've been following up on this topic, I would say larger and long-term threat is the issue of rubble. Between September and November of 2024, as well as the previous strikes throughout 23 and 24, the war generated about 16 million tons of rubble. This is a significant amount. To put it in terms of regular construction and demolition waste, this is what we were expected to generate between 15 and 20 years of regular construction activities. We generated them in 3 months.
20 years of construction activities worth of concrete rubble created in 3 months as a result of Israel's onslaught on the Lebanese territory. Just unthinkable. That was the professor of environmental strategy an advisor to the Ministry of Industry in Beirut, Lebanon. On France 24 from Wednesday. The amount of atrocities that we have seen committed are on such a gargantuan level. It's really hard to grasp. It's happened all in such a short period of time. And yet we're all being presented with it on a daily basis. Just a matter of like watching it and also internalizing it, making sense of it. That's kind of the hard part. Those are the hard parts. Fucking ridiculous number. Speaking of rubble, Israel continued strikes regardless of the ceasefire in the capital of Lebanon on Thursday. Here's the AP with the clip. I'm so sick of these fucking fake ass ceasefires, dude. Like, I'm so sick of having to explain to everyone all the time that every ceasefire is fucking fake. But, like, what am I supposed to do with this?
This is ridiculous!
It's the capital. It's Beirut. This is Beirut, Lebanon. Israel is striking in the middle of a supposed ceasefire that they've already violated like dozens of times. I don't even know the number of times at this point, but it's a fucking joke. Let's continue to talk about the effects of Israel's bombing. Here with BBC from Thursday.
At 2:15 on Wednesday, April 8th, a wave of strikes hit Lebanon. A 100 bombs fell across the entire country in just 10 minutes. This is the story of the chaos that followed. This is what's left in Hayy al-Sillam. It's a neighborhood in Dahiyeh where Hezbollah holds sway in the south of Beirut. It was once full of life, bustling with people. But on April 8th, as a normal day was unfolding, multiple strikes landed across the neighborhood. Mohammed was raising his children here.
Be careful with the wires, they might have electricity.
He walks us through the ruins of his home, careful steps over broken stone, pointing not to what is standing, but what's been taken from him.
أكيد صعب إنه تشوف بيتك هيك.
هذا الثاني.
دمر. ثاني مرة.
ثاني بيت.
Fuck's sake. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Just so I don't have to do subtitles today. I'm still kind of, just still like, I feel still like overwhelmed and overworked and stressed and a little bit overwrought by everything that's been going on. The demonetization on YouTube has been really frustrating me still, causing me to lose sleep, among other things. I'm not as vibrant as I might normally be. Unfortunately. But they took like $1,000 from me and then demonetized me. Told me I can't make money on the platform I've been working on for 2.5 years, so, it's kind of difficult information to process. And the fact is today I have to spend a bunch of time, like, fighting this and, like, figuring out what I'm doing. Like, what, if anything, there's left for me to do right now? Try and get the monetization back, because this is untenable. Cannot continue this way
with local media
indefinitely.
That's a sentiment echoed by many people we spoke to in areas that have been consistently attacked by Israel.
There were at least 5 strikes that hit Hayya Silom, destroying multiple buildings in seconds. The IDF would not confirm who they were targeting here. But some Israeli media have reported that Ali Mohammed Ghulam Dahini was killed here. He appears in this memorial poster, which describes him as a Hezbollah fighter. While it's unclear who or what was targeted, across Hayya Silom, what's certain is that the civilian death toll was enormous. More than a dozen children were amongst the 80 people reportedly killed. The IDF told us it takes extensive measures to limit civilian casualties and accused Hezbollah of deliberately embedding military infrastructure within civilian areas.
This is a poor and very densely populated area. I mean, if you look around me, you can see just how close all the buildings are to each other. And to get here, we had to go through very narrow roads. It's also the site of the highest number of fatalities in that 10 minutes that rocked Lebanon. And it's because...
Okay. I just wanted to watch this and, take this moment to talk about how much Israel has devastated people here and done these war crimes over and over and over again, and how they continue to do them in the same place, basically the exact same spot. Like, they continue to bomb the shit out of Beirut and out of the rest of central Lebanon and southern Lebanon, which they now completely occupy. They've forced millions of people from their homes, turned them into refugees, and then told us there's a ceasefire. It's bullshit. The devastation is complete. It looks just like Gaza in so many of these images. You see just utter devastation. Nothing left standing and untouched by these bombs. I'll be right back.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Mimi Goodman. The Israeli military has issued new evacuation orders in southern Lebanon, warning residents of 12 towns and villages, including some north of the Litani River, to leave their homes. Those warnings were followed by reports of airstrikes in the south. In mid-April, Israel and Hezbollah agreed to a fragile, temporary ceasefire that's since been extended, but fighting continues at a lesser scale. Israel maintains an occupation of southern Lebanon. More than 1 million people are displaced, about a fifth of the Lebanese population. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, more than 2,600 people have been killed since March 2nd. Israel reports 2 civilians and 17 soldiers have been killed by Hezbollah. In U.S.-Iran negotiations, Tehran has repeatedly said Lebanon must be included in any deal to end the wider war, a condition the U.S. so far rejects. For more, we're joined today in studio, usually in Beirut, by independent investigative journalist Layla Yunus. She has family in the south of Lebanon, but joining us here today in New York. Thank you so much for being with us. Can you talk about the level of destruction in Lebanon right now, the number of people displaced, what people in the United States should understand and around the world?
Lebanon is a very small country with densely populated urban areas. And so the 1.2 million people that were displaced after March 2nd have created very, very, very difficult conditions across Lebanon. Most of them have been unable to return home. I think what Americans should understand is that there have been not one, but two exoduses from southern Lebanon. The first, of course, happened after March 2nd when Israel issued its sweeping displacement orders for the region. And then when the ceasefire was announced between Lebanon and Israel, people went back to their homes to check on their homes to see if they were still there. Many of them, I remember that day that I saw the highway to the south was backed up, even past Beirut, mattresses on top of cars, people trying to return home and very quickly realizing that this was not a ceasefire at all, that the bombing was continuing. And we can talk about the death toll since this so-called ceasefire went into effect. But essentially a second exodus then occurred out of southern Lebanon, and now people are back in shelters, back in tents on the streets of Beirut, and back, in sort of rentals that they're kind of pooling funds to be able to afford.
According to Lebanon's health ministry, Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon killed 17 people on Monday alone in one of the deadliest days since the ceasefire began.
60 people killed over the weekend, then those 17 on Monday. Just today in Zalaya in the western Beqa Valley, the mayor's home was bombed. He was killed alongside 4 of his relatives, including women and children. I mean, this is the sort of thing that we're seeing every single day. And I think it's important for people to remember that when the ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. and Israel was announced, the fire stopped falling on Iran, right? But when Iran attempted to or announced that Lebanon would be included in the ceasefire, Israel issued an emphatic no by bombing over 100 locations across Lebanon within 10 minutes and killing more than 350 people. So this is really the conditions that we're seeing right now in Lebanon, is escalating attacks across the south, and the destruction, it's hard to describe. I mean, we're talking about entire villages that have been reduced to moonscapes, essentially. People, as Dropsite News recently reported, are pooling funds to buy satellite imagery so that they can check and see whether or not their homes are still there, because they're not able to reach them. Some of the last people, on the border, you spoke earlier about Amal Khalil, the journalist who was assassinated by Israel.
She's based in southern Lebanon. She's from southern Lebanon.
She's from southern Lebanon. So she wasn't based, obviously, where she was. She was actually near my village, near the village of Bint Jbeir, where Israel was carrying out demolition operations. And she must have wanted to write about and report on those operations when she was effectively, stalked to her destination and killed. And another thing I think that we're seeing, another pattern that's repeating, is the Red Cross being barred from reaching victims of Israeli violence. So they were barred from reaching her, and you heard that she survived the initial strike and then died from her wounds because she couldn't be reached. It's an unbelievable story, but
every single day is just filled with fucking unbelievable stories that turn out to be true. And it's a very frustrating timeline we find ourselves on right now, Space Fams. All right, staying on this topic of this targeting of this Hezbollah commander, the southern suburbs of Beirut, despite the claims of ceasefire brokered by the United States, this bullshit continues.
The Israeli military claims it's assassinated a senior Hezbollah commander in an attack on Beirut's southern suburbs. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he approved the airstrike targeting Malik Balou, a fighter with the group's Radwan force. It's the first time the Israeli military struck the Beirut suburbs since a US-brokered ceasefire was agreed in April. Hezbollah has yet to confirm the assassination. For more, we're going now to Obaida Hito, who joins us live from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Can you tell us more, Obaida, about the latest attacks in the southern suburbs?
Yeah, this attack happened around 90 minutes ago, 7:45 in local time. Around that time, there was a general calm across the country in general. In the southern suburbs, there has been a cautious calm since the start of the ceasefire. This is the first strike on the southern suburbs since April 9th. There was a sort of untold or unspoken agreement that Beirut would not be targeted during the ceasefire, while Israel reserved the right to target any other places that they said were posing a threat to Israeli national security. But today, what we're seeing is Israel is going to be targeting places even in the southern suburbs.
Yeah, I think we get it on this story. Fuck's sake. The truth is bullshit. All right, let's get back to Operation Epstein Fury. I mean, Project Epstein Freedom. I mean, whatever we're calling this stupid fucking debacle the United States, Donald Trump has gotten the United States into. And doesn't seem to be able to extricate himself from now. Here's the majority report.
Casual Friday, but nothing casual about our next guest. Or everything casual? Jeet here, National Affairs correspondent for The Nation, host of the weekly Nation podcast, The Time of Monsters. Certainly is. Jeet, welcome back to the program.
Always great to be on, especially on May Day, day that's very important for anyone on the left, especially those of us who are increasingly hoping for a communist revolution to save this decrepit system from its destroying humanity.
Well, we should note that there are actions happening all across the country. We'll have a better sense probably on Monday as to what took place, or tomorrow, but we won't be on. But this is also a prelude, I think, to May Day 2028, which Sean Fain had said, had called for a general strike on that day about a couple of years ago now, and so we'll see. But let's talk about. It's not just May Day; it also coincidentally was the 60th day in the War Powers clock, if you will. Yes. And the 60th day marks the day that the president needs authorization from Congress to continue waging war or engaging in hostilities, I think is the specific wording. And it seems like we have not stopped engaging in hostilities, at least in terms of the blockade. But what's your sense of where we're at now? It's $50 billion, incredibly unpopular. It's causing Scott Jennings to swear at teenagers on television, practically. What's your sense of this?
Well, I mean, I think the Trump administration actually said for administrative purposes, the war is over at day 60, and then I guess so technically it's over, and then they can restart the clock
immediately, if not sooner.
I mean, speaks a little kind of the larger problem, which is that there's been a total disengagement of Congress, which under the Constitution is the only body that has the right to declare war. But the wars and has actually the duty to also do oversight over the military, but which has been totally AWOL, to use a military term. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evidence that the Trump has sort of trapped himself in a situation where he doesn't know what to do. The Iranian resistance has proven much stronger than they expected. CNN is just reporting that basically the majority of American military bases were rendered inoperable in the Middle East.
Yup, Donald Trump has got himself into a quagmire that he cannot remove himself from. A war started that he cannot stop. No matter what he tweets or says, or seemingly does, aside from, actually negotiating with Iran. If anything, it's been a tactical loss in every measurable way. All right. Now, this is the AP from Thursday. Another Trump clip about the leadership in Iran.
You're facing an opponent right now in Iran that has refused to submit. You seem optimistic now that you may be closer to a deal. What's different about this moment now than in other moments where a deal has seemed close?
Well, why do you say they refused to submit? You don't know that. You don't know what's going on behind
U.S. ships a few days ago.
Yeah, no, a few days ago. It's a long time ago. In the world of war, a few days ago. No, they want to make a deal badly, and we'll see if we get there. If we get there, they can't have nuclear weapons. It's very simple. But what's not to submit? So they had a Navy with 159 ships, and now every ship is blown to pieces, and their leaders are all dead. So I think we won. With that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24.
Who's they? If all the leaders are dead, anybody explain to me who is they in this particular scenario? Because I'm willing to entertain that maybe Iran is looking over it, but Donald Trump has got done telling us that all the leaders are dead. So if all the leaders are dead, who's doing the negotiating for Iran? It's all very confusing. But Trump isn't made for making sense of things, really. They're begging him for competent negotiators, probably. Now, on Thursday, there are reports of a U.S. fighter jet attacking an Iranian oil tanker. Here's BBC on that story. See what I mean about it being a fun, crazy week?
President Trump has insisted again tonight that Iran is willing to make a deal to end the war. Earlier, he threatened to continue bombing if Tehran didn't reopen the vital shipping channel, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign ministry says it's still considering the U.S. proposal. The U.S. military said this evening that it has shot and disabled an Iranian-flagged oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. U.S. Central Command says the tanker was trying to sail to an Iranian port in defiance of the U.S. blockade. And Israel has carried out an airstrike on Beirut for the first time in weeks, putting more pressure on the ceasefire deal. Sarah Smith sent the latest from Washington.
As well as honouring military mothers at the White House, President Trump was also celebrating what he says is progress towards agreeing a deal to end the war in Iran.
We're dealing with people that want to make a deal very much, and we'll see whether or not they can make a deal that's satisfactory to us. We have it very much under control.
Surrounded by ultimate fighting champions later in the Oval Office, the same extremely optimistic message.
They want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
President Trump has abandoned his short-lived attempt to use the U.S. military to help move international tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, citing good progress in talks. But there's no sign yet of anything moving.
Oh. Hell, shock of shocks. Operation Epstein Fury really isn't over. The war in Iran is actually on day 71 or 2 or whatever it is, and it never really ended. As we've all known this whole time, as I've been saying over and over again. But in better news on Thursday, or slightly Slightly more optimistic news. An Iranian official claimed that they were considering the U.S.'s latest proposal to end the war. Although we've heard this story before, too.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Hello, I'm Marianne Mashiri, and this is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 68 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments. Iranian officials review a new US proposal to end the war. Meanwhile, Donald Trump threatens the most intense strikes yet if a deal isn't reached. We'll head to Washington and speak to our correspondent who's been at the White House assessing the details of claims and counterclaims of a possible deal. Global oil prices have dipped below $100 per barrel following those reports of a possible agreement. Our deputy economics editor, Darshini David, will break down what impact this could have on inflation and jet fuel supplies. And in the last 20...
Now, unfortunately, I don't think the oil closed out the week very much under $100 a barrel, which still puts it at nearly the highest levels it's been seen the last 20 years, not counting the war in Ukraine, 2022, and Katrina, I think. Those the two other instances in which it was anywhere near where we're at right now. And that's historically not great, regardless if it's slightly under 100. People keep talking about 100 as if it's this really important marker, but if it's at 96, 97, $98 a barrel, it's not really a significant difference for most people. That's not gonna, that difference isn't gonna trickle down to you when you're at Sunoco filling up.
We've had rumours of a deal that would loosen Tehran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. The US is saying it would pause its operation to guide ships through the strait. Our world affairs correspondent will give us the big picture of where we are in the conflict. Let's begin now in Iran, where the regime in Tehran says it's still considering a new US proposal to end the war. President Trump has issued an ultimatum to Iran, telling them to accept the deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face intense renewed US bombing. Well, first, let's cross to the region and speak to our correspondent, Carrie Davies, who's in Dubai. Carrie, the first question, what is Tehran saying about the current standoff?
Well, of course, the initial sound, the fact that Iran has acknowledged that they are looking at this proposal, does sound positive. But let's hear some of the other things that we've started to hear as well from Iran, too. We heard from one spokesperson who said that Iran will deliver a harsh and regret-inducing response. That they've also said that Iran would not be obtaining through a failed war what they failed to gain in face-to-face negotiations.
Damn. The United States will not be gaining through a failed war what they failed to gain through negotiations. That's some damn. Oh, Iran has truly just humiliated the United States in this brief time. Before the Iran war, you didn't know how fast oil tankers travel? It's like bicycle speeds. Is it that slow? Huh. I didn't know that either. I mean, I knew it was slow, but that's quite slow. All right. Hold on. I gotta reload this list. Something's wrong. Something's wrong here. We do this next one. No. By the way, Space Fams, we're making crazy progress We're basically almost down to the last 48 hours of this conflict here. But don't worry, more conflict to come, I'm sure. That not as funny as I was hoping it would be. God damn it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Stuff sucks. Okay? Stuff sucks. Wait, why are you saying no? Why are you upset about this? We've made great progress. You should be glad that we've made great progress. 8-hour stream. 7.5-hour stream. We still have quite a lot left to get through here. It's not like the last 2 days have been filled with nothing. More continues to happen every second that the war continues. Like, I don't know, France getting involved. Vaguely. With the French pre-positioning aircraft carriers for possible Hormuz mission.
Displaying military might without actually entering the war. France's aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, is on the move. It has left the Mediterranean and transited through the Suez Canal in Egypt. The repositioning of Europe's most powerful warship is part of a plan set up by France, the UK, and some 50 nations to restore long-term maritime security along the Strait of Hormuz in the future. Emmanuel Macron said he'd spoken to Iran's president on Wednesday about the deployment. And he explained on social media that France is moving the aircraft carrier from Sweden to the Mediterranean to the southern Red Sea is a defensive move and not entering into the war.
The multinational mission that France and the United Kingdom have set up can help restore confidence among ship owners and insurers. It will, by its very nature, be distinct from the warring parties. The pre-positioning of the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle fits within this context.
Mid-April, the British Prime Minister...
Does it? I guess very, very loosely, I guess. Here we are. With France deciding
Charles de
to
Gaulle fits within
bring
this
calm
context.
to the region. And in an attempt, according to Emmanuel Macron, to help advance negotiations of a nuclear variety here. I'm just reading the French part of it right now as we go through this. Oh, my God. This is... Oh, thankfully he condemned the attacks against civilian infrastructure. Oh, good job, Emmanuel.
Aren't I a good guy?
Aren't you a good guy? Ah, screw this dude. But
British Prime Minister laid out the broad lines of the post-war mission.
I can confirm that along with France, the UK will lead a multinational mission to protect freedom of navigation as soon as conditions allow. This will be strictly peaceful and defensive as a mission to reassure commercial shipping and support mine clearance.
Now, what's fascinating is there's France is simultaneously condemning attacks on civilian infrastructure while sending help to the United States. The co-party, essentially, like one of two parties that make up a side that's committing the most violations against civilian infrastructure. So he's condemning that and he's not clear who he's condemning. It's just the generally condemning civilian targeting of civilian infrastructure, and yet simultaneously backing up the side that is most violating that premise precept.
With regional nations and global economies increasingly feeling the effects of the Iranian blockade, France's foreign minister said the strait must be reopened as soon as possible and remain open.
In the short term, it is essential that the Strait of Hormuz be reopened. The strait is a common heritage of humanity. It cannot be blocked, subjected to tolls, or used as leverage.
The French military did not say when the carrier would reach its destination.
There you go, the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier going to the Strait of Hormuz via the Red Sea. A signaling of France's soft entrance into the war, I guess you'd call it. It's not a hard entrance. It's a very sort of loosely in entering the conflict. In what way is yet to be seen. They're just going to be hanging out for now, I guess. Now, Iran accused the United States of more violations of the ceasefire on Friday. The same day that French aircraft carrier was moving through the Red Sea. Here's Al Jazeera from 2 days ago.
You are watching Al Jazeera, bringing you breaking news out of Iran, where air defenses have been activated and explosions are heard in the capital, Tehran. Iranian officials say explosions were also heard in the vicinity of Qashm Island and in the port city of Bandar Abbas. These developments follow earlier reports by state television that the Iranian military fired missiles at what it calls, quote, the enemy's aggressive units in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran is saying its response comes after the U.S. military fired on and disabled the Iranian-flagged Hasna tanker on Wednesday. Well, let's head straight to Tehran and speak to Al-Medad Al-Ruhayd. Al-Medad, firstly, given all of these reports that are coming in, the triggering of air defenses in Tehran, further explosions in the south, not to mention activity in the Strait of Hormuz, bring us up to speed.
Yeah, well, definitely the most escalation over in the Strait of Hormuz. The explosions here in Qashm Island, in the Bandar Abbas city, in the Behman Piers commercial section, and it's appeared that the escalation in the Strait of Hormuz because what we have now, a report is circulated here, and local media, Tasnim news agency, is speaking about the United States destroyers attempt to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and also citing state media for informed military sources speaking about that they are what he called an aggression from the United States invasion, trying to attack an Iranian tanker, and that.
Yeah, so no, perhaps no shock at all. The hostilities, the ceased hostilities, continued through Friday, with both explosions seen and heard in Iran, as well as an exchanging of fire between U.S. and Iranian forces in the strait. As you can probably tell at this point, because we've been talking about this for at least 3 hours now, as I've been pointing out, this has been one of the more chaotic weeks of Operation Epstein Fury. I mean, and that's saying something, because the last 2 months have been fucking utter chaos. But Trump seems to have hit a fever pitch. So some like, you know, he's hit like a plateau, or like I'm not sure what to call it, the apex of fucking volatility here. And it's just back and forth. We have peace, no hostilities, but the war isn't over. Like he constantly is just contradicting himself every 12 to 24 hours. He's claiming the war is over or that it still needs to continue. And meanwhile, we're watching the war continue. So we all know what's happening. But he's just trying to play this weird narrative game that nobody believes. And we all have to sit here and watch it. Well, I guess we don't have to, but it is technically relevant because at any point, any of these things could actually be real that he's saying. Whether it's the insane threats or peace. I mean, really, anything could happen. As we've said before, this is Schrodinger's conflict, right? We've said it's Schrodinger's Strait of Hormuz, but I mean, it's basically a situation in which both things can and are true until you are actually in the moment. I know it's not a one-to-one example, but it's like there's just like literally every single day there's no way of knowing what the fuck is going to happen. Even if you're listening to the President of the United States.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Today, we are both closer to war and closer to peace than we've ever been in the war in Iran. If I asked you right now, what is the status of that war or of the ceasefire or both, what would you say? Frankly, we're having a pretty hard time keeping track, and it is literally our jobs. This afternoon around 4 p.m., the New York Times reported that the U.S. and Tehran are negotiating a one-page plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war for 30 days. Again, we're in a temporary ceasefire right now. That's according to 3 Iranian officials. Now, notice I say Iranian officials because at this point, they're kind of the more trustworthy party in talking about whether we're having negotiations, at least at this point. So then, an hour later, U.S. officials said we were striking Iran, actually, apparently in self-defense after Iran fired on U.S. Navy ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said our strikes were just a, quote, love tap. Also, Iran might be laying out new, stricter rules to impose on passage in the strait. So, to summarize, we are striking Iran, Iran is striking us, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, but apparently we are not at war and the ceasefire holds. It is, as it has been from the beginning, when he announced the war in the middle of the night with his baseball cap on from his golf palace, an incoherent clown show of mismanagement and misinformation by the man who made the whole ridiculous mess to begin with. From day one, he has been making daily announcements, each one contradicting the one before it, each one more wacky than the last. And if anyone ever had the time to put them all together, you would really get a sense of just how disjointed and chaotic and confused the commander-in-chief is. Well, actually, we do have the time to put them all together, and we thought it would be helpful to take a brief journey through the insane ups and downs of the war so far, as told through the Truth Social proclamations of one President Donald J. Trump. You'll remember the tough talk from the early days of the war. March 6th, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender.
Not
and
gonna
then
do
he
it.
added that his goal is to make Iran great again, MIGA. And it was working. The very next day, March 7th, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors. Okay.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Over. Okay, not so fast. March 9th. If Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. So, I guess, war is back on. March 10th, 4:07 p.m. If Iran has put out any mines in the Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. Okay?
Immediately,
There, no
if not
mines.
sooner.
Then literally 13 minutes later. I'm pleased to report that within the last few hours, we have hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats and or ships, with more to follow. March 14th.
I feel like I'm taking
NATO
crazy
will join.
pills.
Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. Adding later, this should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. Later, the United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran. We will no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. So, to reiterate,
what now?
their help, and we did again, now March 20th, the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. In other words, we're out. Not just a sort of coalition of all of us, we're out. 3 days later, a breakthrough negotiation. I am pleased to report the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations.
Oh my God, it's been an onslaught of crazy coming from Donald Trump. And like I said, it's hit a fucking new note this week. Almost unprecedented in erraticness and chaos. He's like, it's really like, I've been watching it and already dealing with enough on my own plate, being demonetized on YouTube and everything else, and like trying to get the midterm stuff done. I'm just trying to get a handle on what the fuck is going on in Iran. And like in the same sentence, people like I noticed some things, like people taking two completely different stories from the same statements from Trump, because they're literally like in the same statements he's like contradicting himself. And so like people are like running with the story. He's like, well, he said this, and then they got another person like posting another story, and well, he said this too. And it's like, technically neither are wrong, and it's like impossible to fucking juggle as somebody whose job it is to compile the narratives of the week and or day and then turn them into a show. Because you're like, wait, what is actually fucking happening right now? Are we at war or are we not at war? Is there a ceasefire or not a ceasefire? It's part of his avoidance of the 60-day war powers resolution. Yeah, no, absolutely. We know this. We've been saying it the whole time. It's, of course, this part of the problem is the part of the narrative. Part of the problem with the narrative is a result of the fact that he's trying to avoid having Congress tell him he's not allowed to do what he's doing. Of course, that's part of this. That's most of this. Actually, well, at least for the last week. That's why we've hit that. That's why I'm saying we've hit the apex. It's because we've hit a moment where Donald Trump has to sell us a fiction which nobody is believing. It's like he's got to try and somehow sell us a fiction that no one believes, right? One which was way easier for other presidents, I think, in other cases to do, like continue these extended military engagements, with Obama or Bush. They managed to get away with it, but Trump, we're all just staring at him like in awe, like, because nobody can get a fucking handle on the narrative. It is so fucking chaotic. Now, you know what this moment needs, which unfortunately, sorry, clip does not exist. Democratic leaders actually having a solid.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Trump's dementia, especially with the war he started, reminds me of when Ace Ventura came out from the fake rhino butt in the first Ace Ventura. All we can do is look at this gross scene.
Zohran Mamdani.
I'm staying in the race.
Hey, what was I saying just now? I totally forgot. That threw me the fuck off. Anybody? Bueller? Now I have dementia. I have early onset some sort of contagious form of dementia, I think. What was I just saying? I'm riding with Biden. That's not what I was saying. No, you don't have to apologize. You're fine. I mean, I appreciate the bits, man. Appreciate the bits. Let's keep this puppy moving. Right, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, we don't have Democrats with a coherent message because they actually think we should be waging a war with Iran. So they just complain about the chaos rather than seizing the moment and being like, hey, this is wrong. Just full stop. Hey, this is wrong. We shouldn't do this. It would be so fucking easy. I could do the press conference right now. I'll rig up some Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries puppets.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But they don't do. Nope. Nope, you just get Chuck Schumer coming out. He's all over the road. It's all over the road. Where? How am I to take a position if he's saying all of these things? I can't. How could I? I'm incapable of having my own personal ideology that's not based on what Donald Trump has most recently said. Impossible. Can't do it.
The draft is thought to have wide support within the Security Council, and it's rooted in the principal idea of freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, while the U.S. and Bahrain are the main backers of this resolution, it has strong support and is being co-sponsored by the Gulf cooperation countries.
Now's the time for choosing, and are the countries of the Council choosing to stand with a regime that slaughters its own people, that brutalizes its neighbors, that strangles the world's economy? Or are they standing with the shining cities of Manama?
I found this to be utterly farcical. To have Mike Waltz here standing in front of us telling us that it's Iran who's strangling the world economy. I would point out the United States is still blockading the Strait of Hormuz and just blew up a fucking oil tanker the day before this fucking meeting. We just got done talking about it. We just got done talking about it. That can't possibly be helpful for the world economy, and yet Mike is blaming Iran for all of this. We're doing the blockade too. Remember, we're blockading the blockade. We've blockaded the blockaded blockade, so we're part of this supposed constriction or whatever he called it of the world economy. And yet he's out here, and you got the fucking Gulf countries all around him going like, yes, yes. The UN ambassador is right. It's a fucking farce, dude. It's a fucking joke. It's a cartoon. Oh my god. It's like, guys, what are you talking about? Technically. Oh god. People couldn't get through the strait. It was open, technically. People had to pay to get through it, but that's open. It is partly Iran's waterway, after all. But whose fault is it that there is a toll to begin with? Is it really Iran's fault that they found a serious lever with which to dole out sort of like punishment for this fucking war, the second war that the United States has started against it in the last year? I think it's actually fairly within the bounds of expected. And actually, maybe the United States should have had the foresight to, you know, but here we are. Just living in this upside down crazy world created by a sundowning, deranged...
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
How close would you say that you are to a deal right now with Iran?
Could happen any day. Could, and it might not happen.
Any day.
It could happen any day. I
And it might
believe
not.
they want to deal more than I do. We had
His answers mean fucking nothing. How do people not see that? Any day, or not at all. Like he's exercising the most non-answer possible. Literally any time between now and never. So no answer then. It would have been just as good to say I don't have an answer. You would know just as much as you do now. Any day and or never. Who's to say? This is what we have to deal with every fucking week, dude. And we don't have democratic leadership that is coming out with a coherent, even slightly coherent message on this. And I don't understand why. This guy can't even fucking, he can't even talk. This guy can't even talk. He can't even say sentences. Everything he says is meaningless. And these fucking idiots can't manage to do better messaging. This is why the primaries are so important. I would like to reiterate the importance of the primaries. Oh, God. Which I can't decide on whether or not we need to talk primaries tomorrow or do a call-in show or just do a regular Sunday Fun Day show. But it's, God. We really do need to talk primaries more. Because in some states, we got to get people with enough funding to qualify and all these other things, signatures, whatever it might be. I mean, at this point, most people already need signatures, but funding, there's like funding deadlines and shit like that. Table fucking flip. I feel you. Ay. It's been such a stupid week. All right, this is also from Friday. The last one. Last one from Friday. And then we're going to get the last 24 hours to get through. AP. Iranian media says forces exchanged more fire with the quote-unquote enemy in the Strait of Hormuz.
اعلام این خبر یک مقام آگاه نظامی اعلام کرده به دنبال تعرض ارتش متجاوز آمریکا.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Subtitles. The bane of my existence. Here we go. Take 2.
اعلام این خبر یک مقام آگاهی
An informed military source has announced following the attack by the U.S. military aggressors on an Iranian oil tanker. Enemy units operating in the area of the Strait of Hormuz came under Iranian missile fire, and after sustaining damage were forced to escape. Okay. Now to Saturday. Back to Donald Trump, who, even though Iran was claiming they had just gotten done forcing U.S. Navy vessels out of the strait
At gunpoint.
At gunpoint, missile point, whatever you'd like to call it. Donald Trump was once again reiterating his claims that the war was in fact over.
What you talking about?
All right, breaking overnight, the United Arab Emirates says they are dealing with incoming missiles at the hands of Iran. Saudi Arabia is calling for de-escalation across the region after the United States says Iran targeted 3 American guided missile destroyers as they transited the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces then hit a number of Iranian military facilities in response. President Trump says it is just a trifle and that the back and forth is just a love tap.
They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
All right, with us now is Congressman Pete Aguilar from California. He's the 3rd-ranking Democrat in the House. And Congressman, we did just get a bit of breaking news. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's in Italy, says He expects a response from the Iranians today on whatever this current peace proposal is. Generally speaking, how much progress do you see?
You know, I think what the American people see is they see a war of choice. They see skyrocketing gas prices. They see a president who will go on TV and say whatever he needs to do to try to quell the crude market.
You know what's fascinating to me is that we are doing more diplomacy with the Pope to try and solve the feud between him and Donald Trump. Look, we sent the actual Secretary of State there rather than Trump's business buddy and son-in-law. Like, we sent the actual Secretary of State.
Gentlemen.
It's incredible. Like, that's somehow more important than the fucking war in Iran. Didn't even send little Margot to Pakistan, but he goes to the Vatican. And that's why he's in Italy, by the way. He's not in Italy. He's in he's in Rome at the Vatican to try and somehow patch up the rocky relationship that has been. I mean, it was a perfectly normal relationship until Trump and JD Vance came to office and started like a fucking blood feud with the Pope on Twitter. I don't even know what to do with it all. Like, it's been the most fucking chaotic week in this whole conflict, and it's been you have all been here. Most of you have been here for the show, and for this whole time, and it's just been one week after the next. I keep saying, "Holy fuck! Why is every week getting more and more chaotic? It can't possibly just be like I can't be the one just. It must be real. Like, I can't be possibly the only one experiencing this chaos. But it does seem to something like be just like amping up week in, week out. Trump outdoes himself. He turns the world into slightly more of a shit show by like 1%. But because the previous month was already increased by 1%, and so on and so forth, you know, every 1% increase just gets bigger and bigger. The cumulative nature of the shittiness, if you will. The enshittification, perhaps. You'd like that one more, I don't know. All right. Now, staying with Donald Trump here, he was asked a fairly important question by a reporter here on the White House lawn.
Health organization because of the outbreak of hantavirus.
No, we seem to have things under very good control. They know that virus very well. It's been around a long time. Not easily transferable, unlike COVID. But we'll see. We're studying it very closely. We have very good people studying it very closely.
We're at a point almost 10 weeks after a missile hit a girls' school in Iran. Who fired that missile?
So that's under study right now, and we'll give you a report as soon as we have it.
Okay, now I know the first part of it is also disturbing, thinking about who's actually in charge of the U.S. health apparatus in regards to preventing some sort of severe hantavirus outbreak or something. Like, for the moment, just forget that RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz and like Sanjay Bhattacharya, whatever the fuck that guy's name is, are in charge of the U.S. government's general health response to any given medical crisis, and focus in on what was just said. If you couldn't hear it, I'll repeat the question and the response. The reporter asked, there was a missile strike on a girls' school in Iran. Who did that strike? And Donald Trump, instead of saying what he has said on numerous occasions in the past, which is, I think Iran is the one who did it, all of a sudden, the story has changed here as of earlier on Saturday evening. or Friday. Was this Friday evening or Saturday? I can't remember. Wait, hold on. On Friday evening. I'm sorry. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, no. Wait. This might have been Friday. Saturday. I take it back. I can't make out the fucking date on this because the date's usually up in this corner and it's all white because of the fucking sky. Son of a bitch. Point is he's been claiming Iran did this whole fucking time. And now there's an investigation? The inconsistency of this is fucking wild. Because it's a goddamn war crime we're talking about. The murder of dozens of children, and like, for him to talk about it in this way, all of a sudden to go from claiming it's Iran so vehemently to now, oh, we're doing an investigation. It's like, whoa. What do you mean? What do you mean we're doing an investigation now? Last week, 2 weeks ago, you were telling us this is definitely Iran that had Tomahawk fucking missiles. Of course, we've known this is a fucking joke claim, but the fact that he seems to be backing down on this is fascinating and disturbing. Okay. Let's talk about the economy, which is on the brink of utter collapse. Thanks to old Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto.
The Tehran market is practically empty, and traders are at a loose end. This is where January's mass protests kicked off, a place where the economic pain of the war is felt keenly. No shortages in the shops or supermarkets, but the currency continues to fall. Inflation was already rampant, and in the last year prices have risen 67%.
I bought 15 eggs and it cost me twice as much as it would have before the start of the war in late February.
Sanaz is an entrepreneur and no longer wears the mandatory veil. Since the war, though, she finds herself unemployed.
Look, that was my online shop, but there's no internet anymore. I'd only just launched my site selling jewelry to customers in the Gulf, but between the economic blockade and the internet outage, I can't work anymore. I've had to stop, like everyone who was working online.
Like thousands of women, she has lost her financial independence. Iran is cut off from its customers, and the US blockade deprives the country of many key supplies. In the underground, workers wonder if their businesses will be the next to go under. One of the sectors feeling the pinch is construction. Dozens of building sites have been halted or slowed down.
Yep, economy's grinding to a halt. It's not just Iran. Sure, Iran's being greatly affected, but countries all across Asia, Africa. In fact, the West is feeling the hurt too. It's just being affected slower because of, capitalism. As well as the geography to some degree. As it relates specifically to like access to certain goods, especially in South Asia.
So comments from executives are coming out and they're saying that they haven't seen demand this low since 2008, that this feels like recession levels to them.
Things are looking increasingly bleak for the world economy. It is not hard now to find well-known economists saying we are headed into a global recession because of Donald Trump's tiny little excursion to the Middle East. Let's just take a little bit of a tour. Here is Carlyle Group's Chief Strategy Officer of Energy Pathways, Jeff Curry, on Bloomberg. This was 2 days ago.
When do storage tanks run empty?
you're parts of the world like Australia, Philippines, Thailand, you are. But the question is when and where. I still say that with you, it's going to be, sometime in the month of May that you're going to end up with Europe hitting tank bottoms. And in the U.S., it's somewhere in that July 4th time period. If not sooner, by the way, the inventories number coming out of the U.S., the ones we got last night, the ones last week, I've never seen anything like that before.
The United States runs out of oil on July 4th of the freedom.
Yes, it's somewhere in that July 4th time period. If not sooner, by the way, the inventories number coming out of the U.S., the one.
Well, we've made it, I know we've been talking about how we have the 250th celebration this year of our great democratic experiment. It's feeling like the experiment's failing.
Europe hitting tank bottoms, and in the U.S., it's somewhere in that July 4th time period. If not sooner, by the way, the inventories number coming out of the U.S., the ones we got last night, the ones last week, I've never seen anything like that before. And I think that it's important to remember that these inventory numbers, let's define terms, a deficit versus a shortage. We have a deficit today, meaning that demand is above supply and we're drawing inventories. It's not a shortage yet. So to answer your question, you have the shortages in places like, Asia, and it's not that bad yet because you're not completely at tank bottoms. But in places like Europe and the United States, you're in a deficit and you don't hit the shortages until you hit tank bottoms.
All right. So, and just to be clear, that the other day on the program, we had Rory Johnston on, and in many respects,
Sorry, before Sam gets going here, I've been trying to say that, and I feel like he really, I've been trying to explain the concept of that, and this guy just really did it much better than I think I have up to this point. Yeah, because there's like a number of factors all happening that are for each country and region different, and there's a different calculus involved in each one of these places. And the United States is still insulated from this for now, but other countries are already at the shortage phase, while we are still just at the pain phase, or whatever he called that.
Johnston on, and in many respects, what we saw with the tariffs, where you had people, importers importing a bunch of extra stuff in anticipation of the tariffs, and so they're selling out that inventory at a reduced cost, and then once they run out of that and they have to import more stuff, the cost goes up. There's a similar dynamic that we have that's happening with oil. We have a certain amount of reserves. I'm not talking about the strategic reserves, although a lot of that was released already by Trump. But these reserves are what we're relying on, because the supply of oil is just not there. And at one point, those reserves get empty. And then the actual deficit of oil that the world is getting, again, we are down 1 billion barrels already annually. So at one point this catches up, and that's looking bleak. Meanwhile, you can see it apparently in major appliances, which are, they tend to be a leading indicator. Here is Taylor Riggs on Fox Business News, of all places.
So comments from executives are coming out and they're saying that they haven't seen demand this low since 2008, that this feels like recession levels to them. They're citing a number of factors: record low consumer sentiment, the economic impact of the Iran conflict, severe weather. All of that drove what they're saying is 7% contraction in industry demand during the first quarter.
Okay. Oof. We also played yesterday in the fun half this clip of Kevin Hassett, who was basically saying that he just spoke to a credit card executive And people may be spending more on gas, but they're spending more on other things too. Isn't that a great thing? And at the end of last year, Q4 of 2025, we hit another record of credit card debt, $1.28 trillion. So yeah, the credit card executive is pleased, as their, credit cards now have an average rate of 20% or something.
Yeah, no kidding. 20%. Meanwhile, they get loaned billions from the Federal Reserve at 4%, or like 3.25%. I can't remember what the federal funds rate is. So that's 17% they're just pocketing for themselves. Gotta love that. And then, of course, the fees. Yeah. Fortunately, things are not getting better. And Trump does not have an actual plan, not even a concept of a plan, to make them better.
Here is Donald Trump saying, you know what? It's not that bad. I thought it was going to be worse.
What are the stats of these talks? They're very good. Can you just give some insight as to where
we've had talks, and we've had some good talks before, as you know. Right. And all of a sudden, the next day, they're like, they forgot what happened. They're proud, like these guys are proud. Nobody more proud than these guys. Sometimes they fight on pride because, they're injured, they're hurt. No matter how great you are, you get hit by somebody else that looks like them. It's very tough, but they have great pride. These people have great pride. The others do too. Enemies have great pride. We went into...
I know this isn't what we're talking about right now, but when has Donald Trump ever been hit by anybody? When has he ever been in a fight? Ever? One time. When has he ever, especially by, when has he been hit by a fucking trained professional fighter? There'd be something for pay-per-view.
Venezuela, smart people, great people. They have a really strong military. We won it very quickly, and we have a fantastic. It's been a great thing for Venezuela. The people are really happy. They're dancing in the streets because they have a lot of money coming in through the big oil companies that are all moving in. I was with ExxonMobil last night. The chairman was here. And we're talking about Venezuela, along with a lot of them. Chevron, they were all here last night. They all want to go there and elsewhere.
Everybody's here.
We just hit a new.
And here and elsewhere.
We've had.
Why elsewhere?
Everybody. Jeff Bezos came. Bill Gates came. Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. And the stock market's the highest it's ever been. And I expected that the market would be down 20-25%. I was willing to do that to get rid of a crazy country. Crazy. The people, look, you talk about regime change. Their first level leaders are dead. Their second level leaders are dead. Some of their third level leaders are dead. I call that regime change.
Level leaders all gone.
I thought.
Gone. First, second, and third level leaders all gone.
Down maybe 20%, and we're up. The stock market's higher now than when we started this war. And I thought oil prices would go to $200, $250. It's at $100 now. And I think you're surprised, and I'm surprised. But even if it went to 200, it would have been worth it. I understood that. We had just set a record. 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, a record. And I said, I hate to do this, but we have to make an excursion down to Iran because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Look, and this is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
So here's the good news to all of you paying $1.50 more minimum. I should say 150% of what you were paying 3 months ago for gas. the stock market's up. So if you're one of the 20% in this country who has real holdings in the stock market, you're in great shape. You can pay for your new gas, your gas guzzler, but the rest of you, well, suck an egg.
Yeah. All right. Now, of course, the main source of this economic calamity is, of course, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the complete shutdown of shipping through the region. And with 20,000 seafarers stranded at sea due to this war, the situation is continuing to grow more and more dire. Here is Democracy Now! From Friday. I forgot, we had 2 Friday clips in here tucked away.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to an often forgotten group of people caught in the middle of the war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Over 20,000 seafarers who've been stranded on ships that haven't been allowed to pass through the strait for over 2 months. United Nations International Maritime Organization estimates at least 10 seafarers have been killed since the start of the war. These maritime workers are working-class men from developing countries across the global south. They form the crews on oil tankers, container ships, and smaller support vessels. The men have been trapped on some 1,500 ships that have been unable to dock on either side of the Persian Gulf. Caught between fears of war and the commercial pressures of shipping companies, the workers have limited legal protections, unpaid for several weeks, lacking the visas to disembark in any of the Gulf countries near the ships. The men have been stuck on board for weeks with dwindling supplies of food and water. Most of them had to take out sizable loans to pay middlemen to get these seafaring jobs. Now they've been stranded in a war zone with almost no money to show for it. A few hundred men have been repatriated off the ships. Here's a man who just landed back in India after an arduous journey through Iraq, Armenia, and Dubai.
We did not have internet and there was no way to communicate with our families back home. We were quite tense and our relatives also were under a lot of duress back home. Subsequently, even getting food became difficult. Around 200 people, Indians, are still stranded there.
We're joined now by 2 guests. Manoj Yadav is General Secretary, Forward Seamen's Union of India, joining us from Mumbai. And Mohammed Archedi is the network coordinator for the Arab world and Iran at the International Transport Workers Federation. He's joining us from Bilbao, the Basque region of Spain. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Mohammed, let's begin with you. We're talking about, what, 20,000 seafarers? What happens to them now?
For the invitation. Well, there are more than 20,000 seafarers stranded. They are in a total they have a deep feeling of lack of protection. Part of the requests we do receive, we have until now, in the 2 months after the start of the war, we have been reached out by more than 2,000 seafarers, 2,000 times reached at the ITF, at the International Transport Workers Federation. That doesn't mean that it is 2,000 seafarers, it's much more, because the seafarers is talking on behalf of a group of seafarers or all the crew on board. The main problem is the big worry, absolute big worry about the situation, being aware of the situation of war. There are requests of repatriation. There are requests to being stranded there, being blocked there. There is lack of food, there is lack of provisions, there is lack of water, there is shortage of food. There are seafarers asking us that they are eating once a day. And of course, there is the other problems to which these seafarers, men and women, are exposed, have not disappeared with the war. So we have still cases of abandonment in the region, Abandonment as defined by the Maritime Labour Convention. Seafarers who have not been paid for 8 months, not paid for 5 months, not paid for 11 months. These are all cases that are happening there. So for us, these are just not numbers. Here are seafarers, civilian workers who have the bad chance to be in the wrong place. The seafarers.
Yeah, these are all civilians who just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. People who are already struggling in many cases to, just get by, working really hard away from their families on the open ocean, already a very difficult and dangerous job. And now they find themselves thrust into the middle of a war, prevented from having basic supplies. And like you mentioned, I don't know if everybody caught that, but some people are just abandoning ship, which is, I don't think, all that shocking. It's a technical maritime term, but it basically just means, like, the captain and the subsequent crew have left for land. They're like, fuck it. We cannot sustain the situation. We are literally starving. There is no food left. This is what I've been saying. It's a ticking clock on some of these things. And you have all sorts of other subsequent catastrophes and other things that just start following along with it, right? Like dominoes in a row. One thing after the other. I mean, people aren't just going to sit there and starve to death. They're going to have to leave eventually. Okay. Let's keep talking about the state of shipping here a little bit with Forbes breaking news.
And I'm curious how the shipping community is feeling right now, because like you said, there has been a lot of rhetoric that, hey, a deal is very close to being finalized within recent days. But President Trump has essentially for weeks now been saying we're close to winning or we've won. This is close to being wrapped up. He's moved down the timeline a bit. He's said we're very close. We've made good progress. Does the shipping community believe that, especially with the caveat that Project Freedom, which was President Trump's plan to escort and guide some of those vessels that were trapped out of the strait, that was paused after just 2 days? I mean, how are they feeling about all of this now?
I mean, I think they're very much in the mode of hurry up and wait. We're not going to rush to do anything, and on the Iranian side, there's been some interesting developments as well. I mean, they announced this week the formation of our new government agency, and they've called it the Persian Gulf Strait Authority. And the remit of that government agency is to approve transit and to collect tolls for the Strait of Hormuz. But that completely goes against the United Nations Law of the Sea Treaty, which actually calls on countries to permit peaceful passage through their territorial waters. So this isn't one side or the other side. This is just a continued, if you like, level of chaos. So
yeah, but of course, this conflict is against the UN Charter, right? So which violation of the UN Charter should we worry about? Right, and I mean, both of these things are technically happening simultaneously, but the aggressor was the United States and Israel, right? By murdering the leader of a UN member country, right? That's a violation. The invasion, also a violation. All of these things essentially there's been so many violations, including the U.S. blockade. It's also a violation. Just because Iran's doing it doesn't make it not a violation on the from the United States. We're also preventing safe and what was the word? Secure passage or whatever through territorial waters or whatever, and or international waters, both apply. We're not doing that either. So it really is effectively just chaos. Everybody's violating international law in this particular conflict. Though I would point out the United States and Israel have been violating international law by either doing or funding the genocide that's been happening in Gaza for the last 2.5 years.
I want to talk today about the state of the Strait of Hormuz and how exactly that's impacting the supply chain. President Trump, earlier this week, he paused Project Freedom just 2 days after announcing it. And this was a U.S. effort to guide stranded vessels out of the waterway. As of right now, traffic in the...
Yeah, you're probably right. We're gonna get GTA 6 before we get an end to this fucking conflict or the genocide. Well, yeah. Because honestly, let's be real. This is a continuation, right? What's happening in Lebanon, what's happening in Iran, and as a result, the rest of the Gulf is all just really a continuation of the conflict of the genocide in Gaza, right? It's just more Israeli and U.S. hegemony in the region. And more crimes being committed without, any concern for the legality of the actions being taken or of international law. It's all basically the same actors, technically. Even though Israel wants to now separate the conflict in Lebanon, Hezbollah, from Iran, let's not forget that for the previous 26 months, Israel was determined to do the exact opposite of that and tie Hezbollah and Lebanon to Iran and say they're the same thing. They might as well be the same country. There is no difference. Hezbollah is Iran, Iran is Hezbollah. Hamas is Iran, and Iran is Hamas. But then this whole conflict starts, then Operation Epstein Fury starts, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually it's a completely different conflict. Yeah, Iran's got nothing to do with this.
Give me a joke.
It essentially still remains at a standstill, but President Trump said he was pausing Project Freedom because a lot of progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with Iran. That's what he said, but the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports still remains in effect. So how exactly is what's happening in the Strait impacting supply chains?
I mean, it's been a super interesting month since we last connected. There's still, depending on the reports that you read, and because of some AIS blockages as well, we think there's somewhere between 200 and 250 ships that are still stuck, unable to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Back in February, the flow of traffic was somewhere around 130 ships per day would actually pass through the strait. Because some ships are being allowed through on the Iranian side, and depending on the U.S. naval blockade, but that number's less than 3 per day, and that's if that's even real, because it's still very hard to get.
Yeah, I don't know where that's the most optimistic number, not just if it's real, but like the highest number I've heard. And, the United States, I heard like 1, maybe, got through. It's not clear. All right, let's talk about the supply chains a little bit now. How those are being affected by this blockaded waterway.
Is there appetite for this solution to take place? Because the price shock compared with the supply shock, that not only sounds like a logjam, it sounds like a deadly logjam. So I do want to talk about that supply shock first. How deadly is that going to be?
Oh, it's like a cancer that's already there but it's not visible. This is moving into the next couple of weeks into very perilous territory, because not only was it affecting planting seasons, so farmers are making economic decisions. If they can't get access or the price of fertilizer is too high, they're actually either not using it, so not planting, or they're actually planting without it, which means the yields will come down. The challenge for this, of course, as I said, was because all attention has been focused on the theatre of the combatants and on oil and gas. There's no focus on this because there's no like immediate evidence that there's a problem. So it's very, and I think you know what politicians are like. Unless the problem is right in their face, it can be dealt with in another day. But what we're saying is actually the other day is already here. You just can't see it. We can see it, and this is what's going to combine.
Yeah, this is the exact message I've been trying to get through to everybody on the case of the supply chain regarding food. And I think he's right. I think that until you see crop yields coming in down 10, 20, 30, 40%, or whatever it might be, I don't think they're going to worry. Like, they're not, you know, they're just going to sit there and go, it's fine. But that is going to create a serious problem for a lot of different people. And people who are going to get hit most are the people who didn't have the money to bid out the market and get their hands on fertilizer during planting season, because planting season's already done. We're now in mid-May. If you haven't planted yet, you're in big trouble. So it's a real clusterfuck. It's a real clusterfuck that just continues to get worse. Okay, one thing I gotta do. So I forgot about this. I talked to somebody about this last night, and a very, very, very generous Space Fams has decided to donate an amount of money to basically dollar for dollar match all donations from here until the end of the galactic deficit for the month as a result of all the struggles we've been having. So I actually have to update the galactic deficit counter here a little bit. What was it? How much? 25, I think, today. So that's actually to 80 now. Beautiful. Beautiful, making big progress on that. Nearly halfway through the galactic deficit, and we're not even halfway through the month. That's a good sign. Knock on Spacewood. Can't go jinxing myself. So yeah, like double galactic deficit donations. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are the ways to do that. To save the galaxy, exactly. Exactly. It's a beautiful thing, really, when you think about it. And somebody was that generous, considering the size of the deficit at the time of this. Quite large. Now, boy oh boy. We are making real, genuine, tangible progress on everything right now. Whew. 2 clips left, 2 live streams left. Well, actually, I don't know if they still have I gotta check that. Because this just ended. Hold on. Is there a new one? Check that on the live streams. But point is actually, yes, 2 live streams left. Okay, here we go. BBC News, 12 hours ago. Back to talking about Europe sending warships to the Middle East.
Hello, I'm Samantha Simmons. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing, bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 71 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Let's start with some of today's key developments. The UK announces the Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon is being sent to the Middle East, where it could join a potential international mission to safeguard shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump is still waiting for Iran's response to a peace proposal aimed at ending the conflict. Bahrain says it's detained 41 people accused of links with Iran's Revolutionary Guard. For weeks, Bahrain was one of the Gulf states most affected by the war, with Iranian strikes targeting its civilian and energy infrastructure. And Lebanese officials say Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon have killed at least 7 people, despite a ceasefire agreed last month. The UK's Ministry of Defence says the Royal Navy destroyer HMS Dragon is being sent to the Middle East from the eastern Mediterranean. Officials say it could form part of an operation to defend commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, but only once hostilities cease between Iran and US-Israeli forces. The relocation of HMS Dragon to the Middle East follows France's decision to deploy its carrier strike group to the southern Red Sea, as the two countries work together on a defensive plan aimed at ensuring freedom of navigation in the strait. Our political correspondent Nick Erdley explains what's behind this move.
That is a bit of a sign, I think, that the UK wants to be part of any international effort to try and open up the strait. Remember that they don't want to get involved with anything that President Trump is doing unilaterally, because the UK is worried about how that might pan out. But for weeks now, the Prime Minister has been talking to other European leaders and to some others on the international stage about how to potentially help with any effort that was a multilateral one to ensure freedom of navigation in a defensive or non-aggressive way, is perhaps the better way of putting it.
President Donald Trump is still waiting for a reply from Iran to a US proposal aimed at ending the war before moving on to talks about more contentious issues, including Iran's nuclear program. Both Mr. Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio said they expected an answer as soon as Friday, but Iranian officials have yet to announce any response. Joining us now are North America correspondent Peter Bowes and Mina Joshangani from the BBC Persians service. Welcome to you both. Mina, to you first. Is there any indication that Iranian officials will respond anytime soon?
Okay, that's where we're going to cut this clip off. Thank you, BBC. Well, there you have it. United Kingdom following suit with France sending its key battleship, the largest battleship in Europe, the Charles de Gaulle. Now, following suit with its own state-of-the-art battleship. UK and France now poised to possibly enter into Project Epstein Freedom. Freedom! If it's to be called back on, of course, it's paused or ended. It's not clear. But Epstein Freedom is, yeah, hasn't been happening. But maybe now. But although it's confusing, because Keir Starmer, the United Kingdom, is saying that it's not going to help ships pass through the strait until the hostilities are over. But the only reason you would need battleships or aircraft carriers to protect the strait is if there's still conflict going on. So it's kind of a catch-22, rather paradoxical situation, if you will. Is everybody following me on this? Because, like, the reason, in theory, Trump wanted Europeans to enter into the situation is because the ships were under threat and couldn't go through the Hormuz Strait. But if the conflict's over, why do you need the ships? Because in that case, these ships would not be under threat. Right? So it's just a little confusing. It's not clear how this will be at all helpful. It does feel, if I were to gauge the seriousness of this, I would call it performative. That would be my ranking. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd call it performative as fuck. Because it doesn't seem, I don't think they're actually, like, when I initially heard, saw these headlines, I was like, oh my god, really, is this about to happen? And then I went through it, I was like, I don't think it is actually happening. But let's see how Fox News is taking it. This is from 11 hours ago. Where did my mouse go? Oh, there it is.
So as Lucas just mentioned, Britain and France have sent warships to the Middle East as part of a possible mission to try to secure the Strait of Hormuz. All this as America's historic military buildup in the region remains in place. Let's bring in retired...
Oh my god. Yo, this map is wild. Yo. Look at the buildup of U.S. This is insane. I know we were talking about a historic buildup, but what in the fuck? USS Gonzalez, USS Bulkley, USS Arleigh Burke, USS Oscar Austin, USS Truxton, USS Mason, USS Rafael Peralta, USS George H.W.
Not
Bush.
going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
USS Michael Murphy, USS Canberra, USS Mitcher, USS John Finn, USS Frankie Peterson Jr., USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Spruance, USS Ross, USS Tulsa, USS McFall, USS Rushmore, USS Tripoli, USS New Orleans. Like, it just keeps on going and going and going and going and going and going.
This is ridiculous!
We can't possibly need this much fucking equipment out there. No wonder this is costing $1 billion a day.
U.S.
The gas bill alone must be $1 billion a day just to keep these fucking
Captain
ships
Bob
running.
Wells. Captain Wells, I think a lot of people thought that Iran would have thrown in the towel by now, that, you know, after they had their leadership decapitated and so much...
Fox News is still living in an alternate reality where they think that Iran's about to give up.
I don't want reality.
I love that. I love that for them.
Their infrastructure, their navy destroyed, that they would have simply thrown up their hands.
The Navy
and said,
all gone.
"Okay."
Gone. Fox News has been reporting on this. Like, everything Trump has been saying is true, which I can see that as being a really confounding existence, right? I can see that as being really confusing. Just like kind of going through life, just accepting all of the claims Trump has been making. That would be real difficult, right? It's like, he's been telling me that the ships, they're all gone. Gone. And yet, why does Iran not give up? These people have resolve unknown to man. Like, it's hilarious. They really are just living in an alternate reality. Ships gone, airports gone. And yet, war not
whatever
over.
you want. Why hasn't that happened, do you think?
Because, thanks again for having me on, John. Because they're a revolutionary regime, and...
Because they're a revolutionary regime. Not because those are lies. Not because those are just outright verifiable fucking lies. It's because Iran is a regime. That's why. That is one of the, it's like saying the United States hasn't given up because it is a regime. Or right, or whatever what you want to put in there, the Democratic Republic. Like, I can't, this is the nonsense that's being funneled into your grandparents' mouth holes and ear holes. It is just disturbing. So fucking stupid. They are literally living in an alternate reality where Trump's words, like, it claims that the military of Iran is just completely decimated. Is the only thing, like, the only, and it is true, and that the only thing that is preventing Iran's an imminent surrender is just because the regime is so unwilling to let go on their grip of power. They are defeated, and yet they just, oh God, They just won't succumb to reason. What a bunch of fucking nonsense. Like, I can't, I'm trying to think of a dumber timeline we could be living in right now, but really, we have hit peak stupid. I think it's true. We've hit peak stupid. I'm only hoping that it's like a bell curve, you know? It's a parabola, right? And that it's gonna come back down, right? And that we don't like plateau here, and that like because I worry sometimes, like if we hit peak stupid, we'll never go back at all. Like, oh, that's concerning to me. Mods, Duck Senior attacked me while I was away from my keyboard. What?
Illegal.
Yes, where are the mods to deal with this very serious situation we have on our hands? Wow. What incredible journalism coming from Fox. Like, these guys are just like living in a world where there is no reason to ever question the words of the supreme leader. Whatever he says must be true. Gone, gone, gone. Everybody dead. First tier, second tier, third tier, all gone. Dead, dead, dead. No more boats, no more planes, no more missiles, no more nothing. Everybody's saying it, aside from everybody. Such a frustrating time to be somebody whose like entire existence professionally is to interpret the narratives of politicians. Like, it's just like, I shouldn't complain. I do actually appreciate that I get to do this for a living, even with the trials and tribulations. Because I care about this shit. Like it makes me know. Like, I can't think of any other thing I would prefer to do. It's why I continue to do this, no matter how deterred I might feel some days. Like getting demonetized last month, you know. Like, there are days where I feel very deterred by things happening in you know, IRL. But as you all know.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Exactly. All right, to the live streams first. The Mediterranean, where you have the second wave of Gaza flotilla activists heading to Gaza to break the blockade. Here's the Samud Freedom Flotilla live stream. Literally live right now. Play. Oh, it looks lovely there in the Mediterranean. My God. Ugh, look at the crystal clear water. It looks warm too. A nice breeze. Ugh, jealous. I know that they're probably about to get like brutalized by IDF, but God, look at the weather. I'm sorry. Look, okay, back down on Earth. It has not warmed up in New York, okay? It's been very cold and not a lot of sun. And I see an image like this and I'm immediately jealous. Okay, I don't care the context. I'm like, put me there. Teleport me there. But of course, too busy and poor to go on a vacation in the Mediterranean.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, I just wanted that moment of peace before the storm. Okay. Well, people, great job for making this far. Final stream of the night for us to check in on. Everything peaceful here on the Mediterranean front for now. In Kyriakos, which I think is north of... Or is it north of... No, it's like northwest of Cyprus in fuck, I can't think of words now. It's like near Sicily, I think? Is it Sicily? I can't think. No. 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 What am I talking about? This is the Greek islands. Whatever. You get it. Let's go to Al Jazeera. See what the latest is. What's rude? Huh? Whew. Let's all get along, everybody.
Breakthrough. The U.S. is awaiting a response from Tehran on its latest proposal. Qatar's defense ministry says a commercial cargo vessel was targeted by a drone in the country's territorial waters northeast of Mesaid port. The
Cosmopolitics, I see you lurking over there.
was coming from Abu Dhabi. Qatar says there was a limited fire on board, which was brought under control. No injuries are reported. Meanwhile, Qatar's Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani has met the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Miami. In a statement, Qatar's Ministry
Don't worry
of
about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen, discussed the latest developments in the region and the Pakistani mediation efforts aimed at de-escalating tensions in a way that contributes to enhancing security and stability in the region. The meeting stressed the need for a comprehensive agreement that achieves lasting peace in the region. Russian President Vladimir Putin, meanwhile, has said that Moscow is ready to transport
peace in the region. What a fanciful idea. Lasting peace in the Middle East. Remember? Everybody remember? I know it feels like a long time ago. Remember like 7 months ago? In that ballpark? Mid-Egypt? Everybody remember? Donald Trump called all the world leaders together to celebrate how he had brought peace, lasting peace to the Middle East. It was a whole thing. It was a whole freaking thing. They had a whole conference center filled with world leaders congratulating Donald Trump for bringing lasting peace to the Middle East, which we were saying at the time to be perhaps a bit hasty, misguided. And now here we are 8 months later, and people are like, we'd love some lasting peace. And it's weird.
That's really weird.
Well, Spades fams, 9 hours is all we needed for part 2 of the weekending report. Saturday stream complete. Boy, oh boy. Briefly talking about U.S. politics, the environment, climate change, and then, of course, Iran for the last 4 or 5 hours. Oh, but there you have it, Space Fams. Your week in a very, very long and sizable nutshell. Okay, look, sometimes the nutshell, it has to fit the nut, and this was one big nut of a frickin' week. Ay, ay, ay. The chaos.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. But I can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Enter Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Penny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. And you can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now, let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, This country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break, everybody wants a tax break, but you know what? There are other priorities in this country, I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the vice president recently made the point. This was originally